Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Justice by K.C. Lynn, narrated by Teddy Hamilton and Callie Dalton. Prologue. Justice, 14 years old. Justice, man, wake up. My eyes spring open at the frantic whisper and shake of my shoulder. I stare into my best friend's face, his eyes wild with panic. They glow in the shadows of the room that we share in this hell we call home. What is it? I ask, my voice sounding as groggy as I feel. Brax is gone. Dread tightens my chest, restricting my breath. I shoot upright and look at the bed next to the door to find it empty. The scrap of material we get to use as a blanket lies on the floor. Did you see anything? I ask. Knox shakes his head. I didn't hear a thing either. I just woke up and saw his bed empty. Guilt hangs thick in his voice, mirroring the one coiling in my stomach. Braxton is 1 year younger than us, and we have taken it upon ourselves to watch over him. The three of us met in this group home months ago, each of us dumped here by the state within weeks of one another. We were taken from one nightmare and brought to another. We need to find him, man, Knox whispers, his tone urgent. Hobbs was seriously pissed over the shit he pulled at dinner. Brax is a prankster, even at the worst of times. It's his way of coping with shit. Tonight's prank against Hobbs, though, was to deflect the attention off one of the other kids who was about to get smacked around for spilling his milk and shattering his glass. Hobbs is one of the leaders and the biggest asshole of them all. He's a sick son of a bitch who gets his kicks by hurting others. I remember the first time I fucked up, and the subsequent beating I received. It tightens my gut further thinking about Brax and what he could be enduring. Jumping from the bed, I pull on my jeans from the day before, then my dingy shirt. Knox and I both move from the door, but discover it's locked. Bastard, Knox seethes. He knew we would come for him. He takes a step back, ready to kick it open, but I stop him, my hand landing on his rigid shoulder. We can't. Jones will hear us, and then we'll never get to Brax. Then what the hell do we do? Time's wasting. Who knows what that asshole is doing to him right now? My attention shifts to the bedroom window. We move quickly, our eyes scanning out over the 5 acres of land the house sits on. There, I point to the barn, where the door has been left open a crack, light spilling out into the darkness. Figures, Knox grits, his jaw locked tight. No one will hear him scream out there. The thought fuels the fear gripping my chest. We'll go out this way and climb down the trellis, I tell him. As far as the leaders think, all the windows are secured with an alarm system, except for this one. We figured out how to disconnect ours and cut the wire weeks ago, knowing one day this time would come. I slide open the window and crawl out first, Knox following close behind. Some of the plastic trellis snaps beneath our feet, but otherwise we make it down with minimal noise. My bare feet hit the hard gravel, biting into my skin. Ignoring the sting, I walk lightly until I hit grass. Then we bolt, our feet pounding the rough earth as we race for the barn. It isn't long before we hear Braxton, his cries of pain assaulting our ears. Shit! The curse spews from Knox as he pushes himself harder, passing by me in a blur. I fight to catch up to him and manage to snag his arm at the last second. Hold up. We need to see what we're dealing with before charging in there. My warning is nothing more than a breathless whisper, my heart pounding wildly in my chest. We slow our approach, cautious as we peek through the crack of the wooden door. What we find has bile rising in my throat and fury surging through my veins. Brax's wrists are bound by leather reins as he hangs from a whipping post, a noose pulled taut around his neck. He's stripped naked and forced away from us, his bare flesh raw from the riding crop that Hobbs holds. How does it feel, boy? You're not such a big shot now, are you? He cracks another lash against his bare ass. I'm gonna show you what happens to cocky little bastards like yourself. Horror slams into my chest when Hobbs reaches to undo his belt. An enraged roar rips from Knox, and he charges inside. I follow after him, knowing there's no time for a plan. Knox swipes his shovel off the ground, his quick feet never faltering. Motherfucker! Hobbs spins around just as Knox winds back and punches the shovel forward, slamming it into his face. Blood sprays from his nose as he drops to the ground. You bastard! He bellows, rolling to his knees. My feet are quick as I run at him from the side, kicking him in the face. His head snaps back, another howl of pain tearing from his chest. Warm blood coats my bare foot, but I don't hold back and deliver another kick. A dark rage slipping over me from all the pain he's inflicted on others. My foot cranks back relentlessly, showing no mercy. That's until he manages to grab my ankle and pull my foot out from under me. I hit the ground hard, the breath shoving from my lungs. You're gonna fucking pay for this, he seethes, struggling to his feet. Knox brings the shovel down on the back of his head, knocking him out cold. Blood seeps out from beneath his face, the crimson color spreading into a large pool. Oh, shit. Knox and I make eye contact, our thoughts reflecting the others. Brax's groan breaks the connection and puts us in motion. Knox removes the noose from around his neck while I kneel in front of him, reaching for his pajama pants that he was stripped of. Brax, man, we're here. Everything's gonna be okay, I assure him. He lifts his head, revealing a black and blue face. His cheeks are stained with tears and dirt, while one of his eyes is swollen shut. He got me in my sleep, Justice, he chokes out. I never even heard him coming. I swallow past the burn in my throat and gently put my hand on his shoulder. It's all right. We're getting out of here. Knox works on untying his wrists, and I get him dressed. When the last restraint is removed, Brax falls to his knees, crying out in pain. Knox drops down next to him, helping me hold him up. What is it? What hurts? He asks. It's my whole body, man. The words are delivered through a choked sob. Everything hurts. Before either of us can say more, an alarm pierces the air. Panic thrashes through my veins. Shit. They know we're gone. We gotta move, now. Knox throws one of Brax's arms around his shoulder while I throw the other one over mine. We move quickly, dragging Braxton with us as we run from the barn. Eventually, we make it far enough away from the property, sinking into the tall grass to remain hidden out of sight. We lower Braxton to the ground, mindful of his beaten and bruised body. Knox stays with him while I run back a little ways to make sure no one followed. When there's no sign of anyone, I head back to the others. Braxton hugs his knees to his chest, his face buried to hide his tears. Knox sits quietly next to him, with his arm around his shoulders, his face grim. Anyone? He asks. I shake my head. No, but it's only going to be a matter of time. We have to keep moving. And go where? Brax asks, lifting his face. I shrug. Anywhere is better than here. Come on, Justice. We have no money. We don't even have clothes. Brax sniffles. What the hell are we going to do? We do whatever necessary to survive, I say, looking into his weary eyes. We can't go back. Look what almost happened to you. Hobbs is most likely dead, and they aren't going to believe a couple of troubled kids. Who knows what we'll face next? The system has fucked us long enough. Living on the streets is better than where we've all been. They both remain silent, but I see the look in their eyes, the same knowledge I have burning in my mind and heart. I say we make a pact right here, right now. We do this on our own. No more beatings, no more pain. We watch out for one another, take care of each other. Like family, Knox says. I nod. Like family. My eyes search theirs in the quiet dark. Are you with me? I ask, extending my hand in the middle. Knox doesn't hesitate. I'm in. Both of our eyes shift to Braxton, who still looks scared. We got you, Brax. I promise. We'd never let anything happen to you. He places his beat-up hand on ours. Family. Forever. That day, we became more than friends. We became brothers. For the next year, we lied, stole, and did whatever necessary to survive. until our travels brought us to the Mississippi Delta. There, we hid out on a farmer's land, seeking shelter on a rainy night. The owner was a lone man named Thatcher Creed, the first adult to ever show us any kindness. Instead of calling the police when he found us, he took us in and raised us as his own. Thatcher Creed gave us something we'd never had, but always longed for. A real family.
Chapter 1. Ryan. From the moment he walked in, I became riveted, my attention anchored to his every move. The place is packed. Everyone's body heat crowds me, but we may as well be the only two people in the bar, at least where my heart is concerned. Despite my feelings, I sit in the corner alone and watch as a flock of hungry women surround him and his brothers, vying for their attention. Typical. "Happy birthday, Ryan!" Jessica Bennett yells to be heard above the loud music, clinking her glass with mine as she shimmies past my table. I nod my thanks, my lips lifting in a half-hearted smile. There aren't many places in town where I could celebrate my 18th birthday. Denim and Pearls is the only bar where they accept people under the age of 21. We weren't allowed to drink, but that isn't a big deal to me. The place is rustic with a country flair. The tables are made of old barrels, and there's a rhinestone saddle hanging above the dance floor. Country music blares from the speakers, drawing a large crowd. I was having a good time. Anywhere is better than my loveless house. But then they showed up. The three brothers who wreak havoc on every girl's hormones. The Creed boys are foster brothers, who are closer than those bound by blood. They came to town years ago, living off the streets, until Thatcher Creed, who most around here call Old Man Creed, took them in and raised them as his own. Many didn't approve when he did, but Thatcher has never cared what the people in this town thought about him. It's something I've always admired. He raised the boys proudly and stood by their sides when they had no one. Justice, Knox, and Braxton have made quite the names for themselves, and their reputations precede them. They can be dangerous if they think for even 1 second their family is being threatened. They've stolen the hearts of many. I know this because I am one of them. Though all three of them are ridiculously good-looking, I only want one. Justice. His bad boy appeal caught my attention from the moment he rolled into town. I was only 12, but my young heart fell hard. Many people were leery and even frightened of the boys. They got into a lot of trouble when they first moved here. I often heard my parents discussing their disapproval of Thatcher taking them in. It's typical of their pretentious selves. My parents have never been kind or compassionate, not even to their only child. I was warned to stay away from them. It wouldn't look good for the family name, which is everything to my parents. My father is a descendant of one of the 6 founding families of Winchester, our small town located in the heart of the Mississippi Delta. Old money and bloodlines are everything here. I have a certain standard to uphold, one I fail miserably at, according to my mother. Staying away from the brothers wasn't a hard rule to follow, because they are older than me. We went to the same school, but I was a freshman and they were seniors. They barely knew I existed. Braxton should have graduated after them, but he's smart, really smart, and worked hard to finish school with his brothers. For 2 years, I watched them from afar, mainly Justice, and swallowed up the rumors that surrounded them, especially one. A rumor that rocked the entire town and garnered every girl's attention. It still does. Which is why every female in this place is hanging all over them at the moment. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but I'm not. And the only reprieve my tortured heart gets is when he's out of town for work. Contracted by the government, all 3 brothers are sharpshooters, and not just any marksmen, but the best in the country. Shooting is just one of the many things Thatcher taught them. As if feeling the weight of my stare, Justice's eyes find mine over the crowd of women. My heart tumbles in my chest as I gaze back into his dark irises that are filled with so much intrigue and mystery. His lips kick up in that sexy smirk of his, turning my insides to mush. He wears his usual worn jeans that hang enticingly off his lean hips. His dark hair is wild and mussed, looking like he just ran his fingers through it. With a black t-shirt, biker boots, and a leather jacket, he's the very definition of a bad boy. That familiar longing builds inside of me, the sight of him making my heart crave things I can't have. Instead of returning his smile, I roll my eyes, hoping to hide the effect he has on me, and shift my gaze away. I'm certain I can hear his amused chuckle all the way over here, the one that rumbles deep within his chest and is as arrogant as his smirk. It's irritating, yet infectious all at once. Most of the time I long to hear it, just like I long for the brief moments I've spent with him. It has become somewhat of a game between us, this push and pull. I pretend he annoys the hell out of me, and he plays along. But deep down, he knows my true feelings. He has to. I've always been terrible at hiding my emotions. My teenage crush for Justice turned into so much more after my first encounter with him. It wasn't just one of our usual run-ins where I would see him in public and keep my head cast down in fear I would stare at him like a lovesick fool. This encounter was years later, and just the two of us. I was 15 at the time, and had just gotten into a fight with my mother, which is not out of the ordinary, but this one was bad. She was even more hateful than usual. I don't remember what the fight was over, but I'll never forget it, because she struck me across the face. It was the first time she ever hit me. The blow had hurt, but not as much as her words. I wish you had never been born. I fled the house that night, with tears streaming down my face. I wandered aimlessly around town, trying to walk off my hurting heart. My arms were crossed over my chest, shoulders slumped, when I walked through a cloud of smoke. A gasp parted my lips, and my head snapped up. That was when I came face to face with the guy I'd been watching from afar. My tear-filled eyes met his dark ones, and my heart stopped beating altogether. Justice was seated on his motorcycle, parked out front of one of the bars on Main Street. His face was expressionless, while his eyes were anything but. They were watchful and filled with knowledge. The intensity of them kept me rooted to my spot. Sorry, I stammered like a fool. You all right? The question flowed past his lips in a way that had me mesmerized as he drew in another long inhale of his cigarette. Typically, I hated smoking, but not at that moment. He made the bad habit look so good. His perfect lips suddenly lifted in the slightest smirk, and it made me weak in the knees, a reaction I'd never felt before. It was then I realized I was gawking at him like an idiot. I shook myself of the spell he cast upon me and finally answered his question. Fine. He quirked a brow at the lie. Before he could call me out on it, I dropped my head and stepped forward to continue on my way, but he snagged my arm, stopping me mid-stride. My skin burned beneath my hoodie from where he gripped me, firm, yet somehow gentle. I looked back up at him, my heart banging around inside my chest. You shouldn't be walking around at night by yourself. Didn't your parents ever warn you about the bad guys who walk these streets? Amusement filled those dark eyes of his, the smoke from his cigarette dancing around his face. Little did he know, my parents were the bad guys. I don't drive, I told him, my voice barely a whisper. Where are you headed? I was surprised by the question and wondered why he cared. I also had no answer for him because I wasn't sure myself. I asked where you're going, Ryan. Every muscle in my body tensed, surprise coursing through me that he knew my name. I licked my dry lips, his hard tone demanding I answer. I don't know. His watchful eyes dropped to my mouth, face passive, until he looked up at me again. Get on. What? I asked, certain I misheard him. He passed me his helmet. I said get on. I don't want to go home, I told him. proud of myself for the strength in my voice. "Who said anything about going home?" He started up his bike, the loud roar vibrating the street beneath my feet. He stared at me, quirking that brow again, rather impatiently. In that split second, I made a choice, one that I was equally excited and terrified about. With shaking hands, I put his helmet over my head and climbed on behind him, my arms curling around his hard body. Before I could even fathom the shock to my heart from the contact, the bike rolled forward, starting our journey to God knows where. My arms tightened, heart jumping in my throat, when he merged onto the interstate and hit the throttle. A smile stole my face, and a laugh pushed past my lips. It was the most exhilarating moment of my life, and I lived it with everything I had in me. For a while, we did nothing but ride, and it was exactly what I needed. Eventually, Justice pulled off into a clearing out in the middle of nowhere. He climbed off the bike, taking his warm body with him, and lit up another cigarette. I removed his helmet from my head, sweeping the hair out of my face. My cheeks ached from smiling so much. "You look better," he spoke past the smoke he exhaled. "It was fun, thanks." Awkward silence fell amongst the humid air, his eyes assessing as he gazed at me over the top of his fiery cigarette that hung between his lips. "Where are your brothers?" I asked. "Back at the bar." "Aren't they going to be mad you left them?" "Why would they?" I shrugged. "You didn't even tell them you were leaving." "So, we don't do everything together." "That's not what I heard." I bit my tongue from voicing that out loud, but he saw the question written all over my face. His sexy lips pulled into that trademark smirk. "Got something on your mind, little girl? Just ask." His little girl comment annoyed me. I wasn't that much younger than him. "Is the rumor true?" "Which one?" He knew which one I wanted to know. He was just forcing me to ask it. I refused to. Not yet. Maybe because I wasn't ready to hear the answer. "Are you as dangerous as everyone says you are?" I asked instead. Something I probably should have gotten out of the way before he took me out in the middle of nowhere. His easy demeanor dropped, a hardness entering his eyes. "Depends." "On?" I asked, my breath stalling in anticipation as I waited for his answer. He drew in another long pull of his smoke and blew it out. "Whether or not you fuck with my family." I snap out of the memory when someone knocks into my table as they pass by. "Sorry." They toss the apology over their shoulder, stumbling to the bathroom. Clearly, they've had one too many already. Not many words were spoken between Justice and me after that. He ended up driving me home, making sure to drop me off down the street from my house. Something I felt bad asking him to do. I didn't need to elaborate why. He knew, but he didn't seem to care. Probably because he was used to it. He and his brothers weren't well liked, especially by the founding families who believe Winchester is their town. People like my parents. Over the years, Justice and I have had several more interactions, usually running into each other by chance. We'd often end up going for a ride and talking, sometimes until the sun began to rise. As time passed, my infatuation for Justice grew and became so much more. I fell irrevocably in love with him, yet he still keeps me at a distance. I've learned he keeps everyone at a distance, except his brothers. I haven't seen them around in a few weeks, and figured they were out on a mission. Should have known he would show up here tonight. He always seems to come at the worst times. It's not that I don't want to see him. It's the complete opposite. But how am I supposed to have fun now when every single girl in this place is falling all over him? "Hey, Ryan." The masculine voice belongs to Derek Lancaster, son of Samuel and Donna Lancaster, another one of the founding families. Our parents are good friends. All the families stick together, almost like a creepy cult. Derek is a jerk to most people, but is nice to me. A little too nice at times. "Hey, Derek." "Happy birthday," he says, taking a seat across from me. Thanks.
Why are you sitting by yourself? Shouldn't you be the rowdiest one here?
He says, making a joke. I tilt my glass toward him. Just waiting for this Diet Coke to kick in. He chuckles, the charming sound barely making its way over the loud music. Who did you come with? I ask.
Dustin and Barry.
I figured. The three of them usually hang out. The star football players and richest guys in school. Most of the time, girls are falling all over them. Except when the Creed brothers are in town. Like now.
How about a birthday dance?
He asks. I'm not in the mood. But I also don't feel like sitting here all night. I open my mouth to oblige when a presence suddenly looms over me, casting a dark shadow. By the way my heart leaps, I know who it is before I even look.
Happy birthday, Ryan.
Justice's deep, gravelly voice triggers goosebumps across my skin. I look up, head craning all the way back as I meet his intense eyes, the dark irises rocking me to my very core. Thought you guys were out of town, I say in greeting, not bothering to hide my annoyance.
Just got back last night.
Lucky me. He remains where he is, his hard gaze making me shift in my seat. I swear he does it on purpose.
If you don't mind, we were having a conversation,
Derek says, his voice thick with arrogance. Justice flicks him a hard glance that would have anyone pissing their pants. No one fucks with Justice, and everyone knows it, including Derek. However, his ego is bigger than his common sense. Justice brings his attention back to me and leans forward, one hand braced on the table and the other on my chair as he cages me in. His scent and body heat surround me, penetrating all my senses.
What are you going to do, Ryan? Are you going to stay here and dance with this asshole? Or are you going to come with me so I can give you your present?
The fact that he even knows it's my birthday is a shock in itself. But a present? Where? I ask.
My place.
That one answer whispers across my lips, the distance between us seeming to grow smaller. Every fantasy I've ever had when it comes to him assaults my mind. Fantasies I've dreamt about for so long.
What's it going to be?
He asks impatiently. You. I choose him 1,000,000 times over. He pushes away from the table and extends his hand. I place mine in his warm one and allow him to pull me from my seat.
Ryan,
Derek snaps, reminding me of his presence. I turn back to see him standing from his chair, his expression enraged as he eyes Justice and me.
What are you thinking going anywhere with him? I suggest minding your own business, Lancaster, before you get yourself hurt.
The warning in Justice's calm voice has a shiver of fear trickling down my spine. I'll be fine, Derek, I assure him. We'll have that dance another time, okay? Before I have a chance to hear his response, Justice tugs on my hand, pulling me through the crowded bar. My steps are quick as I fight to keep up with his long strides. Many glares are tossed in my direction, mainly from the girls who realized their chance for the night is gone. I pay them no mind, though, with the exception of one. Knox. His expression is hard and filled with something I can't name, but it has me feeling like I've done something wrong. Once Justice and I reach his bike, he passes me his helmet. What about your brothers? I ask. Knox's angry eyes still fresh in my mind. He quirks a brow.
You want them to come?
There's so much meaning in that one question, and we both know it. I shake my head, my pulse kick-starting at the thought. A sexy chuckle leaves his lips.
That's what I thought.
He climbs on his bike without another word, and with a swift drop of his boot, he brings the machine to life beneath him. Taking a deep breath, I put the helmet on, loving the familiar scent that invades my senses, then climb on behind him. He curls an arm under my bare knee, bringing me flush against his back. A sharp breath breaches my lips, the center of my satin panties colliding with his belt as my dress rides up my thighs. Oh, God. I swallow back a moan, my body trembling in need. The bike rolls forward seconds before he picks up speed, and we hit the main road. The cool air whips across my heated flesh, but offers little reprieve. My mind reels with all the scenarios that are about to happen, fear and want colliding with one another. My body is more than ready for him, but my heart is another story, a page I'm terrified to turn. It takes only minutes before we reach his complex, an apartment he shares with his brothers near the edge of town. I climb the metal stairs behind him that lead to the side door of his apartment and follow him inside, stepping into the living room. He closes the door behind me and flicks on the lights. I take in our surroundings, the simple yet clean apartment somehow suiting him.
You want a drink?
He asks, his voice right behind me, whispering into my ear. I shake my head, finding my throat too dry to speak.
You sure? I'll even let you have some alcohol.
Amusement coats his tone as he walks past me, removing his jacket, then grabbing himself a beer. My eyes narrow. No one lets me have anything just as Creed. Goes to show how well you know me. Laughter dances in his expression, the corners of his lips lifting.
I know you better than you think, sweet Ryan.
His tone drops at the endearment and dances along my skin. He takes a swig of his beer, then starts toward me. His gait relaxed and easy, but his strides determined. It makes my heart beat faster. My head drops back to hold his stare as he comes to stand just in front of me. That's when he passes me a small present I didn't see he's been holding. The blue wrapped package is not what I was expecting, but my heart warms all the same.
Happy birthday.
You didn't have to get me anything, I tell him, even though I'm touched by the gesture.
Open it.
I peel back the wrapping paper to find a small gold box. Lifting the lid, a large white pearl attached to a silver chain is revealed, its smooth, polished surface glowing with beauty and taking my breath away.
I got it from a small village in Milan,
he says, taking the piece of jewelry out of the box. He slips the long chain over my head, the pearl resting just past my breasts.
It's the gift of a saint. It represents purity. The myth says it protects the worthy and remains loyal to its wearer.
The meaning and thought behind his generosity has warmth invading my chest. It's so beautiful. Thank you, I whisper, fingering the dainty necklace.
Not what you were expecting, though.
My eyes meet his, the truth passing between us. No, not what I was expecting, but still special. He steps closer, invading my personal space.
What is it you really want?
We both know the answer to that, but once again, he wants me to say it, and this time, I'm going to. I square my shoulders and decide to lay it all out, knowing this might be the only chance I ever get. One night with you. It's a partial lie. I want more than one night. But I know how justice works, and if one night is all I can have, then I'll take it. His eyes never leave mine as he takes another long pull of his beer, silence thickening the air. He places the bottle down and walks around behind me, his chest crowding my back.
Just me.
His breath tickles, lips brushing my ear. Yes. My eyes close, teeth grinding at the way I stammer the response.
You sure?
His arm wraps around my waist, palm flat against my stomach as he pulls me back against him. My breathing kicks up, skin burning beneath my dress. I know what I want. I know what I'm asking. I tell him, surprised I can form a single word.
I'm not so sure you do, Ryan.
His free hand drops to my leg, fingers skimming up my bare thigh to slip under my dress and touch the center of my damp panties. My senses reel, the fiery touch almost knocking me off my feet.
Do you have any idea what my brothers would do to you right now if they were here with us?
I tense at the thought, my heart thumping like a steel drum.
Do you?
He asks again, a little firmer this time. I shake my head, too scared to think of the erotic act, let alone speak of it. His hand on my stomach moves upward, covering my breast and kneading the achy flesh.
Brax would start by sucking on these pretty tits,
he says, giving my sensitive nipple a firm pinch through the thin fabric of my dress.
He'd feast on them until you were writhing and begging for more.
A fiery whimper breaches my lips, my knees threatening to buckle. His arm holds me tighter, stopping me from collapsing to the floor.
And Knox would eat this sweet little pussy.
He slips his fingers beneath my panties, delving into my wet heat.
His tongue would do things to your clit that's beyond your imagination.
He strokes the bundle of nerves in question, making my eyes practically roll into the back of my head. Fire spreads through my body at the erotic image he paints, the roaring flames threatening to burn me alive.
While they both did that, I would fuck you from behind, my cock pounding you hard and deep.
He follows the dirty words by inserting a finger inside of me. Oh, God. My head drops back on his shoulder, the beautiful invasion ravaging my body.
What do you think, Ryan? Is that what you want?
I shake my head.
Really? Because the way your pussy is dripping all over my finger right now tells me you're lying.
No, I cry, finally finding my words. I don't want anyone but you. It's the God's honest truth. As much as the rumors have intrigued me, I want no one but justice. Only him. He turns his face into mine, his lips brushing my damp cheek.
Good. Because this virgin pussy is mine, understand? No one gets it but me. Not even my fucking brothers.
The fear I've had buried deep in my heart eases as he stakes his claim, even if it's only for this night. His hand in my panties stops its beautiful assault, and he lifts his fingers to my lips, smearing my arousal on them. I gasp, shocked by the bold act, yet incredibly turned on. Spinning me around, he yanks me against his hard body and takes my mouth in a fiery kiss, demanding, dominating, and I completely give in to it, drowning in my own forbidden desire.
Pure fucking innocence.
His hand fists my hair as he angles my head to thrust his tongue deeper, the taste of him completely intoxicating. My breath comes out in short pants, exhaling into his mouth as I try to breathe through the wild passion we create. He unzips my dress, letting the straps fall down my shoulders until the material pulls at my feet. It leaves me naked, except for my tiny pink silk panties. His hands cup my bottom, lifting me off my feet. I wrap my legs around his hips and arms around his neck, the fabric of his shirt scraping against my sensitive nipples. He carries me into his room and lays me across the bed, sprawling me out for his view, his taking. His arresting eyes sweep over my body, my skin tingling beneath his heated gaze. He removes his shirt, the material clearing his head and revealing a breathtaking sight. If he wasn't intimidating enough, the lean muscles and black ink woven up his body seals the deal. My mouth waters for a taste, but I stay where I am, because the truth is, even though I want this more than anything, I am way out of my league here.
I've waited a long fucking time for this, Ryan.
His admission has my heart stalling in my chest. I'm not the only one who has felt this. A connection I can't explain, a need I can't escape. He feels it too. However, I am no fool. My heart is wrapped up in this, but his is not. Attraction and feelings are two very different things, and I know to expect nothing but this one night with him. I'm just praying my heart will survive it. He drags me to the edge of the bed and kneels before me. I look at him between my slightly parted legs, my heart banging inside my chest as he slowly removes my panties. He spreads my knees wide, his gaze riveted on my most intimate part.
Look how pretty you are.
His fingers part my lips and skim over my swollen clit, creating a raging inferno, seconds before he enters a single finger into my snug entrance. A gasp purges from my throat. body arching as I fist the sheets at my side.
I'll try to be careful with you, Ryan. But this untouched pussy will belong to me by the time I'm done with you. Tonight, I fucking own it. And your virgin blood is mine.
Justice. I breathe his name, unsure if I want to beg for more or tell him to stop. He's taking too much from me, stealing my carefully guarded heart, and I can't let him. Not when there is no future for us. As long as he shares his desires with his brothers, he will never be mine, nor I his. But right now, this moment is ours. The thought trails off when his face dips between my legs and tongue delves in, lapping at my hot flesh. My body jerks off the bed, a cry of pleasure ripping from my throat.
So goddamn pure.
His words vibrate against me, sending shock waves to travel through my body. Every slow, fiery lick of his tongue takes me higher, delivering a pleasure I've only ever imagined. My head thrashes from side to side, hips lifting, pussy bouncing against his skillful tongue. When his fingers speed their thrusts harder, deeper, I propel to a forbidden world, a mind-numbing orgasm claiming me like never before. By the time I float down, reality reeling me in, Justice is on his feet, standing over me. Lust dominates his expression as he starts on his belt. My pulse skips, eyes drifting as he shoves his pants down, freeing himself. Strong, powerful, beautiful. That's what he is. Despite my lack of experience, I'm unable to hold back. Sitting up, I tentatively reach out to touch him, my fingers grasping his smooth, hard cock, stroking from base to tip. He thrusts into my hand, a hiss escaping him. I lick my lips at the drop of pearly fluid that seeps from the tip, curious what it would taste like.
Do it, baby,
he says, sensing my thoughts.
Wrap those pretty lips around my cock and suck it.
The need in his rough voice gives me the courage to lean forward and do exactly that. My tongue darts out first, licking the fluid, the salty taste coating my tongue before I take him all the way in. Tentatively and slowly, unsure if I'm doing it correctly.
That's it. Good girl.
His fingers tighten in my hair, coaxing and guiding me.
You look so pretty with my cock in your mouth, Ryan.
His words empower me, the need to please him like he did me taking over. I peek up at him from beneath my lashes as I suck back to the top, swirling my tongue around the tip. A growl rumbles deep within him, his hips surging forward, driving himself until he hits the back of my throat. Whimpering, I relinquish all control over to him. His thrusts are smooth and steady, making the spot between my legs throb to feel him there in the same manner.
Do you like it, Ryan? Like it when I fuck this hungry little mouth of yours?
I moan to convey just how much, my throat relaxing, cheeks hollowing. Groaning, he pulls away.
No more.
I look up at him, my breathing becoming heavier, seeing the carnal hunger raging in his dark eyes. His hand presses on my chest, coaxing me to my back once again. Then he spreads my legs, hooking his arms under my knees and lining himself up.
Tell me you're sure,
he rasps, peering down at me.
Tell me you want this, because once we go through with it, there is no taking it back. No regrets, Ryan.
There's no way I will ever regret this night with him, no matter what comes of it. I want this. I want you, I tell him, strong and sure. The tip of his cock nudges my entrance, seconds before he pushes all the way in, slowly but painfully breaching the barrier that's never been broken. My back bows off the bed, lips parting as all the air is stolen from my lungs in one fluent motion.
Jesus.
The curse flees from Justice, his muscles straining beneath his skin as he stills deep inside of me. So many emotions reflect back at me, emotions I can't name, ones I have never seen on him before.
Okay.
The one word is gritted out between clenched teeth. I nod, even though I'm far from okay. I'm worried what I've done to my heart. Feeling him like this, giving this part of myself to him. I fear I've lost what little I had left. He now owns every part of me. His fingers grip my hips, and he begins thrusting inside of me with slow, deep strokes, filling my body and my heart. It's tender, a little painful, and sadly, also distant. The strong emotion in his eyes does not convey his actions right now. And even though this is just sex, I want more of him. My eyes never leave his as I reach out for him. Come here. I want your skin on mine. His thrusts falter, a look of panic flashing across his face before that shield of armor slams down around him. Swallowing hard, he slowly, and with a good amount of uncertainty, lowers himself on top of me, his hard body colliding with my soft one. It steals my breath and feeds my soul. My arms wrap around his tense back as I hug him close. He remains still, his warm breath fanning the side of my neck. Let me have a part of you that no one else has had, I plead, knowing I'm pushing it, but I can't seem to help myself. I need something to hold on to when this is over.
I already have.
The words are barely a whisper. So quiet, I wonder if I misheard him. Before I have time to ponder it, he braces himself above me and begins moving. The mattress shifts with our weight, headboard hammering against the wall as he drives into me hard and deep, taking what he wants and giving me more than my heart can handle. Most girls get candlelight and roses for their first time. I get Justice Creed, and I love every second of it.
This what you want, Ryan? To fucking ruin me?
He asks, voice rough. Yes, it's only fair, since he ruined me from the moment he came to town. His expression softens, and I'm rewarded with one of his sexy smirks.
Well, I guess that makes two of us.
He closes the remaining distance between us, his lips descending on mine. His thrusts never falter as he claims every inch of my body, hard and savage, with no apology. I ingrain every long minute of this into my heart, loving the way his sweaty skin slides against mine. I absorb it all until I can hold off no longer. He latches onto one of my nipples, teeth gripping the tender flesh in a painful bite. The sensation shoots straight to my clit, drowning me in fiery pleasure. My nails dig into his shoulders, clawing at his sweat-dampened skin as a cry pours from my lips.
That's my girl. Come, Ryan. I want this tight little pussy soaking my cock.
The orgasm is strong, and he's determined to drag it out with every angle of his hips against mine, pumping into me a few more times before he groans out his own pleasure and collapses on top of me. I hug him close, relishing in the warm feel of his naked body. He lifts his face, his eyes penetrating mine in the shadows of his room. Silence remains between us, but it speaks louder than words ever could. He looks different in this moment, more soft than hard, more vulnerable than confident. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he's scared. But nothing scares Justice Creed. He drops his lips on my forehead, giving me a hard kiss before shifting his weight off me and reaching over for a cigarette on his nightstand. Feeling cold without his body heat anymore, I grip the sheet and pull it up to cover my breasts. My eyes drift to the bedroom door that's slightly ajar, and every part of my body stills, including the air in my lungs. There, I find a shadow lingering in the doorway. The darkness hides his face, but his presence is undeniable. Just as quickly as I spot him, he's gone, making me wonder if I just imagined what I saw.
Come here, Ryan.
I return my attention to Justice, annoyance coursing through me at the demand. Has anyone ever told you you're bossy? A beautiful smile tilts his lips as he takes a long pull of his cigarette.
A few people.
He exhales the cloud of smoke, obviously not caring. I push up to lie next to him, unsure of how close to get, until he bands an arm around my back, reeling me in flush against his side. Smiling, I rest my head on his chest, loving the sound of his strong heartbeat. So what happens now? I ask, my fingertips dancing along the black tribal tattoo on his ribs. He's quiet for a moment, staring up at the ceiling, while his smoke twists through the air.
We sleep.
It's a cop-out, and we both know it, but I can't blame him. How do I expect him to answer something I don't know either? I can leave now if it's easier, I offer. It's the last thing I want, but maybe it's best. The longer I stay here, the harder it's going to be to leave.
You're not going anywhere. We're not done yet. Not by a long shot.
Hope flares inside my chest, something I shouldn't feel, but I'm drawn to it. He shifts beneath my cheek as he puts his cigarette out, before curling around me, his chin resting on top of my head. For the time being, I just absorb this and forget about worrying what tomorrow will bring. My foolish heart, praying for more.
Chapter 2. Justice. Waking up with a warm, naked body draped across my chest breaks all my rules, but I've never been good at following rules, not even my own, and I quickly discover that it's the best one I've broken yet. The morning sun creeps in through the blinds, lighting up my room while I stare at the ceiling and wonder what the fuck I've gotten myself into. I knew last night would happen eventually. I waited for it, for her to turn legal. But I was not prepared for it to rock me the way it has. Ryan Lockwood is like a secret addiction, my drug of choice, and I've fought my need for a long time for both our sakes. Last night that changed, and I'm stuck with what to do now. Guilt eating away at me as I hear my brothers beyond my bedroom door. It changes everything. She changes everything. Carefully I shift out from under her, the scent of her shampoo fading from my skin, as I throw on my jeans from the night before. I quietly step out into the kitchen, coming face to face with my brothers. They sit at the small table in the midst of a heated argument. Their attentions come to me, their eyes burning into my back as I grab a mug from the cupboard. "Good morning, big brother." Brax greets me first, sounding obnoxiously cheerful. "Rough night?" I ignore the question and pour myself a cup of coffee. When I turn back to face them, I find Knox's hard gaze on me, betrayal written all over his face. Braxton looks more amused than anything. It's exactly what I expect from them both. "Knox and I were just discussing how hurt our feelings are that you didn't share with us last night." The thought of them touching Ryan has my blood heating, a possession I'm not used to feeling. "Knock it off, Brax. We both know she's not like that." "Exactly," Knox says, voice hard. "So why did you do it?" My eyes narrow at his accusing tone. "Why not? Since when are we not allowed to step outside the circle? It's been done from time to time. At least by Brax and me. Never Knox." "Maybe, but she's different, and we all know it." He's right, and it's why he's so mad. She has the power to change our relationship, a promise we all made for Knox's sake. It's exactly why I'm caught in a hard place, a dilemma I never thought I would find myself in. I've always been good with keeping my emotions out of this shit, but not when it comes to Ryan. "So, you're just going to turn your back on us now?" he accuses. I tense, every muscle in my body coiling tight. "I've never turned my fucking back on you, Knox. Not last night and not now." "All right, you two," Brax cuts in. "Let's call it a morning and hug it out." Knox and I ignore his attempt to play off the situation, our hard eyes never straying from the others. The fear and betrayal in his, though, has me backing down first. It's this reason right here that I'm fucked. "I'm not leaving you, man. It was just one night, nothing more." A noise to my right has me regretting the words when I see Ryan standing there. My cock hardens at the sight of her this early in the morning. She looks like she's been fucked within an inch of her life, and I know good and well she has been. The tiny strap of her dress drapes down her arm, and her auburn hair is mussed, tangled around her pretty face, a face that's pinched in hurt and anger. Shit. Brax lets out a low whistle, making the moment even more fucking awkward. "Yeah, don't worry," she speaks, flashing Knox a tight smile. What happened last night meant nothing. The pain written all over her face proves she's a damn liar. Carry on. I'll see myself out. I quickly intercept her small body crashing into mine as she tries to make a hasty exit. I'll drive you home. Just give me a minute. Her furious eyes snap to mine, hands pushing against my chest. Get the hell out of my way. I don't need a ride. She storms past me, bolting out the door. Happy belated birthday, Brax calls out seconds before she disappears. I shoot him a hard look. What? I didn't get a chance to say it to her last night. Shaking my head, I grab the keys to his truck and run out after her, knowing damn well she won't be getting on my bike with me. Sure, go ahead, you can borrow my truck. His parting shot follows me outside as I leave out the back door, racing down the metal stairs just in time to meet her as she comes walking out the front of the building. She tries to continue past me, her feet stomping the hard cement. I snag her arm, refusing to let her evade me again. You're not walking home. Get in the truck. Fuck you. I don't take orders from you or anyone else. I yank her against me, her tight little body reminding me of everything I did to it. I'm not letting you walk home, so we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You decide. She lifts her chin. The pain embedded in her light hazel eyes ramps up my guilt even more. Let's get this over with. This time when she pulls away, I let her go and lead her over to Braxton's truck. Silence settles between us as I drive her home. Her body is pressed up against the door as much as it can be while she stares out her window, ignoring my presence. We need to talk about last night. There's nothing to say, she grits. There's a lot to fucking say, especially since I didn't use a condom. It's a risk I was willing to take, even if it was a stupid one. There was no way I was going to have anything between us. The only reaction I get from her is tense shoulders. Otherwise, she remains silent. Are you on the pill or not, Ryan? Don't worry about it. You're safe, and as you already know, I'm clean. I wasn't worried about that, and you don't have to either. I've always used one. A bitter laugh escapes her. Well now, how lucky am I that I got something from Justice Creed that the rest of the town hasn't? I grip the steering wheel tighter, my cock hardening at her sass. You want to fight? Is that what you want? She shakes her head but says nothing else. Look, I'm sorry for what you heard back there. I didn't mean it. Shit's complicated right now. It's a poor apology and I know it, but I'm not used to apologizing for anything. That's what happens when the three of you fuck the same girl at the same time. Shit is going to get complicated. Her flippant answer strikes a chord. Don't pretend you know what you're talking about when it comes to my brothers and me, Ryan. You don't have a fucking clue. She finally turns to me, her eyes spitting fire. No? Are you saying the rumors aren't true? It's so much more than rumors, more than what everyone knows. I wish I could explain that to her, but I can't. My relationship with my brothers is complicated. They need me. And they can have you, she says, her bottom lip beginning to tremble. I'm not competing with them or anyone else. I knew what last night was. I knew what I was getting myself into, and I'm walking away now. It's the response I should be happy to hear, but I'm not. The thought of never touching her again leaves me feeling nauseous. I pull up to her street, making sure to park away from her house. For her benefit, not mine. I don't give a shit what her parents think of me, but I do care what they do to her. The only thing she will get by associating with me is trouble, which is why I should have never let last night happen in the first place. When she reaches for the door, panic infiltrates my chest. Ryan, wait. She ignores me, pulling on the handle. Will you fucking wait? She whips around to face me again, but this time, there's tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of them are a complete gut punch. Just save it. I don't want to hear any more. I'm hurting enough right now, and you're only making it worse. Without another word, she flees the truck, walking out of my life, and never looking back.
Chapter 3. Ryan. 1 month later. Tears blur my vision as I stare down at the white stick I hold, my mind scrambling to grasp the fate staring me in the face. 2 pink lines. Oh, God. I drop to my knees by the toilet, retching as bile surges up my throat, and fear grips me like never before. Once my stomach is empty, I flush the toilet and rest my head against the cold porcelain, feeling scared and alone. How am I going to explain this to Justice after I told him we were safe? It was a lie. A bold-faced lie. I'm not on the pill, but I was so angry and hurt that I let my emotions run my mouth. My feelings for him have always affected my better judgment, which is why I am in the predicament I'm in right now. The thought of what my parents will do terrifies me most, though. They will never accept this child. They don't even accept me. And just thinking what they will do to hide this pregnancy sends a chill down my spine. They will never allow me to finish out my senior year while pregnant. I have to tell Justice. Surely he won't leave me to figure this out on my own. He'll no doubt be furious that I lied to him, but I can't see him turning his back on me. Not when family means everything to him. Inhaling a deep breath, I climb to my feet and splash some cold water on my face. After dabbing it with a towel, I stare at my pale skin in the mirror, the fear and helplessness I feel reflecting back at me. My hand rests against my queasy stomach, soothing over the surface. A tiny life grows inside of me. A life Justice and I created together in a moment of passion. One night I will never forget, even though I'm denied of ever having it again. The thought has me leaving the bathroom and heading into my room to grab a sweater before I start down the stairs as quietly as possible. Obviously not quiet enough, because my mother walks out of the dining room at my entrance, looking as radiant as ever, her hateful eyes directed right at me. My father sits at the dining room table, ignoring me as usual.
"Where do you think you're going this late on a school night?"
she asks, her tone condescending. I have someone I need to see. I won't be long.
"That Creed boy,"
she sneers. I grip the banister, wondering why Justice would be the first person she thinks of.
"I know all about you traipsing around town with him."
I haven't been traipsing around, Mother. Justice and I run into each other from time to time and talk. That's all. She doesn't buy the lie for a second.
"Save it. Everyone in this town knows what a whore you've been. You've humiliated this family once again."
My teeth grind as I bite back a reply. I'm not doing this with you tonight. I step past her, only to have her grab my wrist.
"Don't you turn your back on me when I'm talking to you."
Spinning on my heels, I yank my arm away. Stop. Just stop. Why must you always pick a fight? The fury and hatred reflecting back at me is something I'm used to, but even after all these years, it still hurts. I'll never understand what I did to deserve such animosity from my own mother. My father isn't loving by any means, but even he isn't so hateful toward me. I've exhausted myself with trying to find that answer, but always come up empty-handed. I decided a long time ago to stop trying to figure it out and accept it. I chance a look at my father, hoping that just once he will stand up for me. As usual, he doesn't. His eyes remain cast down. Shaking my head, I reach for the door, refusing to give her the fight she is so hell-bent on having.
"Leave this house, Ryan, and you can forget coming back tonight. The door will be locked after you walk out."
The threat has me hesitating for only a second before I continue outside. I'd rather sleep on the street than come back here. It's pouring as I walk down the porch steps, the heavy rain pelting me. I throw my hood over my head and start walking. My steps are quick, but that doesn't prevent the soles of my tennis shoes from being soaked by the puddles. Minutes later, I'm shivering and completely drenched. If only I could have a car like the rest of my friends. But that would mean my parents would have less control over me, and no way would they allow that. Lifting my head, I swipe my wet hair out of my face and find Justice's apartment building in the near distance. I break into a light jog, a sense of calm washing over me. It will be okay. It has to be.
"Ryan!"
I stop in my tracks and turn around to find Derek Lancaster climbing out of his car and running over to me. "Derek, what are you doing here?" I ask, baffled by his sudden appearance. I can't think of a single reason why he would be on this side of town. He grabs my arm, dragging me behind him.
Come on, we're getting out of here.
I resist, digging my feet into the ground. What on earth are you doing? Let go of me. When he doesn't release my wrist, I pull harder, slipping out of his tight grip due to the heavy rain and landing hard on my butt. I stare up at him, shocked and angry. What the hell is the matter with you?
What's the matter with me?
He roars, his face twisted in anger.
What's the matter with you?
He charges at me, violence dominating his expression as he grabs the front of my sopping wet sweater and lifts me to my feet. With brutal force, he slams me against his car, knocking the wind out of me. Fear snakes down my spine as I stare into the face of a stranger, a raging monster.
You fucked them, didn't you? You fucked all three of them,
he accuses. What? No.
Don't lie. You've been a dirty little slut. First you embarrass me in front of him, then you spread your legs for them all.
I shake my head, wondering what the hell is happening right now. You're wrong. What happened between Justice and me is none of your damn business. He grabs my face in a painful grip, making me cry out.
That's where you're wrong, Ryan. It's my business. It always has been.
Derek, get off. You're hurting me. His eyes drop to my lips, and it's the only warning I get, seconds before his mouth crashes down on mine, tongue thrusting inside. I cry out against the violent assault and fight to push him off, but he's too strong. His hand covers my breast, my hoodie offering little barrier as he painfully kneads my flesh.
You owe me, Ryan, and you're going to pay up.
When he reaches between us, cupping my most intimate part, panic thrashes through my veins and instinct kicks in. I manage to get my knee high enough to nail him between the legs. A painful howl rips from his chest and gives me the opportunity I need to escape. My name penetrates the night, his enraged voice echoing throughout the desolate street as he screams for me to come back. Sobbing, I run as fast as I can, one instinct dominating all else: survival. By the time I make it inside the building, I'm exhausted, face soaked with tears and rain, but I don't slow down. I forego the elevator and take the stairs, racing up to the 3rd floor. My legs are jelly, and fiery lungs heaving as I knock on Justice's door. When he doesn't answer right away, I bang harder, desperation pouring from me. Please let him be here. The door swings open, revealing a shirtless Justice. Concern instantly fills his expression, and he grabs my arms to steady me.
Ryan, what's wrong?
Something bad has happened, I stammer, trying to breathe through my hysteria. He pulls me against his chest, holding me close.
Breathe, baby. It's okay. I got you.
I need your help, I cry. My words die in my throat. When his brothers walk out of one of the bedrooms half-dressed, a blonde woman wrapped in a sheet trailing behind them. It's not long before I put 2 and 2 together. My broken heart plummets straight to my stomach. I push against Justice's hard chest, looking up at him as I slowly retreat. His mouth moves as he follows me, but I hear nothing over the defeat gripping my chest. It will always be like this. For as long as I stay here, I will always have to see this. I will always endure the accusations. Everyone will wonder who the father is. It's that thought that has me bolting back down the hallway. He calls out to me, but I don't stop, a newfound energy fueling me.
God damn it!
His angry words follow me as I push through a side door and run down the back stairs. When I make it outside again, I find Derek gone, the rain still heavy and hard. I look both ways, trying to figure out a direction, and hear my name being yelled in the distance. Justice. I dart into the woods behind the building, jumping over logs and dodging branches, tears tumbling down my cheeks as I push my way through the thick vegetation. I have no idea where I'm going or what I'm going to do. It all feels like a bad dream that I'd like to wake up from, but it never happens. I'm stuck in this reality of a nightmare, alone and defeated. I make it out the other side of the forest, running right onto the highway. Headlights blind me, a scream ripping from my throat, at the fast-approaching vehicle that emerges out of nowhere. Fear anchors me to my spot as I raise my hands protectively in front of my face, my life flashing before my eyes. The vehicle swerves at the last second, its tires squealing through the air as it just misses me. The old farm truck parks off to the side, and out jumps Thatcher Creed. If I had it in me to laugh at the irony of it all, I would, but there's nothing funny about this situation. Thatcher hurries over to me, cupping my face in the downpour.
Ryan, are you all right?
His face is gentle as he looks down at me in concern.
What's wrong, child? What's happened?
Having no one else to turn to at the moment, I drop my head, sobs racking my body. I need help, Thatcher. He hugs me close, enfolding me in his arms.
There now. Come. It's not safe out here like this. I'll give you a ride.
I can't go home, I tell him. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. He doesn't ask why or convince me otherwise. Instead, he wraps a comforting arm around my shoulders and ushers me to his truck.
You'll come home with me then.
Time passes in a heartbreaking blur, and sometime later I'm at his kitchen table, a thick wool blanket draped over my shoulders. I sit with a cup of hot tea in front of me, my tears of sorrow spilling into the steaming mug. Thatcher takes the seat next to me, resting his mangled hand that's missing half of its fingers over mine.
Talk to me, darling. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out.
There's no fixing this, I tell him, feeling hopeless.
There's always a solution. God created them all. We just have to find them.
He gazes back at me patiently, his eyes warm with kindness. So many people fear this man when he's never been anything but generous and gentle, at least to me. I'm pregnant, I whisper, speaking the words out loud for the first time. Justice is the father. Shock registers on his face, seconds before he sits back in his chair and lets go of a long exhale. I didn't mean for it to happen, I cry. I swear I didn't.
There now,
he coaxes, rubbing my arm.
Of course you didn't mean for it to happen. You are not alone in this, Ryan.
He's wrong. I am alone, and everything that happened tonight proves it.
What did my son say when you told him?
I shake my head. Haven't. I can't.
You must. He will do right by you and this beautiful child.
I tried. I went there tonight, but... I trail off, unable to confess to him what I saw. I don't have to, though. He sees it in the pain written all over my face.
My boys are complicated,
he says. A sad smile cracks my lips. Justice said the same thing.
They're good boys, but they've had a hard go at life.
I wouldn't know anything about it, because Justice has never opened up about his life before Thatcher. In all fairness, I never prodded much either. He made certain I knew all of that was off limits from the very beginning. Other than the differences of their skin color, you would never know the boys didn't belong to Thatcher. They may not have the same blood running through their veins, but he loves the boys as his own. You can hear it in his voice and see it in his eyes every time he speaks of them. They are lucky to have him, lucky enough to have one person who loves and cares about them. I've never even had that. No siblings, no other relatives. Only two parents who have hated me since the moment I was born. I love him, Thatcher. I always have. But I can't have this baby here. My parents will never allow it. And for as long as the boys do what they do... I pause, swallowing thickly. Everyone will question whose it is. Disappointment hardens his expression.
I understand you're scared, and I don't blame you. But we can work this out.
How? You know what the people in this town are capable of, especially the founding families. I cover his destroyed hand with my own, driving my point home, and the agony that adopts his face strikes me in the chest. Something awful happened years ago, something way before my generation. I don't know exactly what. Everyone is tight-lipped about it, but it's big, and it involves Thatcher. That much I know. I go on to tell him about my violent encounter with Derek outside the apartment building, holding no detail back. It has my skin crawling and terror racking my body all over again. I fear for my baby here. I know my parents, and nothing will stop them from doing what they have to in order to protect our family's reputation. Something flashes across his face, a decision, an acceptance, resolution. He stands from the table and leaves the room, only to come back a moment later with a thick brown envelope. "What's this?" I ask as he hands it to me.
Open it.
Lifting the seal, I reach inside and pull out a large stack of money.
That will be enough to get you by for a little while.
My eyes dart up to his, and I quickly shake my head. "Thatcher, no. I couldn't. I didn't mean—"
Hush, child. You can, and you will.
He reaches over, laying a gentle hand on my arm again.
I love my boy, and I strongly believe he deserves to know. But I also agree that you can't stay here, not while you're pregnant. I don't trust them people."
Anger creeps into his voice, his expression hardening.
One day, you will tell my son, but I'll let you decide when. In the meantime, we get you out of here and keep you safe.
I look back down at the money, an internal war battling inside of me. As horrible as I feel to accept it, I know it's my only chance at escape. "I'll pay you back, every cent," I promise.
Don't fret about that. Just worry about yourself and that precious grandbaby of mine.
His grandchild. My and Justice's baby. The knowledge burns in my mind and heart. Lowering one hand to my belly, I silently vow to love and protect this child with everything I am, promising to give it the home I never had, but always longed for. That night, my life changed irrevocably. I fled Mississippi, leaving behind the one man I would always love. I did it for the sake of my baby and freedom, vowing to never return for as long as I live.
Chapter 4. Justice. It's been 2 days. 2 fucking days without any word from her. I even drove to the school and waited outside for her today, only to find out she never went. I'm left with no other option but drive to her house, parents be damned. I don't care if she's pissed off about what she thinks she saw. I'm going to find out what the hell happened the other night. I haven't been able to stop worrying about her. Cold and wet, the terror in her eyes before devastation took over has haunted me since. I searched for her all night, wanting to explain what she saw wasn't what it looked like. I never touched that bitch. I haven't touched anyone since my night with her, which is straining my relationship with my brothers and wreaking havoc on my cock. Today, we will get to the bottom of it once and for all. Parking on the street, I climb off my bike and walk up the large front steps that lead to her house, my boots stomping the wooden boards beneath them. I have no doubt I look as out of place as I feel. The whole street screams class and prestige, just like her stuck-up parents. I've only encountered them once, and they are as big of assholes as the rest of the founding families here in Winchester. Maybe worse, because I know how they treat their daughter. I see it in Ryan's sad eyes every time I look at her. Not to mention the offhanded comments she's made when we've hung out before. That alone makes me hate them. I knock a few times before someone answers. Her mother is the one to open the door, surprise registering on her face before pure disgust replaces it. Ryan looks nothing like her. You'd never know the two are even related. "What do you want?" she bites out, her voice dripping with disdain. "I'm here to see Ryan." "She's not home." She begins to close the door, but I stick my foot in. "I'm not leaving here until I see her." Her eyes drop to my scuffed-up boot before lifting back to my face. "Well, you'll be waiting a while. She's left town." Every muscle in my body tightens. I study her face, looking for deception. "You're lying." "Am I?" she says, stepping back. "You want to come in and see for yourself?" I remain exactly where I am and try to figure out what kind of game she's playing. I have no doubt the moment I step foot inside, she will call the police, giving Sheriff Totter the gracious opportunity to haul me in. The miserable bastard is always gunning for my brothers and me, Has from the moment we came to this town. However, if a run-in with the good sheriff has to happen in order for me to get what I want, then so be it. Tell Ryan I'm here, or I will come into your home and bring the wrath of hell with me. I don't give a fuck who you are. A split second of fear resonates on her face before she masks it, lifting her chin stubbornly. She's in California, and she isn't coming back. She's finishing out her last year of school there. The cold, hard truth in her eyes has dread sinking into my gut, heavy and hard. It can't be true. She wouldn't leave, especially without telling me. Is that what brought her to my apartment the other night? The thought has me feeling physically sick. She peers back at me, smugly. I have to thank you, Mr. Creed. Whatever you did to my daughter finally made her see you for the trash you really are. My teeth grind, jaw flexing as I restrain myself from striking out at the evil bitch. Which school? I ask. I want evidence. I want to see for myself. Until then, I refuse to believe it. That is something I will never tell you, she says, the smug look on her face fading. I want you to leave now. Go home to that bastard you call a father and stay the hell away from my daughter. She slams the door in my face, securing the lock in place. Fuck! My foot strikes out, kicking over a small table that holds a potted plant, shattering it on the porch before I descend the steps. Determination burns in my blood as I climb back on my bike and peel away. I have one mission in mind, and that's to find her. Only, it never happens. Ryan Lockwood disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind but her memory that haunted me on the darkest nights. Chapter 5. Justice. 6 years later. My breathing is slow and even, concentration strong and aim steady. Despite the noise of nature, silence descends upon me, my finger hovering over the trigger, ready for the pivotal moment it awaits for. Pull! At Knox's call, my eyes find the targets he releases, the barrel of my gun following each one as I fire off 2 consecutive shots. The clay explodes in the air, incinerating before my eyes. Nice one, brother. Braxton delivers a hard clap to my shoulder, then gets into position, taking aim. Now sit back and watch the pro. I grunt. Despite how cocky he can be, there's nothing I'd rather do than spend my Sunday with my 2 brothers on the land we call home, doing the one thing we are best at, shooting. And it's all thanks to the man who raised us, a man we will always call our father. Blood ties or not, Thatcher is family, just as we are brothers. He trained us to be the most lethal sharpshooters in the country, gave us a home when we didn't have one, and guidance when we needed it most. I respect no man more than my father. My brothers and I owe him everything. After a long month of being gone on our last job, it feels good to be home where we belong. Braxton fires off his 2 shots, destroying the targets as quickly as I did. Now that's how it's done, boys. I refrain from rolling my eyes like a fucking chick and grab my almost finished beer. You want another? Yeah, he answers. I raise the bottle at Knox from where he starts across the field. At his nod, I head for the house, seeing the old farm truck parked next to the barn that wasn't there when we arrived. Dad, you in here? I ask when entering inside. When I don't get an answer, I walk into the kitchen and see he hasn't been in here either. There isn't one thing out of place, including the rifle that sits in the corner. He's always been systematic. It's how he knows whether anyone has been messing with his things or not, especially his guns. Don't fuck with his guns or old man Creed loses his shit. Thatcher spent some time in the military way back before he took over farming from his father. He's known as the best sniper in military history and is still asked to run training sessions from time to time, which is why my brothers and I are as good as we are. I grin when I think about the first time he caught us in his gun room. I thought we were going to get our asses beat. Thankfully, Brax's smart mouth got us out of too much trouble, but we were still forced to work out in those fields for hours, the sun burning our skin, sweat soaking our aching muscles, while Thatcher rode the damn tractor next to us with a cold beer. It was the last time we ever went into that room without permission. However, It was worth the punishment because afterward was the first time he showed us how to shoot. A defining moment I will never forget. Know your enemy, but more importantly, know yourself and the honor you possess. Only then can you be a true warrior. Words of wisdom my brothers and I have continued to live by from that day forward. When I move for the fridge, I accidentally knock a stack of mail off the counter. Bending down, I pick up the scattered envelopes and freeze, every muscle in my body growing stiff at the single picture that lays on the ground. A young girl who looks oddly familiar stares back at me, a face that looks so much like my own. What the hell? Suspicion forms in my gut, a cold sweat starting across my palms as I turn the picture over and read, Hannah J. Creed, 5 years old. I look at the envelope it slipped out of, and the ground falls out beneath me, threatening to swallow me whole. Ryan Lockwood, 1175 Hebert Drive, Gold Creek, Alabama. My pulse spikes in my veins, roaring in my ears as I read the name of the woman who disappeared from my life without so much as a goodbye. Now I know why. The room spins as I climb to my feet, my mind scrambling to comprehend the deceit as I stare down at the little girl's picture. Motherfucker! An intense rage slips over me, sending my fist through the wall. The slice of my knuckles does nothing to dull the pain ripping through my chest. I charge out of the house, kicking the front door open so hard it flies off its hinges and tumbles down the front porch. My fury has Knox and Braxton starting for me, coming up on my left as I barrel across the front yard. "What's going on?" Braxton asks. I remain silent, my swift feet never faltering as I race from my truck. "Justice, where the hell are you going?" "Alabama," I finally grit, barely able to speak the one word past the fury gripping me. "Why would you go there?" Ignoring him once again, I open my door and climb inside, throwing the envelope and picture on the seat next to me. The beautiful little girl stares back at me hauntingly, the resemblance seizing the air in my lungs all over again. Knox grips the top of my open window, his expression hard and concerned. "Justice, man, talk to us. What the fuck is going on?" My gaze finally meets his, and I open my mouth to speak, but find I can't. The words are stuck in my constricted throat. "Where's Dad?" Braxton asks next. Betrayal courses through me thick and rich as I think about the one man I thought I could trust more than anyone. "I don't know, and I don't fucking care." Starting up my truck, the loud engine cuts through the air as I hold my brother's concerned gazes. "When you see him, though, tell him I never took him for a traitor." Before they can ask any more questions, I put the truck in gear and take off, kicking dust up in my wake. On the long drive to Alabama, my phone rings non-stop, but I refuse to answer, having no doubt it's Thatcher. There's a child out there who's mine, a child with the same blood running in her veins, and my father knew the whole fucking time, even helped keep her from me. The knowledge brings on a pain so deep it's incomprehensible. My gaze strays often to the picture on my seat, the sight of the pretty little girl, triggering a foreign sensation in my chest. A part of me that's only ever been touched by one woman. A woman who deceived me, keeping me from the only flesh and blood I have on this earth. I grip the steering wheel, pain and fury dueling in my veins, and it only builds in the hours that pass. By the time I reach the address, hours later, pulling up to the small house out in the country, my rage is barely concealed, fighting its way to the surface. I do my damnedest to keep it locked up for the moment and climb out of the truck. I walk up the steps of the old Victorian-styled home and knock on the door, my fist heavy and hard. All my anger evaporates when the door opens a few seconds later, revealing the face of an angel. My daughter. Her small mouth parts on a gasp, recognition dawning in her light hazel eyes, the same color as her mother's. "It's you," she whispers. Before I can even comprehend what she means by that, Ryan walks out with a dish towel in her hand, drying a glass. "Hannah, baby, what did I tell you about opening the door alone? You can't—" She comes to a cold, hard stop, literally flinching as if she's been struck. After 6 long years, We come face to face, our eyes meeting, and the remorse reflecting in hers does nothing to ease the betrayal tearing through my gaping chest. "Ryan," I greet her, voice hard. "Been a long time. I see you've been busy."
Chapter 6. Ryan. Shock imprisons me where I stand. The furious man in my doorway isn't anyone I expected to see. The fury and knowledge of my deceit on his face grips my heart in a cold vise and sends it drowning in a black abyss. I open my mouth to speak, to rush out an apology, and tell him everything I've wanted to say for the last 6 years, but I have no voice. The words dangle in the back of my throat. I knew there would come a time that I would face him, but not like this, not unprepared and caught off guard. "Mama?" Hannah's small, unsure voice snaps me out of my torment. She worries her lip between her teeth, her eyes shifting from Justice to me. I never wanted them to meet this way. I wanted so much more for this moment, and I have no one to blame but myself. She can't be here. Not now. Not when he's this angry. Wiping the instant tears from my eyes, I grasp her small shoulders and lead her to the stairs. "Go play in your room, baby. I'll come get you soon." She does as I say. Her eyes strain to Justice over her shoulder, a look of longing in them. He steps forward, as if he wants to say something but stops. Unharnessed emotion flares in his gaze as he watches her walk away, and it shatters my heart into a million pieces. It's replaced with fear a moment later, when his furious eyes snap to mine. I walk past him and head out onto the porch, preparing for the battle that I know I have coming.
Don't you fucking walk away from me.
He charges out after me, grabbing my arm and spinning me around to face him. His thunderous expression has fear skipping down my spine. "I'm sorry. So sorry." I choke out, a sob building in my chest.
"You're sorry," he bellows. "You steal my daughter from me, and all you have to say is fucking sorry?"
"Let me explain."
"There's nothing you can say to justify this. Nothing."
"Please try to understand," I cry. "I couldn't stay there. I couldn't have her in that town, Justice. Not with my parents. I was young and scared. I had no one."
"You had me, goddammit. I would have taken care of you."
The admission only breaks me further. "I wanted to tell you. I was going to tell you, but that night..." I trail off, the memory of that awful night replaying in my head. "Everything just went so terribly wrong," I whisper brokenly.
"What you mean to say is, this was your way of getting back at me because of what you think you saw?"
I shake my head. "That's not true."
"Isn't it?"
"No, I didn't do this to hurt you. So much happened that night to weigh my decision."
"What about my fucking decision?" he roars. "You took my right away. You kept my fucking daughter from me for 6 years, Ryan. My own flesh and blood."
"She knows who you are," I tell him, sobbing out the words. "She knows everything about you. I never kept that from her."
"What good does that do when I don't fucking know her?"
"Stop it!" Hannah charges out of the house, her small face scrunched in anger and streaked with tears. She jumps in front of me protectively, pushing Justice back. "You let her alone. You let my mama alone and get out of here." "Hannah, stop." I reach for her, but she rips away from me, continuing to face Justice. "Mama always told me you fight the bad guys, but it was a lie," she cries. "You are the bad guy, and I don't want you as my daddy." "Hannah," I gasp. "Don't say things you don't mean." Scooping her up, I bring her into my chest where she sobs into my neck, hugging me tight. I chance a look at Justice over top of her head, the pain on his face ripping apart my wounded heart. He steps back, looking like someone just gutted him, and heads down the porch stairs. "Justice, don't go," I plead, not wanting him to leave like this. His pace never falters. He hops in his truck and drives off, leaving my world in shambles. Devastated, I carry Hannah into the house, holding her close as she continues to cry. "Shh, it's okay, baby girl," I soothe, rubbing her back. We just need to give him some time to cool down. The reassurance is just as much for myself as it is for her, but I know it will take a lot more than time for him to ever forgive me. Why was he so mean? I thought you said he was nice. I pull her back, gazing into her face that looks so much like her father's, her dark brown hair sticking to her wet cheeks. He is. He's just really angry and hurt right now, and he has every right to be. I've always been honest with her about who he is, and the fact that he didn't know about her. I didn't go into explanation as to why, because how do you explain that to a child? But I did tell her that one day they would meet. I just never thought it would be like this. Her small face is pinched with sadness, bottom lip quivering with her stifled sobs. Can't you just tell him you're sorry? My eyes close, wishing it could be that simple. I'm gonna try, baby. I really am. But I don't want you to worry about us. He's not angry with you. You've done nothing wrong, okay? She nods and rests her head back on my shoulder, her breath hitching with exhaustion. I carry her up to her bedroom and lie down next to her, my eyes going to the picture of Justice she keeps on her nightstand, regret weighing heavily on me. I should have told him long before now. I have no one to blame for this but myself. Every time I tried, I lost my nerve, fearing for the repercussions. Will he take her from me? Will he fight for custody? Make us move back to that godforsaken town? The last thought has me feeling physically sick. I can't go back there. Not ever. Do you think he's ever gonna come back? Hannah whispers, pulling me from my tortured thoughts. Hope edges her voice, but longing is even more prominent. As angry as she is, she wants him. She wants to know him. I hug her close, pressing my lips to her soft cheek. Yeah, baby. He'll come back for you. I have no doubt about that. I just pray he doesn't try to take her from me. It's my greatest fear. I can take his anger and resentment, but I can't take that. Hannah is my life, my reason for living. Once she falls asleep, I carefully climb from bed and go in search of my cell phone. I pull it out of my purse and see several missed calls from Thatcher and realize I have it on silent. My eyes close in regret. If only I got the warning how different the situation could have been for Hannah's sake, for all of our sakes. I hit his contact, bringing a picture of him and Hannah together up on my screen. He answers on the first ring.
Sweet mother of pearl, I've been calling you for hours, child.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, I whisper, my thick voice betraying my emotion.
My boy has been out there,
he says, already knowing the answer. Yes, I pause, swallowing thickly. He's so angry, Thatcher.
I know, darling. We knew this day would come, though, right?
I nod, then remember he can't see me. Yes. He has been trying to convince me for years to tell him, something I wanted to do badly, but I was too much of a coward. How did he find out? I ask.
He found the picture you sent me last week. He left a hole in my wall and the front door on my lawn.
I'm so sorry, I say, feeling awful for the position I put him in.
Don't be. I made my own choice. I'll deal with the consequences. But I won't lose my boy over it. I'm telling you that now.
Justice has one hot temper, and I have no doubt he won't forgive easily for this, but I can't see him staying angry with his father. He loves him too much, values his family too much. Me, on the other hand, is a different story.
How's Hannah J?
He asks. Scared, hurt, and confused, I tell him, remembering the tears she went to sleep with.
She'll be all right. Give my son some time to collect his thoughts. He'll come to his senses. He's going to want a relationship with his daughter. That I'm certain of.
I know he will. And as much as I want that for Hannah, I'm selfishly terrified of what it means for me.
I'll let you know if I hear from him. Otherwise, you keep in touch, all right?
Thanks, Thatcher, for everything.
Good night, darling.
Night. Hanging up, I look around my messy kitchen and forego cleaning it, deciding to head for a shower instead. I soak under the hot spray, letting my tears run with the water as I wonder what the future will hold. A future that I know will no longer be just Hannah and me.
Chapter 7. Justice. Darkness blankets my hotel room, matching the shade in my heart as I stare up at the ceiling. The fiery tip of my cigarette offers a soft glow as I lie here, a violent storm of emotions still suffocating me since my encounter with Ryan. All of them battle against one another, trying to claw their way out, but one overshadows all the others. Regret. It spreads through my chest like wildfire, searing me from the inside out as I think about my daughter. Tears staining her young face while she pretty much told me she hated me, all because I couldn't control my temper. Not even the deadly smoke I inhale soothes the guilt. She shouldn't have been affected by this. For that, I not only blame myself, but also Ryan. None of this would have happened if she had been up front from the beginning. Digging myself from my pocket, I called Brax. He has left a dozen messages, along with my father, but there's no way in hell I'm talking to him right now. "It's about damn time," Brax answers heatedly. "I've been a little fucking busy." A brief moment of silence fills the line. "Dad told me everything. No wonder you tore out of here the way you did. What did Ryan have to say?" What can she say? Nothing will justify what she has done. Nothing will give me back the 6 years I've lost. Time that wasn't only hers to have. "And the kid?" he asks carefully. "Did you see her?" Jaw ticking, I swallow back the remorse in my throat. "Yeah, I saw her." "What's she like?" "Perfect," I answer. She also hates my guts since she saw me completely lose it. That spark of fire in her eyes, the protectiveness she felt over Ryan is something I know all too well. "Dad showed me a picture of her," he tells me. "She's cute. Who knew you could produce something with a sweet face like hers?" His attempt to lighten the moment falls flat. There's nothing funny about any of this. "He feels really bad, Justice." "Not bad enough, or he would have never kept it from me for so long. I get that you're pissed off, and I don't blame you. Knox and I are mad on your behalf, too. So be angry for a while, but eventually you have to forgive him. This is our father, the man who gave us everything when we had nothing. I know who he is. That's why his betrayal hurts so fucking bad. I don't want to talk about him anymore." "Fair enough. So what are you going to do?" The question rolls around in my head, my thoughts and emotions nothing but chaos. "I don't know. But I'm not going anywhere. Not until I sort this out. I'm not leaving my daughter, Brax. Whether she wants me or not, she's not getting rid of me, and neither is Ryan. If she thinks for 1 second I'm going to walk away with only a few visitation rights, she has a battle coming her way. I figured you would be staying for a while, but hopefully not too long. I want to meet her too." "You will, I promise." "How's Knox?" His hesitation doesn't go unnoticed. "He's been quiet, other than when he laid into Thatcher. You can tell he's scared, though. He knows what this means for us all." I knew he would be. It changes things. Back in the day, Ryan threatened to change those things too, but this is different. My daughter isn't a threat. She's the game changer, and we all know it. "Be there for him," I say. "Tell him not to worry. We'll work it out. Already been doing that, but you know how he is. My brother is broken, irreparable. The only thing that keeps his demons away is the bond we have. To think of having to turn my back on that leaves me guilt-stricken. Look, I better go. I have a few more calls to make, but I'll keep in touch," I tell him. "Sounds good. Talk soon." The line goes dead with his departure, and I'm left with my thoughts once again. One way or another, I will make this work. Family means everything to me, and I will fight until my dying breath for the people who are important to me. My daughter now being my number one.
Chapter 8. Ryan. The lunch rush is beginning to trickle out, my feet aching as I wipe down the empty tables. My head hurts from the lack of sleep, but nothing hurts as much as my heavy heart. I haven't stopped thinking about Justice since our destructive confrontation. the pain in his eyes haunting me wherever I go. Taking Hannah to school this morning was hard. She looked as tired and sad as I felt, but there was no way I would have found someone to fill my shift on such short notice, and I didn't want to leave Chuck and Laverne stranded. Besides, being at school with her friends will be good for her, help keep her mind off things. Her teacher promised to watch out for her. She even made Hannah Student of the Day, something she was very excited about. Her smile was a little brighter when I left. 3 more hours until I can hug her again. Every moment I spend with her are ones I cherish. I walk into the kitchen where Chuck is flipping greasy burgers and filling orders. "Things dying down out there yet?" he asks, dodging a large flame that flashes from his hot grill. "A little." "Good, because I need to take a piss." I chuckle at the unnecessary information. My boss has no problem speaking his mind. He's a little rough around the edges, but I appreciate him and his wife. I've been working at Roadhouse for almost 4 years now, a bar and grill famous for its good food and late-night fun. Chuck and Laverne, a married couple who fight more than they get along, own the place. The two have been good to me, allowing me to work day shifts to fit my schedule with Hannah. I'm only made to work 2 evenings a month. Thankfully, Miss Peggy, a sweet elderly lady who lives down the way from me, watches Hannah on those nights. "Ryan?" Laverne calls my name as she pushes through the swinging door, looking a little flustered. "Yeah? There's some hunk of a man out there asking for you. He's scary as all hell and looks pissed." My heart bangs against my rib cage, knowing immediately who it is. How did he know I work here? Because Justice Creed knows everything. Well, almost everything. Besides the one secret I managed to keep hidden all these years. "You want me to get rid of him?" Laverne offers at my hesitation. "Just say the word and Chuck will haul his intimidating ass out of here." "You know it," Chuck says, raising his spatula. Justice would eat poor Chuck for breakfast, but I forego saying that, not wanting to wound his ego. "Thanks, y'all, but I got this. Mind if I take a quick break?" "Go ahead," Laverne says. "I'll cover your 2 remaining tables until you're done." "Thanks, I appreciate it." "Let me know if you need me," Chuck says as I head for the door. "I got your back." "How about you just get flipping those burgers?" Laverne yells. "I'm still waiting on table 7's dang cheeseburger." "It's coming, woman. Quit harping on me and make yourself useful, why don't you?" I shake my head at their bickering, an amused smile on my face that dies the moment I walk out and find Justice sitting up at the bar. His dark eyes collide with mine, pinning me in place and making my pulse race. Even after all this time, he still affects me so strongly. With just a look, I'm lost to him, my heart dancing to a new beat. I also don't miss the way every other woman in this place is held prisoner by his presence. Some things never change. Digging deep for courage, I put one foot in front of the other and walk up to him. "Hi," I whisper, hating how shaky my voice sounds. "We need to talk." His expression is stone, fury still prominent in his eyes, but he's not yelling at the moment, so I take that as a small achievement. I nod. "My boss is allowing me a quick break. You want to have a seat?" I ask, gesturing over to an empty table. "No, my truck." He doesn't even wait for me to agree, just walks out the door expecting me to follow. It's probably for the best anyway. The last thing I want is all my dirty laundry aired in front of my coworkers and customers. Gold Creek is small and close-knit, like Winchester, just not filled with such vile people. There's a light mist when I step outside, my cowgirl boots landing in a puddle from the downpour we just had. I pull my plaid button-down over my white tank top and follow Justice to his truck, the puddles splashing up my bare legs thanks to my denim shorts. I'm completely taken by surprise when he walks to the passenger side and opens the door for me. The act is so unexpected that I look up at him, brushing my damp hair out of my face. My eyes search his for any kind of hint, any kind of hope that maybe, just maybe, we'll be okay. He gives away nothing, his hard gaze void of any emotion. Heart deflating, I reach up for the handle on the inside of the door, pulling myself up into the tall truck. A truck similar to those his brothers drive. It has me wondering about his bike, and thinking about some of my favorite moments with him. The euphoria is short-lived when he slams the door, making me jump. My eyes close, and I scold myself for being so naive. I need to remember why he's here, not get lost walking down memory lane. He climbs in on his side and closes the door, not nearly as hard as he closed mine, then lights up a cigarette, filling the truck with smoke. The scent is like an aphrodisiac, a warmth invading my chest as the smell takes me back to years earlier.
"Where's Hannah?"
he asks, his eyes remaining straight ahead. Hearing him say her name does all sorts of things to my sad heart. "At school," I tell him, licking my dry lips. "She's in kindergarten."
"Does she like it?"
"She loves it. She's sad it's almost over." Silence fills the truck, mingling with the smoke. His jaw ticks with emotion, contradicting his civil attitude. "I'm sorry how things ended yesterday, Justice." I start, having no doubt it's weighing as strongly on him as it has been on us. Hannah was upset and scared. She didn't mean what she said. His head turns, furious eyes snapping to mine.
"And whose fault is that?"
"Mine," I answer without hesitation. "I'm not disputing the fact that I've made mistakes. I know I'm to blame for how you both feel right now." He watches me, eyes hard and determined.
"I want my daughter, Ryan."
My heart sinks straight to my stomach, panic robbing me of air like a cruel thief.
"I want a relationship with her,"
he adds. My erratic heart rate slows, stomach untwisting. "She wants that too." He grunts in disbelief. "She does," I assure him. "We spoke after you left, and she understands your feelings are valid. As much as she can for a 5-year-old, I add. I also made sure she knew you weren't mad at her." His lips curl, an almost vicious snarl leaving him.
"You're not getting it. Yesterday shouldn't have happened at all. I shouldn't have had to find out about my daughter by some fucking piece of mail and a picture of her staring at me in the goddamn face."
I gaze back at him through blurry vision, hating the pain and anger bleeding from him. You're right, and I'm sorry for that. So sorry.
"Were you really that worried I would fuck up as a father, that you felt the need to hide her from me?"
The question slices me like a cruel blade. "Of course not," I choke out. "How could you even think that?"
"What do you expect me to think? You kept my fucking kid from me. I have a 5-year-old daughter I know nothing about."
There are reasons I did what I did, Justice. Reasons I'll one day explain to you when you're capable of actually hearing them. Right now you're too angry, and I don't fault you for it. I can't change what I've done, but I can change the here and now. Hannah wants a relationship with you. She always has, I whisper, feeling the guilt of that statement burn my soul.
"Good, because I'm telling you now, I'm not going anywhere."
It's on the tip of my tongue to ask exactly what he means by that. I find it hard to believe he will stay here forever, and the thought of him taking Hannah back to Winchester has panic threatening to choke me. But I decide it's a discussion for another time. I'm not ready for that battle quite yet. "Why don't you come over tonight?" I suggest. "You can spend some time with her and get to know her." A little calmer, he inhales another long pull of his cigarette, letting the smoke drift out slowly. I hate how enamored I am by it.
"What time does she go to bed?"
8.
"I'll come by around 6.
Nodding, I take that as my cue and hop out of his truck. Before I can close the door, he calls out to me.
"What kinds of things is she into?"
he asks, a vulnerability in his voice.
"I want to buy her something."
My heart warms at his thoughtfulness. She'll love anything you get her. She's an easy child to please, but you don't have to buy her anything, Justice. She just wants you. He stares back at me, his jaw ticking with hard emotion. Feeling close to tears, I close the door and head back to work, feeling his eyes on me until the very last second that I walk inside.
Chapter 9. Justice. From the time I was born, I was raised without any emotions, shown no love of any kind until my brothers and Thatcher came along. It made me hard, strong, and fearless. I've watched my own mother die in front of me when I was nothing more than a child. I've faced down the barrel of a gun and stared an enemy in the face before blowing his brains out. None of it scared me. It seems there's a first time for everything, because as I pull up to Ryan's to formally meet my daughter, I'm fucking terrified. Scared she won't forgive me for yesterday. Worried I will fuck up this parenting thing. But most of all, I'm terrified for how much I already love her, knowing she might not ever feel the same way. There's a cold sweat dotting my palms as I climb out of the truck, an erratic beat to my heart that I can't understand. I grip the gift bag with the stuffed animal in it, second-guessing my decision. I spent hours trying to find the perfect gift, but I soon realized there was nothing out there good enough for her. The old lady at the toy store seemed more than amused to find me wandering the aisles. She led me over to the stuffed animal section that apparently is popular with Hannah's age group, so I went with it. I was going to buy the whole rack, but she told me that would be too overwhelming for a 5-year-old. After staring at every fucking animal there was, I went with the pink lion, because yesterday she had the courage and protectiveness of one. It was also the biggest animal the store carried. Just as I climb the porch stairs, the front door squeaks open, and out steps the most beautiful little girl I've ever seen. My little girl. She wears a white dress with strawberries on it, red cowgirl boots, and her long dark hair is swept aside with a big strawberry clip in it. She's perfect, and she's mine. Hi, Hannah. I greet her, clearing my throat when I hear how rough it sounds. Hi, she whispers, twirling her hair nervously. I look past her to find Ryan just inside the screen door, her expression pained as she stays back to give us this moment. The bitterness and anger I try to keep hidden attempts to break through my calm demeanor, but I manage to tamp it down and focus on my daughter. I was hoping we could talk for a while and get to know each other. That okay with you? My breath traps in my chest, viciously imprisoned as I await her response. Thankfully, she nods, giving me the chance to at least try and make things right. Ryan chooses that moment to intervene. Do you want to come in or sit out on the porch? I look at Hannah, letting her decide. She points to the porch swing. If it's all right with you, I like swinging. Porch it is then, I tell Ryan. Go on and sit. I'll bring y'all out something to drink. She walks away, leaving us in awkward silence. I follow Hannah over to the swing where she takes a seat, her small feet dangling, while I remain standing, leaning against the railing. As much as I want to sit next to her, I don't want to crowd her. Your mom told me you were at school today. I start. She nods softly, her fingers twisting in her lap. It seems I'm not the only one who's nervous. Do you like it? Yes, she whispers, her eyes remaining cast down. Hating the awkwardness between us, I decide to cut the bullshit and break the ice with an apology first. Listen, Hannah, I'm really sorry you saw me react the way I did yesterday. I was caught off guard and angry, but I should have calmed down before I came over here. For that, I'm sorry, and I'm really sorry if I scared you. For the first time since sitting down, she finally peeks up at me. I don't like anyone yelling at my mama. That spark of fire I witnessed yesterday is in her eyes, but so is hurt, and it's that emotion that has remorse flooding my veins. I shouldn't have gotten upset at her the way I did, but I want you to know I'm not mad at you. Are you still mad at her? It's on the tip of my tongue to lie to her, but I decide against it. Yes, it's going to take some time for me to not feel angry anymore, but I promise you won't ever see me get mad like that again. Do you hate her? She asks, continuing to look me in the face. No. As much as I want to hate Ryan, I can't. Not only because of our past, but because the little girl sitting in front of me right now makes that impossible. I also want you to know I'm not upset that I have a kid. I continue, needing her to know this. I'm upset that I didn't know about you. Those last words are harder to get out than I anticipated, that ever-present regret burning in my blood. Does that mean you want me? Her wide, hopeful eyes punch me right in the chest with enough force to squeeze the air from my lungs. Yeah, I breathe out, having a hard time speaking. I want you, Hannah. I've always wanted you, even when I didn't know about you. She offers me the softest smile, giving me a little hope that I'm not fucking this up too badly. Maybe one day you can forgive Mama. I nod, but remain silent, because right now forgiveness seems too far away. Before either of us can say more, Ryan steps outside carrying 2 glasses of sweet tea. I'll set these here for you guys. She doesn't look at me, using her hair to shield her face, but the emotion in her voice tells me she's been listening to our conversation. Thanks, Mama. I'll be inside if you need anything. Kissing Hannah's head, she walks back into the house without sparing me a glance. Hannah takes a sip of her drink, then puts it back down next to her and looks at me expectantly. So what now? Blatant and to the point. Another thing I respect. Now I give you this. I hand her the gift bag, my nerves spiking again. Excitement dances in her eyes as she takes it from me and wastes no time digging into the bag. Her small gasp fills the air when she pulls out the lion, hugging it to her chest. A Beanie Boo! The happiness in her voice sends relief coursing through me. The lady at the store told me they're popular. Yes, sir. I have 3, but they are the small ones because the big ones cost too much money. Misplaced guilt plagues me as I wonder, not for the first time, how Ryan has been managing to support herself and our daughter all these years. I would have taken care of them if given half the chance, and to think my daughter was denied anything because of it only adds to the deep-seated anger burning inside of me. My friend Gemma has 30, Hannah continues, envy strong in her voice. One day, I'm going to have that many too. I've been collecting. I knew I should have bought the whole damn rack. She would have had more than Gemma. I should have never listened to that lady. What's its name? She asks me. I try to come up with one, but none come to mind. What do you want to call it? The name is on its butt, silly, she tells me, giggling. But I can't read. She flips the lion over, flashing me its ass. Oh. I step forward, feeling like an asshole, and read the name stitched on the bottom. Nacho. What kind of fucking name is that? Nacho, I love it. A good name, I guess. She starts petting his mane. I've never owned a lion before. He even matches my room. Your room is pink? I ask, digging for any information about her. Things that I should already know, but have been denied the privilege. Yes? Do you want to come see it? Yeah, I would. I want to know everything about her. Her likes and dislikes, her talent, what she loves to do. I want to know every single thing about her. But for now, I'll start with seeing her room. Come on, she says, skipping into the house. I follow her inside to see Ryan jump back from the window, pretending to busy herself when she's obviously been spying. We're going to my room, Mama, Hannah tells her, racing up the hardwood stairs. Okay, I'll be down here. She trails off, fidgeting nervously. My eyes meet hers as I climb the steps, our gazes locking, and the past begins to emerge one memory at a time. Not that they have ever strayed far from my mind, but for the past 24 hours, I haven't been able to see past my anger until now. The turbulent emotions I feel when it comes to her throws me off, and I don't fucking like it. Once she's out of view, I follow Hannah into a small pink room with a white bed, dresser, and nightstand. In the corner is a little white table and chair set with a pink tea set. I have a feeling your favorite color is pink. She giggles, the beautiful sound inflating my chest. Yeah, one of them. She places the lion down on her bed next to a doll she has sitting there, and 3 of the other small stuffed animals she was telling me about. Meet Icicle, Butter, and Kipper. Guys, this is Nacho. I smirk, amused by her introduction. My eyes wander over her bedroom as she gets them situated, and I come across a picture on her nightstand that has every muscle tensing in my body. Walking over, I pick up the frame. The picture of me on my bike was taken when I was unaware. Mama gave that to me, she whispers, peering at me somberly. So I would know what you look like, and I could say goodnight to you. Anger tightens my chest, passing back and forth like a ball of fire. She shouldn't have had to say goodnight to a fucking picture, and I should have been able to say goodnight to her in return. All moments I will never get back. Pulling myself together, I put the picture back down and turned to her. You like the zoo, Hannah? She doesn't miss a beat at this sudden change of topic.
Yes, sir. I've only been one time, but I liked it a lot. Mama took me for one of my birthdays.
Her answer only serves to drive this overwhelming resentment deeper inside of me. There's so much I need to make up for. Would you like to go with me? I ask. Her eyes widen.
Right now?
I smirk. No, it's too late for that, but maybe this weekend?
She's free this weekend.
Ryan speaks up, entering the doorway.
Would you like to go, Hannah?
She nods at her mother, then brings her attention back to me.
Will I get to see you before then?
I'll be back every night to see you, I tell her, not bothering to ask Ryan. I won't ask to see my daughter. She smiles, seeming content with that answer. I'll let you get to bed then, but I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
I hesitate, not ready to leave her yet, but know it's for the best, especially with the bitterness clawing away at me. Good night, Hannah.
Good night,
she whispers. I head down the stairs, regret searing my veins.
I'll be right back,
Ryan says, coming down behind me. I don't slow my hurried steps, anger pushing me forward.
Justice, wait,
she calls, following me outside. Not now, Ryan.
Please, just 1 minute.
I turn on her, my chest heaving with the rage threatening to explode. What do you want? Say it so I can get the fuck out of here. She swallows thickly, emotion welling in her eyes that I feel no remorse for.
I'm sorry. I know this is hard for you.
You don't have a fucking clue how hard this is for me. How painful it is to know that 5 years of my daughter's life have passed, and I'm here trying to arrange visits with a fucking stranger.
You can come see her as much as you want,
she chokes out, tears streaking down her cheeks. You're damn right I can, and not because you said I could. I have rights, Ryan. Ones you will no longer deny me. Without another word, I climb into my truck and peel away, clinging to the rage festering in my gut, because it's a hell of a lot easier than acknowledging the pain in my chest.
Chapter 10. Ryan. I watch his truck disappear into the night, the deep hurt in his eyes torturing my battered heart. Watching him try to interact with Hannah tonight was hard. He looked so torn, so uncertain. And this is a man who has never been uncertain about a thing in his life. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to forgive myself. I can't blame Justice if he doesn't either. Wiping my tears away, I head back into the house and climb up the stairs to find Hannah sitting on her bed, holding her lion and looking at her father's picture. She too looks a little lost and uncertain. Hey, I speak quietly, trying to keep my emotion in check. Hey, Mama. I walk further inside and take a seat next to her on the bed. How are you feeling? She shrugs. Okay. Did you enjoy your visit with him? I guess. We didn't spend much time together. The disappointment in her voice tugs at my aching heart. She wanted more time, but I could tell Justice was close to losing his temper again, especially after seeing the picture. It was quick, I agree, but he will be back tomorrow, and I'm sure he will stay a little longer. Maybe you can come up with some things you guys can do together. Like what? She asks. I shrug. Why don't you make a list? You could share what some of your favorite things are, like your favorite food or movie. That's a good idea. She smiles, more hopeful than she was a second ago. Will you help me write them all out? Of course, but in the morning, okay? Right now we need to get you ready for bed. We head into the hall bathroom where she brushes her teeth and washes up. I smile as I watch her do it all on her own, unbelieving how fast time goes by. It feels like just yesterday she was sleeping in my arms as I sang to her while she took her bottle. At only 5 years old, she is more mature than most kids her age. She's confident, independent, and has a fire in her soul like I've only ever seen in one person. I let that thought trail off before I'm overwhelmed with guilt once again. Once she finishes, I get her back in bed and under the covers. She reaches for her lion, hugging it close to her small chest. "It sure was nice of him to give you this special gift," I say, leaning over to touch the stuffed animal. "Oh yes, I love Nacho." Her face transforms into a smile that lights up the whole room, but it fades quickly. "I'm excited to go to the zoo with him, but I'm a little scared, too." "That's normal. I'll bet he's nervous, too." "I don't know about that," she says. "I don't think he's scared of anything." I used to think the same thing, but tonight I saw differently. Tonight I saw emotions I've never seen from him as he looked at our daughter. If anyone can break through his barriers, I have no doubt that it's the little girl in front of me. She has a light about her that makes it impossible not to change people. "It'll be good. You'll see." After the reassurance, I lean down, brushing a kiss on her cheek. "Good night." "Night, Mama." She turns on her side and faces Justice's picture next. "Night, Daddy," she whispers. The tears I've been keeping in tumble down my cheeks. I turn before she can see them and move for the door, but what she says next stops me cold. "He doesn't hate you, you know. He even told me so." My eyes close as I swallow the lump in my throat. For her benefit, I turn around and offer her the best smile I can manage. "I know. Don't worry about me. I'm fine." She nods, but doesn't seem convinced. "Good night," I say again, before walking out the door and closing it behind me. My back rests against it as I release a painful breath. Eventually, I head downstairs to make myself some tea, needing something to warm the coldness that's taken up residence inside of me. I sit in the living room, holding the hot mug, and look around the tiny farmhouse I've been renting for the last 6 years. As thankful as I am to Thatcher for helping me find it, I can't help but wonder where I would be now if that night all those years ago went differently. It's something I often think about. What if that girl hadn't been at Justice's apartment when I showed up, and it was just the two of us, and I could have told him everything? Where would we all be now? Would he have left town with me? Or would he have forced me to stay? I have no doubt it would have been the latter. Justice doesn't run from anything, and as cowardly as I may be for doing it, Hannah and I have lived a much more peaceful life for it. No accusing stares from the prominent people in that town, something I refuse to ever subject my daughter to. Then there's Derek. The thought of him has a shiver running down my spine as I remember that fateful night, the night I saw him for the monster he really is, and how close he came to stealing my body from me, one that had my baby growing inside of it. He's the mayor of Winchester now, something that didn't surprise me in the least when Thatcher told me. He's been groomed for that position from the time he was born. It's how the founding families keep control of that town, making sure all their people end up in the right positions. If you threaten any part of that, they will eliminate you. It's a very big reason why I left. My parents would have seen Hannah as a threat, not the blessing she is. She would have ruined their precious reputation, which is exactly why I will never return to that town. No matter what, I will protect her from that kind of evil.
Chapter 11. Justice. I pull up to Ryan's the next day with another gift in hand, this time a single pink rose. It's the first time I've ever bought flowers. I felt as lost in that store as I do with my own daughter, and I fucking hate it. She deserves more from me, but I don't know how to give it to her. Ryan steps out onto the porch, stopping me mid-stride. My eyes travel down the length of her, admiring what I've been too angry to acknowledge. Her auburn hair is swept up in a mess on top of her head, a few stray pieces clinging to the sides of her pretty face that has matured over the years to being even more beautiful. Her short black sundress is loose against her body, but does nothing to conceal the curves I know she possesses beneath it. The summer heat leaves a dampness to her fair skin, reminding me what it felt like on mine when I was pounding into her, making her scream my name. Just a month before she disappeared, taking my daughter with her. The reminder is like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames of desire. "Where's Hannah?" I ask, foregoing any kind of greeting. The flash of hurt in her eyes bothers me more than I care to admit.
She's coming. You can have a seat on the swing, unless you want to come in and...
Her words trail off when I climb up the steps and walk toward the swing.
Okay,
she mumbles. Like yesterday, I remain standing and lean against the railing while I wait.
You want something to drink?
She asks, continuing to be polite. The only response I give her is a shake of my head. I'm too pissed off for any civility at the moment. She grinds her teeth, chin jutting out, and it gives me a small amount of satisfaction to get the reaction out of her. I selfishly want her to feel the same anger and pain that she has triggered inside of me. She finally decides to give up and walks back inside, the bottom of her dress teasing the tops of her creamy thighs as she stomps away. My fingers twitch with the urge to pull the material over her hips, bend her over this railing, and fuck all the resentment I have for her out of my system. Maybe then I'll be able to have a conversation with her. Blowing out of breath, I run a hand through my hair and pull myself together. My daughter is my only concern right now. Once I figure things out with her, then I'll deal with Ryan. As if my thoughts summoned her, the screen door squeaks open and out steps Hannah, looking as beautiful and perfect as I left her last night. She comes to a stop just a few feet away, holding some papers in her hands and looking as nervous as I feel. "Hi," I greet her first.
"Hi,"
she whispers, tucking a piece of her hair behind her ear. Unsure of where to start, I hand her the rose. Her smile penetrates my chest, banishing the anger I felt only moments ago. She steps forward and takes it from me.
"Thank you. I've never gotten a flower before."
It's a first for both of us then, because I've never bought one before. The admission only seems to please her further.
"I have something for you too."
She hands me one of the pieces of paper in her hand. Surprised, I take it and stare down at the colorful drawing. It's of two stick people holding hands, a tall person and a little person, their necks longer than their bodies. They stand next to what I'm assuming is a motorbike, but it's hard to tell. A rainbow is colored in the blue sky with grass, hills, and birds scattered over the page. At the bottom is scribbled, "Love, Hannah." It's the most perfect mess I've ever seen. "You made this for me?" I ask, my voice gruffer than I expected.
"Yes, sir. It's a picture of me and you."
I continue to stare down at it, unable to find the right words for what I'm feeling.
"I was going to write it to you, but I wasn't sure what to call you,"
she says, the words trailing off on a whisper. My eyes snap to hers, and I hate the uncertainty I find there. Crouching down, I bring myself to her level. "Our situation is a little different than most, isn't it?" She nods. "What do you want to call me?" She answers with a shrug, but it doesn't reflect the answer in her eyes. "What have you always called me?"
"Daddy?"
The word strikes me right in the fucking chest, reaching places I never knew existed and places I thought were gone forever. "Good. That's what I want you to call me because that's who I am." She smiles, satisfied with that answer. "I know we have a lot to sort out," I tell her, "but never second guess who I am to you. I'm your father, and I'm not going anywhere. Okay?" She nods, then holds up the other piece of paper she has in her hand.
"Mama helped me write a list of my favorite things so we could get to know each other better. Would you like to hear them?"
"Yes, I would. I want to know every second of her life, every single detail." We take a seat on the swing and she scoots close to me, so close that her small leg presses against mine, the light touch triggering an array of emotions to thunder inside of me.
"I remember most of it, but you might have to help me read a little,"
she says, scratching her small cheek. "No problem."
"My favorite color is pink, which you already know."
She starts, sparing me a glance that I nod to.
"My favorite food is ice cream, even though Mama says it's not real food."
I smirk. "What flavor?"
"Strawberry, most of the time, but I like chocolate too."
"Good choices."
"What's yours?"
she asks, peering up at me. It takes me a moment to think of an answer. "Chocolate, I guess."
"You don't sound very sure of yourself."
I chuckle, amused by the way she calls me out. Not many people would. "I don't eat much of it, that's why." She nods and looks back down at her paper.
"I love listening to Taylor Swift. She sings some of my favorite songs. Do you know her?"
I know of her, but I haven't listened to her music before.
Who do you listen to?
I shrug. I like a lot of stuff, but AC/DC is my favorite.
I don't know them.
I grin. I'm not surprised. They're a bit older. She passes me her pen.
Could you write one of their songs down, please, so I can listen to it later?
Sure. I take the pen from her and write down Thunderstruck, trying to remember if there is swearing or not. Hopefully it's the latter.
Thanks. My favorite is Shake It Off, if you want to listen to it.
Okay. She looks down, moving on to the next item on her list.
My favorite movie is Brave. She's also my favorite princess because she knows how to shoot a bow and arrow and kick major butt.
My brow lifts. You like bow and arrows, huh?
Yes, sir.
Now we're getting somewhere.
I have a plastic one because Mama won't let me have a real one. She said they are too dangerous.
They can be, if not used properly.
Do you know how to use one? She asks.
Yeah, sometime. I'll show you how.
You mean it?
She asks, her eyes lighting up every dark place inside of me. Yeah, I mean it.
That's great. If I can learn that and ride a horse, I could be just like Merida.
I have no idea who this Merida chick is, but I have no doubt she's not as cool as the girl sitting next to me. She continues down the line, telling me everything from her favorite book to all the things she loves to do. I hang on every word, entranced by the information she shares. It's exactly what I've needed, to know my daughter. 2 hours pass before Ryan steps outside, regretfully telling Hannah it's time to get ready for bed.
Oh, man.
Her disappointment resembles my own. She looks up at me, her eyes hopeful.
You gonna come back tomorrow?
Every night, I promise.
Cool. I'll think of more questions for us.
Sounds good. She stands and faces me awkwardly, silence filling the air between us. My hands fist at my sides, a war battling within me on whether to pull her in for a hug or not. In the end, I refrain, not wanting to fuck up this newfound place we have found ourselves in.
Bye,
she mumbles quietly. Bye. She turns to walk away, only making it a few steps before she spins back around and runs toward me. I kneel down just in time to take her in my arms, engulfing her small body as she hugs my neck.
Good night, Daddy,
she whispers. It takes everything in me to keep my emotions in check, my entire world tilting on its axis. Good night, Hannah. I make no move to let her go, soaking up every second I can, an attempt to make up for all the lost years. When I can no longer stall, I ease my hold and she walks back inside, leaving me with an emptiness I've never felt. Ryan looks at me, regret in her eyes, but it doesn't even come close to the one gripping my chest.
Will you wait out here for me? I have something I want to show you.
I nod, mainly because I feel like I can't move. I'm anchored to my spot, knowing after that hug, I'll never be the same again.
Ryan. After I finish tucking Hannah in, I walk out of her room, my heart full from listening to her excitedly ramble about her visit with Justice. I'm so proud of her for being brave and making that first move with him. You could tell he wanted to do it, but he didn't know how. The longing in his eyes had broken my heart, which is why I asked for him to wait for me. I want to give him something that won't make up for the pain I've caused, but will maybe help fill some holes for him. Grabbing the book that I left sitting on the bench near the front door, I walk outside, my hand practically shaking with nerves. After his cold reception when he first got here, I'm unsure how well this will go. His head snaps up at my approach, and my heart pinches in my chest at the tormented expression on his face. It sounds like y'all had a good night together, I start quietly. He nods but says nothing else. Stealing my nerves, I hand him the album. It's Hannah's baby book. I thought you might want to look at it. He takes it from me, staring down at the soft yellow gingham cover. Everything is documented in there, along with pictures, even a lock of hair from her first haircut. He opens it to the first page and reads her full birth name and weight. Hannah Justice Creed, born July 28, 2013, 5 pounds, 2 ounces. His fingers brush over her middle name.
So that's what the J stands for.
Yes, Since he didn't get to be there to help pick her name, it was my way of making him a part of it. I personally love it. It's fitting, and the whole reason why Thatcher calls her Hannah J. It's his way of keeping justice in our lives, too. The next page is a picture of me just days before my delivery. Thatcher had come by to check in, and we went for a walk in a nearby field. While I felt like a whale, huffing and puffing as I trudged through the weeds, he snapped this picture, telling me there was nothing more beautiful than a woman carrying a child. I called him a liar that day and laughed, until I saw this photograph. It's my most favorite picture of myself. The sun had been shining so bright, catching the red and gold in my auburn hair and dancing along my skin. The long white maxi dress I wore complemented the moment perfectly. Even though I was terrified for what my future held, I looked like I was right where I was always meant to be, ready to start the next chapter of my life with my precious baby girl. Justice flips to a photo of Hannah when she was first born. She hadn't even been bathed yet.
She was so small,
he murmurs, touching the picture. Bravely, I sit next to him on the swing, leaving a good distance between us. I had her earlier than expected. She was small, but she was fierce.
Why did she come early?
He asks. I had high blood pressure, and it caused me to go into early labor. They did everything they could to stop it, but Hannah was determined to make her debut early, so I had to have an emergency C-section. He finally looks over at me, his dark eyes meeting mine.
What does that mean?
She was surgically removed. I smile at the panic on his face. It happens more often than you think. It's a simple procedure, just a longer healing process. He looks back down at the book, his thoughts hard to decipher. He turns to the next page and stills, at the photo of Thatcher holding Hannah. Silence fills the air, his body rigid. He's been trying to call you, I whisper.
Don't, he grits. I'm not discussing my father with you.
Swallowing nervously, I stupidly ignore his warning and push on. I know you're angry, Justice. A bitter laugh escapes him.
Angry is a fucking understatement.
I get it, but this isn't his fault. He tried to get me to tell you. He slams the book down between us, making me jump, and pushes to his feet.
Then why the fuck didn't you? You had 6 years, Ryan.
Because I was scared, I tell him, speaking past the emotion threatening to consume me. By the time I had her, and with every month that passed, I only became more fearful. I was worried about your reaction. Terrified you would make us go back there, something I couldn't do. I still can't. Now that I have voiced it out loud, I decide to lay it all on the line. The one sacrifice I will not make. I can't go back to Winchester, Justice. Not with my family and everyone else there.
What about my fucking family?
Your brothers are welcome here any time to see her.
They shouldn't have to travel hours to see her. They shouldn't have to make appointments, and neither should I. I've spoken to a lawyer. I have rights too, damn it.
My blood runs cold at the admission, fear wrapping around my heart like a deadly snake. You spoke to a lawyer?
Of course I did. What the hell was I supposed to do?
Are you planning to fight for custody? The question barely makes it past the panic restricting my throat. Terror thrashes through my veins when he remains silent, his expression hard as granite. Answer me. He shakes his head.
I'm not doing this with you. Not now.
He turns his back on me and starts down the stairs, heading for his truck. It sends me to my feet, and I race down the rickety steps after him. Don't you dare threaten me and walk away, Justice Creed. When he doesn't slow his strides, I jump in front of him, my fist striking out against his chest. You will not take my daughter, do you hear me? The pain, fear, and anger all explode at once. Tears soak my face as I lash out, my fists colliding with his chest. He grips my wrist and pins my thrashing body against his truck. Before I can anticipate his next move, his mouth slams down on mine, dominating it in ways only he can. My struggle comes to a stop and I gasp, the earth rocking beneath my feet. He uses the opportunity to thrust his tongue inside, taking what he wants, infecting my heart like no one else ever has. The kiss is furious and punishing, stoking the fire and fury between us. His potent taste, the one I've never forgotten, settles deep into my bones. My fingers fist his hair as I match every angry stroke he delivers. His strong thigh wedges between my legs as he keeps my arms pinned above my head, pressing against the one spot that sends shockwaves through my body. My hips lift, pussy grinding as I greedily reach for that mind-numbing pleasure. It's been so long. Too long. The orgasm washes over me like a hurricane, flooding every nerve ending in my body. I drown in it, crying against his mouth, too lost in it all to be embarrassed by the quick thrill. He grips my jaw with one hand and forces my head back against his truck, his teeth sinking into my bottom lip with a sharp bite. The metallic taste of blood touches my tongue before he pulls his mouth away. His furious face hovers before mine, eyes wild with lust, but the anger is still there, just as prominent as before.
We could have been so good, Ryan.
My lungs heave for air as I gaze up at him, heart beating painfully with every breath I take. Just us, or your brothers too? His jaw tightens.
You know better than that.
The hell I do, I counter. We both made choices, Justice. Ones we have to live with. I'll accept responsibility for mine, but it's time you accept yours. How do you think I felt when I showed up to your apartment to tell you I was pregnant, only to find you and your brothers fucking that girl? The pain that memory brings slices me as deeply as it did all those years ago.
I never touched her.
The truth staring back at me shocks my very being. But you weren't dressed, you...
Was just getting out of the shower.
He finishes for me.
Something you would have known, had you stuck around to let me explain.
My eyes close briefly, the clarification evoking a storm of emotions. Even still, it doesn't change our circumstance. I will not raise my daughter in a town where everyone questions who her father is, where she will have to hear the whispers and the rumors. He glares down at me, but I don't let him speak, anger igniting within me once more. If you think you're going to take her from me, then you better be ready, because the enemies you put a bullet in will seem like fucking saints compared to the fight I will bring you. He smirks, amused by the threat.
Is that so?
Damn straight it is. His large body crowds me further, hard face dipping next to mine. I hold my ground, refusing to cower to his intimidation tactic.
As much as I would love to make you hurt the way you have me, I love my daughter more. But hear me now, Ryan. You are not calling the shots any longer. She's my kid too, and I will take what belongs to me.
His fingers brush my swollen lips.
All of it.
Chapter 12. Justice. By the time Saturday rolls around, I'm more than ready to spend a full day with my daughter. Each visit has gotten a little easier, and things are more comfortable between us, but we're still far from where I want to be. She can talk for hours, which is perfect because I could listen to her for that long and never get bored. I've come to realize we have more in common than I first thought. She was enraptured when I explained my job to her. At least the kid version of it, because how do you explain to a child you shoot people for a living, even if it's for the sake of your country? She was so captivated by it, she even asked if I could show her how to shoot one day. I couldn't have been prouder in that moment. I'll make sure she grows up knowing exactly how to protect herself, just like Thatcher taught all of us. Although, if the need ever did arise that she needed protection, the threat would be eliminated before she even had a chance to take care of it herself. I'd make certain of it. After our long talks, she leaves me with a hug, one I feel for the rest of the night. Everyone has burrowed deep into my heart, making me long for that moment when I will get another one. Things between Ryan and I are still tense. We've barely spoken. Other than exchanging numbers, she has stayed out of my way, and I hers. She hasn't asked me to stay late again. Not after the last time. The image of her fucking my leg and coming apart has haunted me every night since. I was an asshole to her, and I know it, but I also meant every word I said. She is not calling the shots any longer. Hannah is my child too, and I will have a say in our future. She has denied me of that privilege long enough. I've thought a lot about what she said, especially about the part of not wanting Hannah in Winchester because of the talk that circulates about my brothers and me. Personally, I think it's bullshit. Yes, we have a reputation, but the people who talk shit are the ones who know nothing about us, and I'll be damned if I let them affect my family, especially my daughter. I have no intention of uprooting Hannah right away, not with school almost being done for summer, but Winchester is not out of the question like Ryan thinks it is. I will be patient, but only for so long. My brothers want to meet her, and I want that too. Eventually, I want to return home with my entire family, including Ryan. When the time is right, I will broach the subject again, but no lawyers will be involved. One way or another, Ryan and I will work this out. Hannah's smiling face in the window is the first thing I see when I pull up to the house. She bulldozes out the door as I climb out of the truck, her excitement palpable.
Hi, Daddy. I'm ready.
Hearing that name fall past her lips punches me in the chest every fucking time. I will never tire of hearing it, even if it scares the living shit out of me. She has a small backpack on and holds a CD in her hands.
Mama packed us snacks and water. I also brought my Taylor Swift CD since you haven't had a chance to listen to it yet.
Before I can say a word, Ryan comes barreling out of the house.
Hannah J. Creed,
she yells, her hands on her hips.
What am I? Chopped liver? Can I have a hug goodbye?
Hannah giggles.
Sorry, Mama, I got excited.
She runs up the porch and jumps into her arms. Ryan hugs her close, her eyes closing as pain washes over her face. It's obvious this is harder on her than she's letting on, something I should be happy about, but for some reason I'm not.
I love you, she whispers. Have fun, okay? Don't worry, we will.
Once she puts Hannah down, her eyes find mine.
Do you know how long you'll be gone for?
I'll have her home before dinner. She nods and looks like she wants to say more, but doesn't. Instead, she flashes our daughter a smile and walks back inside. My eyes follow her every step until she disappears.
Ready?
Hannah asks, pulling my attention back to her. Yeah, come on. I walk her over to the passenger side with the intention of helping her up, but she does it on her own, though not without struggle.
Man, this is a big truck,
she says, huffing and puffing as she gets situated. Smirking, I lean over and buckle her in, making sure she's nice and secure. After I close the door and climb in on my side, she immediately passes me the CD.
Number 7 is my favorite.
I stare down at it for a long moment before reluctantly taking it and placing it into the player that I've never even used. I prefer silence when I drive. A fast tempo fills the truck, shit that I would never listen to blaring from the speakers. If my brothers could see me now, they would have a fucking laugh. However, as I watch my daughter next to me, smiling from ear to ear and tapping her leg to the beat as she tries to outsing the artist, I know without a doubt it's worth the sacrifice of my pride. There is no conversation for over half the drive, mainly because she's too busy singing, something I'm content to listen to, even if it's not to this kind of music.
Do you smoke?
She asks mid-song, looking over at me with her nose scrunched up. Yeah? Why?
Because your truck smells like it.
I hoped I had aired it out enough, but I guess not.
It's not healthy for you, you know.
Neither is ice cream, I say, grinning over at her.
True, she nods. But ice cream doesn't kill you.
I refrain from telling her we're all going to die one day, so may as well do what we enjoy. Smoking is a habit I picked up before I even entered that hell they called a group home. It calms me, soothes the beast that haunts me on the darkest nights. Never once have I ever questioned it. Until now. I glance over at Hannah, who continues to watch me. Does it bother you? She shrugs.
I just don't want you to die, especially since we just found each other.
My chest tightens at the admission. You don't need to worry about that. I'm not going anywhere. It will take a lot more than cigarettes to ever keep me from her. For now, she seems satisfied with that answer, but I guess the habit is something I will have to be more careful with. It takes about 20 minutes before we arrive at the zoo. After climbing out, I help Hannah down and watch piles of people walk through the entrance while she puts her backpack on again. To have my daughter around this many people makes me fucking nervous. You never know who or what kind of enemy walks among them. Stay next to me at all times, okay? I tell her. She nods, then reaches up and wraps her tiny fingers around mine. I look down at our joined hands, her small one engulfed by my large one, and become plagued with emotions I can't name. My fingers grip hers as I cling not only to her hand, but this moment. This one defining moment that means nothing to the average parent, but is completely life-changing for me. We walk up to the gates to purchase our tickets, then I pull Hannah to the side where the maps are, feeling completely lost. Where to first? I ask.
The monkeys.
We head in the direction of the rainforest, weaving in and out of the crowd. Hannah's eyes are wide, smile even bigger as she takes in our surroundings.
Over there are the lions, she points. Want to go there after?
Whatever you want. This is your day.
Our day,
she corrects me. I nod. Our day. We enter a building that is thick with humidity and filled with vegetation.
Look, up there in that tree.
Releasing my hand, she runs up to the glass where a bunch of other kids are standing, her eyes riveted to the ape that jumps from branch to branch.
And look down here, too.
She points below where a gorilla holds its baby.
Aren't they amazing?
She whispers, her hands pressing against the window. Yeah. My answer has nothing to do with the animals and everything to do with the little girl standing before me. Pulling my phone out, I snap a picture, wanting to freeze this moment and keep it forever. I also send it to Ryan, unable to get her sad eyes out of my mind since leaving her. My phone dings back not even a minute later. Ryan.
Thank you. You have no idea how much I needed this. I miss her already.
Me. I'll send you more throughout the day. Ryan.
Thanks. Have fun.
Pocketing my phone, I bring my attention back to Hannah where she walks along the glass, following two of the smaller monkeys.
I think these are the kids, she says.
They look like it.
I wonder if they're brother and sister.
I remain silent since I don't have a fucking clue. She stares at them thoughtfully, watching as they play.
I hope one day I'll have a brother or a sister to play with.
Every muscle in my body tightens. She makes the remark casually, not having any idea what that really means. To think of Ryan having another child with someone else makes me feel fucking violent. It also makes me wonder if she has been with anyone else. Has anybody tried being a father to my daughter? Just the thought makes me want to drive a bullet between their fucking eyes. For as long as I am walking this earth, no one else will step in where my daughter is concerned.
Want to go check out the lions now?
She asks, having no idea the torment I've found myself in. Yeah, let's go. She takes my hand again as we walk outside, and I decide I'm never letting go, never giving anyone else the opportunity to have this.
How many times have you been to the zoo? She asks.
I haven't.
Never?
I shake my head, amused by the disbelief in her voice.
How come? Didn't Papa Thatcher ever take you?
The mention of my father reminds me of the betrayal that's been staked into my chest, but I do my best to shove aside the feeling, refusing to let it wreck my time with my daughter. I was older when I lived with Thatcher, too old for the zoo.
What do you mean? Weren't you a baby when you were born?
I smirk at the way her mind works. Yes, but I wasn't born to Thatcher, even though he's my father. She peers up at me, looking confused as hell, and I don't blame her. I drag her off to the side, deciding now is as good a time as any to explain this to her. Kneeling down, I look her in the face. Sometimes, the family we have aren't always people we are born to. I wasn't born to Thatcher, but he's my father because he loved me and raised me to be who I am now. He gave me a home when I didn't have one.
You didn't have a home?
She whispers, looking devastated at the thought. For a while, no, I didn't.
Where did you live then?
On the streets. Her small lips part on a gasp.
But what about your parents? Where were they?
My teeth grind against the burn that starts in my chest, my gut churning as the one horrific moment in my life tries emerging from the depths of hell. I don't know my birth father, and my mother is dead.
I'm sorry,
she whispers, her small lip trembling with emotion. I'm not. I refrain from saying that out loud and push on. Don't feel bad for me. I have Thatcher and my brothers, Knox and Braxton. Do you know about them?
Yes, Mama has told me a little about them, and Papa Thatcher talks about y'all whenever I see him. He's even shown me pictures.
I nod, grateful for that. They aren't my blood brothers, but they are my brothers in every sense of the word. We take care of each other, love each other like family. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so, she says. But me and you, we're blood family, right?
Yeah, we are. She's the only living thing on this earth that carries my DNA, a gift I will always treasure. She catches me off guard when she steps into me, wrapping her arms around my neck.
I'm glad you're my dad,
she whispers, her voice thick with tears. It makes me feel like I've just swallowed 1,000 razor blades. Me too, Hannah. More than you'll ever know. Now ready to let her go, I stand with her in my arms, never feeling anything more perfect. I carry her over to the lions, where we watch them through the chain link. Once again, the animals fascinate her, but while her gaze is fixated on them, mine is on her, wondering how I got lucky enough to create something as perfect as her. For the rest of the day, she remains in my arms, and by the time we make it around the entire zoo, it's close to dinner time. You want to stop at the gift shop before we leave and pick something out? I ask.
Yes, please,
she says excitedly.
Do you think we could get something for Mama, too, since she never got to come with us?
I don't give the request a second thought. Yeah, we can buy something for her, too.
Chapter 13. Ryan. I've been a complete and utter mess all day. My heart has a huge gaping hole that won't be filled until Hannah is home again. I'm not used to being away from her like this. The only time we are ever apart is when I'm working. I have no friends, no life outside of her, and I miss her dearly. I know she and Justice more than deserve this time together, but it doesn't stop it from hurting. I appreciate the couple pictures he has sent my way, but am surprised he even thought of me. Things have been even more strained between us since the other night when I humped his leg like a dog in heat. Humiliation burns inside of me at the memory. I still can't believe I did that, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. My hormones have always overtaken my common sense when it comes to that man. I've tried to keep busy by cleaning the house, top to bottom. I baked Hannah's favorite cookies, and now have her favorite dish in the oven. Between all of that, I've been wandering over to the large window in the living room for the last 2 hours, looking for any sign of them. When I finally catch sight of Justice's black truck turning onto the driveway, I dart back into the kitchen before they can see me, almost tripping over my own 2 feet. Picking up the knife from the counter, I begin chopping the vegetables for the salad I'm preparing. The door opens moments later and Hannah's voice fills the air. "Mama, we're home!" "I'm in the kitchen," I call out, trying to slow my breathing so I don't give myself away. "Oh, we saw you in the window, so I thought you was in the living room." Shit. My cheeks warm in embarrassment for getting busted. I turn around just in time to see Hannah running into the kitchen, with Justice trailing behind her. I drop the knife on the counter, kneeling down to take her in my arms. She barrels straight into them. Hugging her close, I breathe her in, my heart complete once again. "Did you have a good time?" I ask, even though the answer is evident in her smile. "The best, but I sure did miss ya." "I missed you too," I confess, trying my damnedest to keep my emotions in check when I really want to blubber like a baby and never let her go again. My gaze meets Justice's over her head. That ever-present pull passing between us. Or maybe it's just me and my traitorous hormones again. "Guess what?" Hannah says, lifting her head from my shoulder. "What?" "We bought you a present." "You did?" I ask, surprised by the thoughtful gesture. "Yep, here you go." She hands me a plastic bag with the zoo's logo on it. My heart warms as I take it from her. Reaching in, I pull out a bangle bracelet that has a single charm on it, her birthstone. "Daddy bought me one too. We have matching ones." "They're beautiful." I look up at Justice, touched that he would do this. It gives me a little hope that maybe, just maybe, he won't hate me forever. "Thank you," I say on a whisper. "You're welcome." I slip it onto my wrist, in love with what it represents. "Can Daddy stay for supper? I'm not ready to say goodbye to him." My eyes meet Justice's again, and I wait for some kind of reaction to the request, but he gives nothing away. He's welcome to stay if he wants, but he might already have plans. "I'll stay," he cuts in, surprising me once more. "Yay!" Hannah's cheer fills the air, her happiness filling my heart. "Go on and wash up for dinner now," I say, tapping her on the behind. I made your favorite. Lasagna? You got it. Yes! She fist pumps the air. I'll be right back. Don't move, she orders, shaking her finger at Justice before running out of the kitchen. Tension fills the room once we're left alone. Clearing my throat, I stand and start cutting the vegetables again. Sounds like you guys had a good day.
We did.
I nod when he offers nothing else and continue to slice the cucumber, the sound of my knife on the cutting board filling the awkward silence. Thanks for the pictures. When he doesn't respond, I look over my shoulder and find him watching me, his intense eyes burning every inch of my skin. Our kiss from the other night emerges, my lips tingling with its memory. By the heat in his gaze, I have no doubt he's thinking about it too. I'm back, Hannah sings, breaking our connection as she skips into the kitchen. I brought down the book I was telling you about that Mama reads to me at night. Want to look at it?
Sure,
he replies. She grabs his hand and leads him over to the table. When he takes a seat, she hops up on his lap, looking comfortable and like she completely belongs there. The sight of them has warmth invading my chest. It's obvious they broke through more barriers today, and I couldn't be happier for them. I turn back to my task at hand, contentment settling over me as I listen to them talk. Maybe tonight you can tuck me in, she says.
Is that what you want?
Very much.
Then I will.
I smile at the way she has him wrapped around her little finger. If anyone has the ability to rope Justice Creed in, it's definitely Hannah. She has a way about her, a kindness and innocence that makes it very hard to not give her the world. Maybe one time you could even sleep over. As soon as the suggestion leaves her mouth, my blade misses the vegetable and slices my finger. Shit! I drop the knife and reach for a dish towel, wrapping it around the stinging wound. Mama, are you all right? I'm fine, I lie, gritting the response between clenched teeth. Justice is next to me in an instant.
Let me see,
he says, grabbing my wrist. I'm good.
Let me see, Ryan.
His bossy tone brooks no argument. I give him my hand. He pulls me toward the sink and opens the towel. The air stings the open wound further, and the sight of blood has my stomach twisting. Justice flips on the cold water and stands behind me, holding my bloody finger under the faucet. His erection pressing into me is undeniable and sets my body ablaze. My pain fades, and I feel nothing else but the heat from his body and pent-up desire that I still harbor for this man.
Feeling better,
he murmurs, his warm breath tickling my ear. I nod, unable to speak. He turns my finger over, inspecting the wound.
You shouldn't need stitches.
'Kay, I mumble like an idiot, the one word coming out ridiculously breathless. His arrogant chuckle rumbles in his chest and vibrates against my back. I'm about to toss him a glare over my shoulder until the energy between us suddenly shifts and I feel his body turn rigid. My face turns toward his and I find him staring down at my chest. Before I can even contemplate what the problem is, he reaches inside of my tank top and pulls out my necklace, the pearl one he bought me for my 18th birthday. He examines the necklace, then my face, searching for answers. I lick my sudden dry lips, my pulse hammering as my mind scrambles with an excuse as to why I still wear it, but my words fall flat, his intense eyes robbing me of speech. A loud, piercing sound penetrates the kitchen, knocking us from the heavy moment. Flinching, I cover my ears, and it doesn't take me long to realize it's the fire alarm. With a gasp, I spin around and find black smoke pouring out of my oven. Oh no! I push from Justice and run to open the door, waving a towel in front of my face, while Hannah coughs and sputters, coming up behind me. Stay back. Justice deals with the fire alarm while I remove the now burnt dinner and set it on the stove. My shoulders deflate as I accept defeat. There's no way I'll be able to salvage this. The damage is irreparable. Turning around, I find Justice and Hannah watching me. Hannah looks back at me with sympathy, while Justice is the complete opposite. He looks more amused than anything. Anyone feel like ordering pizza? I ask. I like pizza, Hannah says, then looks up at Justice. How about you?
Works for me.
After dumping the ruined lasagna, I call for delivery, then grab a Band-Aid for my finger, while Justice and Hannah continue their visit. Despite the previous disaster, we end up having a really great dinner. While we eat the pizza, which Justice ended up paying for, Hannah fills me in on their day, telling me all about the animals they saw. We share a few laughs, and Justice even cracks a smile from time to time. It's light, easy, and beautiful. Exactly what I've longed for all these years. Before long, it's past time for Hannah to go to bed. Justice takes her upstairs and tucks her in like he promised to do. I remain in the kitchen, giving them more time together and clean up the dishes. Rubber gloves cover my hands as I ruthlessly scrub the casserole dish that's caked with burnt cheese. My thoughts drifting to the perfect night we had, despite my ruined dinner. If only our circumstances had been different, this is what we could have had from day one. The thought saddens me. I know the moment Justice returns to the kitchen. I don't hear him, but I feel him, awareness seeping into my bones.
She's already asleep,
he tells me, his deep voice dancing along my senses. Smiling, I turn around to face him, brushing a piece of stray hair out of my face with my arm. Guess you wore her out. He says nothing, his intense eyes pinning me in place. He does this on purpose, knowing it affects me. It pisses me off and turns me on at the same time. It's the latter that has me nervous. Stop, I whisper. He starts forward, his long, determined strides eating up the distance between us. My heart jackhammers, pulse beating ferociously as he cages me in, his arms planting on either side of my hips.
Stop what, Ryan?
You know what, I tell him, refusing to play this game. I can't. My heart won't survive it a second time. He ignores me and trails his finger from my collarbone down to the neckline of my tank top, creating goosebumps across my fevered flesh. Reaching inside my shirt, he pulls out the necklace.
Tell me why you wear it,
he demands.
And don't lie to me.
Because it's special to me.
Why?
He asks again, wanting a better answer. I decide I have nothing to lose by being completely honest. Because it's the first gift anyone ever gave to me out of kindness and not expectation. My parents never gave me presents, and if they did, it was in front of company for show, not because they cared. It also represents that night between us, I add quietly. The night you gave me our daughter. There's a shift in his eyes, the flicker of something that shows some sort of emotion. It's all I get, before he dips his face next to mine, his nose skimming my cheek. My lungs seize in my chest, a shiver rippling through me at the intimate moment. His lips press against my temple. It's the faintest touch, but it weaves its way into the very depths of my soul. My eyes close as I fight the urge to pull him closer and succumb to this longing I have burning in my blood.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Without another word, he walks away, leaving my body and heart wanting so much more.
Chapter 14. Justice. Another week has passed, and although I am making headway with Hannah, I am no closer to being where I really want to be, and that's with my family. I'm tired of saying goodbye to her every night and waking up without her. Even more than that, I hate leaving her and Ryan at the house every night alone and unprotected. I want more than scheduled visits. The problem is I need to sort out my feelings for Ryan. Most of the time I'm still angry as hell at her, but the need to fuck her is always there. That pull between us stronger than ever. If I'm being honest, it's more than that. I'm finding myself wanting to be around her just as much as I do our daughter. I like watching the two of them together. I've never seen a mother love their child the way she does. My own mother hated me, couldn't stand to even look at me, which is why she's now buried 6 feet under. I let that haunting thought trail off before it can pull me into the depths of hell I keep it in. Until my brothers and Thatcher came along, I never knew what family really meant. Now that I have Hannah, I've learned there's an even stronger love out there. An instinct I didn't have to learn. It's always been there, ingrained into my heart just for her. I'm more than ready to see her again, to witness the smile on her face when she sees what I have for her. I went back to that store and bought out the entire section of fucking Beanie Boos. I bet I have at least 70 of the little bastards. That Gemma chick is going to have nothing on my little girl. My cell phone vibrates in my pocket, yanking me from my thoughts. Shifting in my seat, I pull it out to see Braxton's number. Yeah, I answer. Well, holy shit. Is this my brother, who I haven't spoken to in over a week? I thought maybe you lost your phone. Now I'm hurt. I grunt at this smart-ass greeting. It's barely been a week, and I've been busy with my daughter. Since when did you become so fucking needy? Since you moved away and left us to fend for ourselves. I'm starving, Justice, he whines dramatically. It's like living on the streets all over again. Fucking drama queen. It's always been his way of dealing with hard situations, using humor to deflect what is actually bothering him. I didn't move away, I tell him. Does that mean you're coming back soon? Eventually, I reply vaguely. What does that mean? It means I'm waiting for the right time. Hannah's almost finished with school for the year, and until she does, I don't want to move her. I pause briefly, thinking about the other obstacle in my way. I also have to wait for Ryan to be on board because right now she is hell-bent on never returning to Winchester. Why the hell not? There's plenty of reasons why. Some I'm sure you can figure out on your own. His silence speaks volumes. He knows and probably even understands it better than I do because he's always been more level-headed than Knox and me. I'm ready to meet her and be a part of her life, Justice. I know, and you will, I promise. We just need to tread carefully. I want to do what's best for Hannah. She comes first, even before all of us. Agreed. Good. How's Knox? I ask. I've only spoken to him once, and he was quiet and withdrawn. I miss my brother. Antsy, he replies. You know how he acts when we aren't all together. It makes him fucking nervous. It makes me nervous, too, which is exactly why I want all the people I love in one place, why I'll make this right for us all, including Ryan. Dad misses you, too, he adds carefully. You need to call him. The bitterness I fight daily rushes to the surface. I'm not ready to deal with him yet. Well, you need to get over it. It's torturing him. And even though I understand where you're coming from, I don't like this rift in our family. It's a rift that wouldn't be there if he would have been honest with me from the beginning. I might have to get over it, but it's a tough fucking pill to swallow, so they will just have to give me some time. I'm about to tell Braxton exactly that, but the heated words get stuck in my throat when I pull up to Ryan's to find her and Hannah exiting the house in a hurry. Brax, I'll call you back. Yeah, he grumbles. Don't wait another week to do it. I won't. The promise is cut short when I hang up and jump out of my truck. Daddy! Hannah rips from Ryan's hold and runs over to me. Bending down, I sweep her up into my arms, feeling like I can finally breathe again since leaving her last night. Hey, baby. Looks like I got here just in time. Where you headed? The question is directed at Ryan as she comes hurrying over to us. I notice she's in her work clothes, my eyes drawn to her long, lean legs in cut-off jean shorts and cowgirl boots. I'm so sorry, she apologizes, out of breath. I should have called you. What's going on? I have to go to work. I thought you don't work weekends. I usually don't, but they're short-staffed tonight and really need my help, and we could use the extra. She trails off before she can finish that sentence. My jaw locks down as I think about the fact she wouldn't even need money if I had been here to begin with. However, I push the argument away for another time. So where are you taking our daughter? I go to Miss Peggy's, Hannah answers. She babysits me when Mama has to work and I don't have school. I have no clue who Miss Peggy is, but I don't like the thought of anyone watching her that I don't know. She lives down the street from us, Ryan rushes to explain. She loves Hannah and takes very good care of her. That may have been the case before, but it's not necessary now. I'm here, and I will stay with her. Yay! Hannah cheers. Candy, Mama, please? I want to be with Daddy. I shoot Ryan a hard look, daring her to say no. I'll be damned if someone else takes care of my kid when I'm around. Are you sure? She asks, worrying her bottom lip between her teeth, a nervous habit that wreaks havoc on my cock. I won't be home until well after midnight. She's my daughter, Ryan, not just some kid I'm babysitting. Her shoulders deflate on a heavy breath. I know. I'm sorry you're upset. I didn't do this on purpose. I only got the call 20 minutes ago, and I did what I always do without thinking. I should have asked you first if you wanted to stay with her. Satisfied with that response, I accept the apology with a nod, then look over at Hannah. I have something for you.
What is it?
She asks excitedly. Placing her down on her feet, I open the back door, revealing all the stuffed animals piled in my back seat. Her small mouth drops open.
Holy cow! Are these all mine?
Every one. Her squeal penetrates the air as she throws herself at my leg, hugging it tight.
Thank you, thank you, thank you!
My chest inflates with her happiness, her smile worth so much more than money could ever buy. She leaps into the truck and begins counting them all. I look over at Ryan and find her watching me, a soft smile on her pretty face.
You spoil her.
She deserves it.
All of it is unnecessary. You know that, right? She doesn't need this stuff. She just needs you.
She has me. When that answer doesn't seem to satisfy her, I step closer, forcing her to tilt her head back. I've missed more than 5 years of her life, Ryan. That's birthdays, Christmases, and more. I'm making up for lost time. Don't take that away from me. Guilt flashes in her eyes.
Fair enough. Do you need anything before I go?
My gaze drops to her lips before I can stop it, a smirk taking over my face upon seeing the blush that stains her cheeks. No, we'll be fine. Swallowing hard, she takes a step back.
You have my number if you need me. Otherwise, I'll see you when I get home.
At my nod, she crawls into the truck, moving for Hannah.
Bye, sweetheart. I'll see you in the morning,
she says, kissing her cheek. My cock stirs at the sight of her tight ass in those short fucking shorts, my fingers curling into a fist to quell the urge to claim and possess.
Bye, Mama.
Ryan backs out and turns around, the smile she was wearing slipping when she catches the expression on my face. I make no effort to hide my thoughts, letting her see exactly what I was just thinking.
Bye,
she whispers, her face flushed and voice breathless. Bye. My eyes never leave her, watching her every move until she disappears into her small car and drives away.
We are going to have to make a lot of trips to get all these up to my room.
Hannah's muffled voice yanks me back to reality and has me turning around. Her arms are full of the stuffed animals. They are topped so high you can't even see her face. Chuckling, I step forward and take a couple from her so she can jump down. Come on, I'll help you. Then afterward we'll go out for dinner and ice cream.
Ice cream, she says, perking up. I'm down for ice cream.
I figured you'd be all right with that plan. It's not an easy feat, but eventually we get them all up to her room. Then we head into town like I promised. I end up taking her to the local diner I've been eating at. It's a place she seems to know well by the way she's greeted by a few of the waitresses when we walk in. A middle-aged woman who has served me a few times is quite surprised to see us together.
Well, hello again,
she greets me before looking over at Hannah.
How are you, sweet Hannah? I'm good, Miss Tanya.
The woman jerks her thumb toward me.
Who is this handsome fellow you have with you? This is my daddy,
she tells her proudly, her smile reaching from ear to ear. Surprise once again masks the lady's face.
Well, I had no idea I was serving your daddy when he came in.
She extends her hand to me.
Nice to formally meet you, sugar. I'm Tanya Hendricks, and I own this place.
Justice. I return her handshake. You serve good food here.
And you tip well, so you're welcome here any time.
She chuckles, amused with herself.
What can I get y'all to drink?
I nod for Hannah to go first.
A strawberry milkshake, please.
With an extra cherry? Tanya asks, quirking a brow at her.
Yes, ma'am.
I got you, darling.
She winks, then directs her attention back to me.
What will it be, handsome?
A Coke.
All right. Give me a few and I'll be back to take your order.
Thanks. She walks away, leaving us with our menus that Hannah doesn't even bother opening. Do you already know what you're having? I ask.
Yep, I get the same thing every time I come in. Fries and a cheeseburger. Hold the pickles.
A grin tugs the corner of my mouth. You don't like pickles? Her nose scrunches in distaste.
No way. Miss Peggy puts them on everything. She doesn't hear too well, so when I told her I didn't like them, she thought I said the opposite and always puts lots on my sandwich.
She leans across the table and lowers her voice.
So I feed them to her dog, Rufus, because I don't want to hurt her feelings.
I chuckle. Smart kid. Our conversation is interrupted when a guy in a stiff suit comes walking over to our table. The way he eyes the both of us instantly puts me on alert. Well, hi there, Miss Hannah. He cracks a smile at her, and it's as fake as his bleached white teeth.
Hi, Mr. Chuffman,
she mumbles, seeming less than enthused to see the guy. It ramps up my unease even more. Who's this you have here with you? He asks. Her father, I cut in, saving her from having to answer. Who are you? The dickhead finally turns and acknowledges me. I'm a very good friend of the girl's mother. His insinuation has my blood heating. I have no idea if he's telling the truth or is just on some sort of power trip and trying to fuck with me. By Hannah's demeanor, I'm going to assume it's the latter. Ryan has never mentioned Hannah's father to me before, he says, continuing to step into dangerous territory. Probably because it's none of your business. He crosses his arms, rocking back on his heels. Is that so? His challenge has me pushing to my feet. Only then does it take him down a notch. He retreats back and swallows hard, looking as nervous as he should. I collect a step forward and lower my voice for Hannah's benefit. I don't know what you're trying to prove here, but if you don't step away from my daughter and leave us alone, I will drop you to the fucking ground right here and now, got it? His narrowed eyes hold mine, but there is no denying the fear in them. If he has any kind of sense, he will heed the warning.
I listened to him, Mr. Chuffman,
Hannah says, clearly hearing every word I said despite my best effort.
He shoots people for a living.
She delivers the information with a smile, tapping her fingers on the table. Amused, I direct my attention back to the asshole, giving him the chance to leave on his own before I force him out. I was just making sure the girl was all right, is all, he says before heading for the door, but not without one last parting shot over his shoulder. Tell your mother I said hi, Hannah. It takes everything in me not to follow him out the door and deliver the beating he deserves. For my daughter's sake, I take my seat again and try to calm the anger sweeping through me.
He's such a doofus, Hannah grumbles. He's only nice to me because he wants Mama to go on a date with him.
The information takes my fury to a whole new level. Has she? I ask before I can stop myself. I'm crossing a line by asking her, and I know it. But the thought of that bastard, or anyone else touching Ryan, makes me want to rip them limb from limb. Relief fills me when she shakes her head, which tells me a lot about the decisions I need to start making, for myself and my family. All talk ceases when the waitress comes back with our drinks and takes our orders. The tense moment is left behind, and the rest of the evening passes on a much lighter note, mostly with Hannah talking my ear off about everything and anything, which suits me just fine. After dinner, she devours a heaping bowl of ice cream, just like I promised, and I'm impressed with how much a small child like her can consume. By the time we leave the diner, her face is a sticky mess and smile bright. At home, we decide to watch a movie together before bed. Not surprisingly, she chooses Brave. She even goes so far as wearing the Merida nightie she owns and jumps around the living room with her bow and arrow, acting out all the scenes. It amuses the hell out of me, especially since she's holding the plastic weapon completely wrong. Come here, I say, calling her over. She hops from the love seat onto the floor and walks over to me. I pull her in between my legs and lift her arms, showing her how to hold it properly. Next, I turn her to face a bare wall. Pull back and make sure your elbow is in line with your shoulder. I help her since her arm shakes as she tries to keep it straight. Now, pick a spot on the wall you want to hit. Remaining silent, she does as I say. Do you see your target? I ask.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now don't take your eyes off that spot. I want you to watch it closely. Concentrate. Keep your breathing slow and even. You'll know when the time is right to release. Silence fills the air as she does exactly what I say, and I see the moment she finds her concentration. Her arms stop shaking, and her shoulders barely move with her breaths. When she releases, the rubber dart sails straight through the air and sticks to the wall.
I hit it, she squeals. I really hit it.
She turns to face me, beaming with pride, but it doesn't even come close to matching the feeling in my chest. The kid is a damn natural.
I want to do it again.
She runs over and rips the dart off the wall before coming back to stand in front of me. Instead of watching the rest of the movie, we practice shooting, and for the first time I feel like I am able to be a part of a vital moment in her life. I've missed so many firsts in her life, but this one, I was lucky enough to teach her. I vow to be a part of every other first she ever has. When it's past her bedtime, we move upstairs into her room and sort through all her stuffed animals. It ends up taking us an hour by the time we have all the little fuckers lined up exactly how she wants them. When I pull back her blankets for her to crawl in, she hesitates, peering up at me.
Will you lay with me for a while? I don't want to say goodnight to you yet.
I'm thankful for the request because, truthfully, I'm not ready to leave her either. Yeah, I'll stay. Carefully, I climb on top of the covers while she slides under them. The bed squeaks beneath my weight, and I pray like hell we both don't plummet to the floor. It takes a minute to get situated, but eventually I find a position that works, and thankfully the bed remains on its rails. She moves in closer to me, draping her small arm over my waist and resting her head on my chest. It's easy, natural even, and the best feeling in the whole world. This is what I want, to hold her every night until she falls asleep, protecting her the way I'm meant to. I stare down at the top of her head, the scent of her shampoo and innocence filling my chest, seeping right into my black heart.
Thanks for showing me how to shoot my arrow,
she says, letting out a yawn. You're welcome. One day we'll use a real one, but we will have to ease your mom into it. I'm unable to hide my smirk, knowing damn well Ryan will have a fit about that.
We definitely have to ease Mom into it. She doesn't like any kind of violence. She even thinks Brave has too much of it.
I grunt, not the least bit surprised to hear that. People fear the things they don't understand.
Are you saying Mama is afraid?
No, I'm just saying she doesn't understand. She looks at it differently than I do, but that's because of my job.
Do you like shooting guns?
Yes, I answer honestly.
Why?
I shrug. I don't know. I guess I like the power I hold, the control I feel when I'm behind one. There's no being reckless. You have to be precise and confident.
Kind of like how I was with my bow and arrow?
Exactly like that. But my job isn't just about shooting guns.
What else is it about?
She asks, intrigued. It's about eliminating threats and keeping the world safe. She's quiet for a long moment, and I start to think I bored her to sleep until she speaks again, her voice quiet.
Mama was right.
About what?
You really are a hero.
Something shifts within to know Ryan said that about me. Nah, there are a lot of people out there who do what I do. Not as good as my brothers and I, but I keep that to myself.
You're my hero.
My chest expands as I inhale, her whispered words reaching places that have never been touched before. One day I can only hope to be worthy of them, because until my very last breath I will fight for her. She tilts her head to look up at me.
Can I tell you something?
Anything, I say, then clear my throat when I hear how gruff I sound.
Promise you won't tell Mama?
I nod, my curiosity piquing.
I'm glad you're here. Not only for me, but for Mama, too. She acts brave, but I hear her when she cries at night, when she thinks she's alone and I'm asleep. I don't want her to be lonely and cry anymore.
The sight of tears welling in her eyes, along with the information, guts me from the inside out. Reaching up, I brush a strand of hair from her small face. Things are going to be different now, Hannah. I'll make it better for all of us. I promise. Nodding, she lies back down and snuggles into my chest again, her small fingers clutching my shirt.
I love you, Daddy.
The words rock me to my fucking core. Words that only a very few people have ever said to me, but they never meant more than they did in this moment. I love you too, Hannah. Always and forever.
Chapter 15. Ryan. It's close to 2 a.m. by the time I make it home. The house is dark and quiet as I toe off my cowgirl boots and wiggle my aching toes. Keeping my steps light, I walk around the main floor looking for Justice. When I see no sign of him, I climb the stairs and come to a stop just outside Hannah's open bedroom door. My heart falters, exploding with love seeing the two of them sleeping soundly together. Justice's big body hangs off the bed, while Hannah sleeps on top of him, clinging to his chest. His strong arms hold her close, a place I've often longed to feel again. All of her beanie boos surround them, a bright pink one covering half of Justice's head. Never in my life did I think I'd see Justice Creed surrounded by stuffed animals, but it's the most precious moment I've ever witnessed. Tiptoeing inside, I grab another blanket from her closet and drape it over them both, pressing a kiss to Hannah's cheek. I refrain from pressing one to Justice's, even though the urge to is strong. I'd love nothing more than to spend every second watching them like this, but a hot shower desperately calls my name. Ever so quietly, I let myself out and walk into my bedroom, heading straight to the bathroom. After removing my clothes, I step under the hot spray and let out a soft sigh. I spend long moments with my face turned up to the water, letting it wash the day away. If only it could wash away my problems as easily, how different my life would be. The man next door would be waiting for me in our bed, to hold me like he holds our daughter and give me a safe place. It's a dream I've foolishly had for a very long time. Once the water turns cold, I climb out and wrap the towel around me. Stepping into my room, I find a dark figure standing just inside my doorway. A scream lodges in my throat as I stumble back into the wall before realizing who it is. Jesus, Justice, I breathe, my hand covering my frantic heart. What the hell are you doing sneaking up on me like that? Silence consumes the air, his intense eyes drifting down my half-naked body, creating an illusion of his hands. I know that look. It's both frightening and exhilarating. Justice? His name falls on a whispered warning. He ignores it and starts forward, his strides purposeful and gaze hungry. I suddenly feel like a frightened doe. He's the hunter and I'm his prey, but I'm unable to move, anchored by his determined gaze and demanding presence. I straighten from the wall, my pulse hammering as I cling to my towel for dear life. I'm not strong enough to tell you no, I confess quietly, hating how weak I am when it comes to him. He cages me in, his hands planting on either side of my head.
Do you want to say no, Ryan?
My heart wages a war with my mind, two answers battling for dominance as I think long and hard about that question. Eventually my fragile heart wins, and I shake my head.
Why?
He demands more than asks, his warm breath skimming across the damp skin of my cheek. I lick my dry lips, doing my best to speak, but it's hard when he crowds me like this, taunting me with his touch. Because it's been 6 years since I've been with anyone. More importantly, it's been 6 years since I felt his touch, and I've missed it so much, but I keep that to myself. He has enough of my bleeding heart. I can't afford to give him any more. Deep, dark eyes stare into mine.
Are you telling me I'm the only one who has ever touched you?
There's no denying the hard edge to his voice, a possession lying just beneath the surface. I find myself answering with a nod, my throat too tight to speak. He lifts a hand, coasting a lone finger over my collarbone to the swell of my breast, slipping it into the knot of my towel.
Do you know why?
Because I've been raising our daughter. He smirks at my gruff voice, enjoying every second of my torment.
As much as I appreciate the way you have taken care of Hannah, we both know that's not the reason.
He rips the towel away, exposing my naked body. A sharp breath moves swiftly into my lungs, trailing into a moan as the cool air whispers across my heated skin. It takes everything in me to remain upright and not melt into a puddle of need at his feet. In the gentlest grip, he wraps his hand around my slender throat, my pulse point hammering against his fingertips as he tilts my head back to look me in the eyes.
No one has touched you, Ryan, because you belong to me. You always have, and you always will.
Before I can even comprehend his words, his mouth slams down on mine, crashing through the last barrier I had in place. A cry of longing pours from my lips, his kiss possessing me right down to my very soul. There's no fighting it, this need. The magnetic pull between us is stronger than us both, and I succumb to it, letting it drown me in my own desire. His hard body covers mine, my back kissing the cool wall as his hot lips descend down my neck. When his mouth curls around one throbbing nipple, I jerk against him, another cry ripping from my throat. He blows on the stiff peak, soothing the sting before taking the other one into his mouth and inflicting the same exquisite pleasure. My head drops back, fingers gliding through his hair, every tug and sharp bite of his teeth making my pussy clench and ache for more. His mouth continues its tormented path, leaving its mark until he's kneeling at my feet, his warm breath fanning over my hot center. "Justice," I moan, thrusting my hips toward his face. The need burning inside of me is combustible, searing me from the inside out. He spreads me open for his viewing, taking a long, leisurely lick of my most intimate part. "Oh, God!" The heated whimper flees me, my knees buckling as desire floods every part of my body.
"Easy, baby,"
he croons, gripping my bottom to keep me from crumbling to the floor.
"We're going to get this sweet, tight cunt nice and ready for me."
Without wasting another second, he buries his mouth between my legs, lapping at my hot flesh. Yes! Pleasure races through my blood, my fingers ruthlessly pulling his hair as I shamelessly fuck his face. When his tongue pierces my opening, I nearly come unhinged. Just as I think I can't possibly take any more, he slips not one, but 2 fingers inside, his lips still attached to my clit as he fucks me with his fingers, his digits stroking that hidden spot that is sure to make me fall apart. My orgasm crashes over me like a tidal wave, strong and sure, submerging me in an undercurrent I never want to swim up from. It turns out I don't have to. Before I have any kind of chance to grasp reality, he's on his feet. Shirt off and pants undone. In a swift move, I'm lifted off my feet and pinned against the wall.
"Tell me you want this,"
he demands, poising at my entrance with barely controlled restraint. "I want this. I want you." I barely finish the words before he drives up into me in one powerful motion, immersing me further into an underworld where only he and I belong.
"God damn, Ryan,"
he groans, as affected by our connection as I am.
"Years, for fucking years I've thought about this."
I never forgot what it felt like to be his. On the coldest and loneliest nights, it was the memory of his touch that kept me warm. His eyes are hard and unforgiving as he hammers into me with no apology, just like the Justice Creed I've always known and loved. In the midst of fiery pleasure, one thought crashes down on me. One vital piece of information I can't keep from him. Not this time. "Justice, I'm not on anything." The admission leaves me on a disappointed moan, panic infiltrating my chest at the thought of him leaving my body. Instead of pulling out like I expect him to, a possessive growl vibrates his chest, and he fucks me harder and faster. "Oh God, this is so wrong," I whimper. Deep down, I know it is. Deep down, I know I should tell him to stop, but I can't. Like always, my common sense is no match for the longing of my heart.
"There's nothing wrong about us, Ryan. It's always been so fucking good, and you know it."
It has. It's always felt so right. That's what hurts the most. What we could have had if not for our pasts. Especially the bond he shares with his brothers. I shove that thought away before it can ruin the moment. This one moment, where nothing else in the world exists but us. His fierce gaze penetrates mine in the quiet dark, intense and possessive, peeling away all the layers I fight to keep in place as he savagely delivers every frantic thrust. I feel my orgasm build for a second time, but I don't want to go alone. My hand touches his face as I peer back at him. "Come with me." I follow up the words by leaning down and sinking my teeth into his corded shoulder, hard enough that I taste blood.
"Fuck."
His growl tears through the air as we drown together in a sea of pleasure. It's freeing and soul-shattering. I hug him close, words evading me at the storm of emotions sweeping through my body. He pushes away from the wall and walks us over to the bed, depositing me on the mattress. His body follows down next to me, wrapping around mine. I burrow in closer to him, savoring the warmth he offers. Minutes pass as we lie together in comfortable silence, but our thoughts and feelings are deafening.
"Tell me, About the last 6 years.
he murmurs. I turn to face him, his arm that's wrapped around my waist bringing me in even closer. What do you want to know?
Everything,
He says.
What was it like being pregnant? What was Hannah like as a baby? I want to know everything I missed out on.
Guilt infiltrates my chest at the regret in his voice. I can't take back what's been done, but I'll do my best to fill in any holes and tell him everything he wants to know. My pregnancy at the beginning was exhausting. I start quietly. I was sick a lot, but it eventually passed. Good thing, since I was losing weight when I should have been gaining. I didn't start showing until around 5 months. The first time I felt her move inside of me. I trail off, a smile whispering across my lips. It was unlike anything I can explain. It felt so surreal to know I had this small human growing inside of my body. I fell in love with her right then.
Did you know she was a girl before she was born?
I nod. When I went for my first ultrasound, I found out. I wanted to know since I was trying to decide on a name.
What would you have named her if she had been a boy?
He asks, sincere curiosity in his tone. Justice Thatcher Creed. The answer leaves me without hesitation. His jaw locks, but I'm not sure if it's over the resentment he still feels or the mention of his father. Probably both.
Why Hannah?
He asks, moving on. I'm not really sure. I just always liked that name.
It suits her.
It pleases me to know he approves. I always considered him in every decision I made. She was a really good baby, I continue, answering his second question. She slept a lot, ate really well, except when we started baby food. She hated carrots. Another smile claims my mouth as I remember the face she would make. She used to spit them right back at me.
I don't blame her. I've never liked carrots, he tells me. They're fucking disgusting.
I chuckle at the offered information. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to hear that. She's always taken after you. My words leave a heaviness in the room. Pain takes over his face, striking my heart deeply. I frame his jaw in the darkness of my room, doing my best to speak past the regret burning in my throat. I'm sorry. I choke out once again. I know it doesn't mean anything now, but I never wanted to hurt you. Please believe that. His breathing turns heavy with whatever emotions he's feeling. Instead of speaking again, he takes my mouth in a hard kiss, a punishing one. I can taste his anger, bitterness, and pain on his tongue, and it hurts my heart even more. Before I know it, I'm on my back once more, his weight settling over me.
Again,
he growls, his voice rough as he pauses at my entrance, waiting for permission. Yes, the word leaves me on a breathless whisper. He drives into me, filling more than my body. I gasp at the feel of him, my fingers gripping his back as I become lost in all the feelings he evokes in me. He takes me in much the same manner as before, with a primal need that matches my own, his eyes holding mine through every thrust. Amongst the passion we always make is the pain of our past. I pray one day we will overcome it, that one day, this man who still holds so much of my heart will eventually forgive me. Not until I'm crying out with another orgasm does he allow himself his own pleasure. He finishes with a kiss on my mouth, a gentle kiss that reaches me on another level, instilling hope. Afterward, he wraps me in his protective arms once again, making me feel as safe I haven't felt in a long time. In the quiet dark, I'm left wondering where we go from here. So what happens now? I ask, unable to hold back, remembering I said something very similar to him years before.
Now you sleep in my arms, where you belong.
His words wrap around me like a warm, peaceful blanket, bringing my conflicted heart some peace. I have no idea what the future holds for us, but I don't bother thinking about it and just live in the moment for now. A moment I have dreamt about for the past 6 years. Chapter 16. Ryan. I wake up the next morning to the smell of coffee wafting through the air, missing the body heat that surrounded me when I fell asleep. Cuddling deeper into the warmth of the blankets, Memories from last night come flooding back, and I bolt upright, bringing the sheet with me when I realize I'm still naked. Oh God, did Hannah walk in and see us together this morning? The thought is horrifying. I meant to wake up early enough to send Justice on his way, or at the very least send him to the couch. The last thing I want is to confuse Hannah and give her any false hope. I carry more than enough of that for the both of us. Being at the receiving end of Justice's touch again after all these years was even better than I remembered. But the best part was sleeping in his arms, feeling protected and cherished. It's dangerous for my wounded heart. I should regret what happened, every second of it, but I can't. I can't regret a single moment ever spent with him, even if it brings me nothing but heartache. Sighing, I climb out of bed, feeling my body beautifully ache in places that I haven't felt in years. Grabbing my robe, I drape my arms through it, then head downstairs. In the kitchen, I find a shirtless Justice standing at the stove, holding our daughter as they cook eggs. I've imagined this moment countless times, but not even my imagination pictured something as precious as this. Hannah's head turns when I hit a creaky floorboard, her smile lighting up my heart. "Morning, Mama." "Morning," I croak, then clear the sleep from my throat when I hear how gruff I sound. Justice turns to the side, his heated eyes drifting down my body, my skin tingling with the memory of his hands and all we shared last night. "We're making breakfast together," Hannah informs me excitedly. "I see that. Smells delicious." "We were going to save some for you, but now that you're up, we can eat together, just like real families do." My smile slips as I'm slapped in the face with a major reality check. "That sounds nice, but first why don't you go on and get dressed? I need to talk to Daddy for a minute." "Okay." When Justice places her on her feet, she moves to run past me, but stops to give me a hug first, her arms wrapping around my waist. "Thanks for letting Daddy sleep over. You're the best." After a brief squeeze, she continues out of the room, leaving my heart in shambles. My attention reverts back to Justice, who is looking more amused than horrified like I am at the moment. "Yeah, thanks for letting me sleep over." "Please tell me you were up before her," I rush out. His easy demeanor slips. "Does it matter?" "Of course it does." "Why?" I gape at him, wondering how he could ask me that. "She can't see us together like that, Justice. It will confuse her." After a tense second, he shuts off the burner and moves the pan aside before turning to face me completely. He leans casually against the counter, crossing his powerful arms over his chest. I try not to let my eyes wander, but it proves impossible. There's too much now to admire, especially that deep V peeking out from his low-rise jeans. Every hard angle of his body is a reminder of what it felt like against mine. "I was up before her," he finally says, yanking my gaze back up to his face and easing the worry in my heart. A breath of relief escapes my lungs. Thank God. His scowl deepens. "What's the problem, Ryan?" "We have to be more careful, especially around Hannah. It would be wrong to give her false hope. Look at what she just said about being a real family." "Why would it be giving her false hope?" I open my mouth, then close it. My mind spins as I try to figure out what the hell he means by that. My heart scared to hope. It's too early in the morning for mind games, Justice. "I don't play games, and you damn well know it." "Then what's going on here? Why are you acting like this?" Instead of answering the question, he asks one of his own. "Who's Chuffman?" "Excuse me?" I ask, baffled by the sudden topic change. "Who is Chuffman?" "You mean Tom? He's an accountant at the bank in town. Why?" "Because last night the asshole approached Hannah and me at the diner, asking questions that were none of his business. He acted like he had some sort of claim to you." "That's crazy," I tell him. "He's asked me out a few times, but that was in the past." "Well, I don't think he got the fucking memo." Staring back at him, it all becomes achingly clear, my heart shattering when I realize what last night was all about. So that's what last night was? You pissing on me so no one else can have me? He pushes away from the counter. That steady gait of his calm and cool, but his eyes portray something else entirely. His large body crowds me, dominating my personal space.
Last night was about taking what belongs to me.
Hannah is yours. I am not. I never have been. A smirk tilts his perfect lips.
Now that's a bunch of bullshit and we both know it. Last night proves it.
My fists clench at my sides, hating the way he throws my weakness back in my face.
No more scheduled visits, Ryan, he says. Nor will I be leaving the two of you here unprotected anymore. You can also quit that job of yours. I'll be taking over the bills from here on out.
His audacity has my blood rising to a dangerous temperature. You have lost your damn mind, you know that? The only response I get is an infuriating grunt. Just because we slept together doesn't give you the right to bark orders about how it's going to be. It doesn't work like that. My finger jabs in his chest as I feel my anger climb. If you think I'm going to roll over and take it, then you never knew me at all. He grabs my wrist, yanking me against his hard body.
I've always known what a stubborn pain in the ass you are. You're the one who is forgetting how I work. You and Hannah are my family to take care of, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
There's more to a family than just taking care of them. It's about loving them too, and we both know you don't love me. It's hard to say that out loud, because the truth is, my love for him since I was a young girl has never faded, no matter how hard I've tried. It's ingrained into me forever, but that doesn't make me a fool when it comes to his feelings.
We have a strong connection, he says. We always have. No one is denying that.
So do you and your brothers, I challenge. His shoulders turn rigid, jaw flexing.
This has nothing to do with them, so leave them out of it.
It has everything to do with them, I argue back. What happens when it comes time for them to need you, huh? What happens then? Because I don't share Justice Creed. I never have and I never will. His hand cups the back of my neck, gently at first, until he grips my hair, pulling my head back so his face hovers over mine.
Good, because I don't share either, not when it comes to you.
His mouth descends possessively, capturing mine like a thief in the night. My traitorous heart jumpstarts, catapulting me into another realm and making me forget why this is such a bad idea. By the time we break apart, I'm breathless, gasping for air, his arms banded tightly around me.
I want my family, Ryan,
he says, the admission doing all sorts of things to my tortured heart.
We owe it to ourselves and our daughter to at least try.
Does that mean you forgive me? The question is out before I can stop it, my breath stalling, fearing to know the answer. The silence that fills the air sends my heart sinking. He doesn't have to say anything. The answer is in his gaze. His thumb strokes my cheek in an intimate gesture, soothing the ache in my chest.
I'm getting there.
I swallow thickly, tears building behind my eyes. I don't want Hannah to get hurt from this. Or me.
I'd never let that happen, he promises. Trust me enough to make things right for us all. Give me the chance you didn't give me 6 years ago.
When he puts it like that, I find myself unable to deny him. Because as terrified as I am for my fragile heart, he deserves this chance. And so do Hannah and I.
Chapter 17. Justice. The sound of my hammer echoes through the air as I drive another nail into the porch, replacing the board that broke earlier beneath my booted foot. The whole damn thing needs to be replaced, but I don't want to put money into it when I don't plan for us to be here much longer. A subject I haven't broached yet with Ryan. Things have been good the last few days that I haven't wanted to ruin it with an argument. Getting to spend all day with my daughter right up until I put her to bed, then getting to spend the night in Ryan's, is all that has mattered. It's everything I never knew I wanted and could never live without again.
Look, Daddy, look how high it's going. Hannah yells from across the yard. The sun beams down on her, wind blowing her brown hair wildly as she flies the kite I bought from the hardware store. Ryan stands behind her, trying to help her control it, but they both struggle. Give it more slack, I yell.
They do as I say, and the wind catches it at just the right angle, making it hover in the air.
Yay!
Hannah cheers.
We did it, Mama!
Ryan's eyes meet mine, her smile punching me in the chest. The woman affects me just as strongly as she did all those years ago. I can't get enough of her. Not only her body, but also her smile, her laughter, and every moment I watch her with our daughter. It has the bitterness fading a little more from me every day. My cell phone vibrates in my pocket. When I pull it out, I see it's Knox. Yeah, I answer. We have trouble. I tense at the hard edge in his voice. What's going on? Someone trespassed onto the farm last night while Dad was gone and did some major damage. Burned half his crop and vandalized most of the property. Anger swells in my veins, morphing into vengeance. That land means everything to my father. Those crops are his livelihood. Who? I ask, the one word coming out cold and hard. We don't know for sure, but apparently he's been getting threats for the past few months. The information has dread curling in my gut. What kind of threats? Random phone calls in the middle of the night and letters in the mail. But last night they took things to a whole new level. Someone is trying to run him out of here, Justice. My mind reels as I wonder who would be stupid enough to threaten my father. Not only because of the three of us, but Thatcher is more lethal than us all. Calmer and more level-headed, but definitely more dangerous. Why the hell would he keep this from us? I ponder out loud. Probably because he knew we would flip this fucking town upside down. Damn straight we would. No one fucks with our father and gets away with it. You need to come home, he says. This is serious, Justice. Whoever is doing this isn't fucking around. Our family shouldn't be apart right now. Running a hand through my hair, I let go of a heavy breath. I know. Does that mean you'll come? I look across the yard, my eyes connecting with Ryan's. She immediately straightens, her smile slipping at my expression. Yeah. We'll leave here in the morning. Good. See you soon. I hang up and watch Ryan cautiously walk toward me, leaving Hannah to continue with the kite on her own. Justice, what is it? What's wrong? She asks, concern edging her voice. That was Knox. Someone destroyed my father's property last night. What? She gasps. Apparently he's been getting threats for the past couple of months. Why on earth would someone threaten Thatcher? I don't know, but I plan to find out. Her face pales, fear washing over her expression. She knows what's coming. We have to go back, Ryan. She shakes her head. You go. Hannah and I will wait here for you. I'm not leaving you. We all go. Her bottom lip begins to tremble, her entire demeanor setting into panic mode. Please don't make me do this. I watch her carefully, suspicion rearing its ugly head. What are you so afraid of? Her eyes drop to the ground. I hate that town. I hate the people there and the power they have. You know that. Come on, Ryan. A few families do not make up that whole fucking town. They do when you're related to them, she argues, her eyes spitting fire as she looks back up at me. If there is trouble out at the farm, the last thing we should do is bring our daughter there. No one is stupid enough to come onto that property when my brothers and I are there. That's why they waited until Thatcher left. She remains silent, chin jutting out stubbornly as she continues to fight the inevitable. My father needs us right now. After everything he has done for you, are you really telling me you'd turn your back on him? I feel bad using that card, but also feel like I have no other choice. There's no backing out of this, no more avoiding it. We both need to go home with our daughter. It's time. She knows it too. Her eyes close in defeat, a single tear slipping down her cheek. Stepping closer, I cup the back of her neck, tilting her face up to mine. When those hazel eyes of hers open, the fear in them rips me in half. Nothing, or no one, will ever hurt our family, Ryan. I would never allow it. Trust me. Her resolve slips, and she finally gives in. Okay, she whispers. We'll go back.
Chapter 18. Ryan. Familiar trees and brush pass by in a blur as we enter the outskirts of Winchester. I stare aimlessly out my window, dreading every second that passes. Hannah jabbers cheerfully from the back seat, as she has for the past several hours, excited she's finally going to Papa Thatcher's to see his farm and meet her uncles. Her enthusiasm is the only reprieve my terrified heart has had. Things have been going so perfectly the last few days that I should have known the other shoe was bound to drop. The dream I had of us being a family was firmly in my grasp. Watching Justice and Hannah together as they formed that special father-daughter bond healed my wounded heart in so many ways. It also helped that I got to spend every night in his arms afterward, feeling safe and cherished. When we weren't drowning in our desire for one another, we would talk for hours, sharing the last 6 years and everything we missed. It reminded me of the beautiful memories of our past, and it began washing away the ugly ones. Until we got that phone call, it was easy to forget. But now, it's all I can think about, and it has me fearing I will lose everything before I even have it. If Thatcher wasn't in trouble, I would never return. But since he is, I can't turn my back on him. Not after everything he has done for Hannah and me. Justice reaches over the truck's console, placing his warm hand on my bare knee, stilling it from its incessant bouncing. I look down at his touch, then up at him. Sorry, I whisper the apology. He's worried enough about his father. The last thing I should be doing is adding to his stress.
Everything is going to be okay,
he assures me once again.
You'll see.
I wish I felt as confident as him. It's gonna be great, Hannah adds, thankfully having no idea of my torment. I can't wait to meet my uncles. Hopefully they like me.
They're gonna love you, baby,
Justice tells her before I can.
They already do.
Good, 'cause I love them too. A soft smile dances across my lips. In my heart, I know this is long overdue, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous for what kind of reception I will receive from both of them. I have no doubt they are furious with me on their brother's behalf, but it's a consequence that's unavoidable, and one I will accept. When we pull up to the farm, I suck in a sharp breath at the damage that has been done. Half of the crop is nothing but blackened ash, and the barn's windows are smashed. A fresh coat of paint has been applied, and I shudder to think of what had to be covered up. Thatcher sits in his rocking chair on the front porch as we drive up, playing his harmonica. My heart warms as I think about all the times he has played for Hannah. He's always loved music, especially the blues.
It's the soul of music,
he always says. Papa Thatcher! Hannah unlatches her seatbelt and jumps out of the truck before Justice barely has it turned off.
Hey, look who it is. My sweet Hannah J.
Thatcher's arms are open and ready as she dashes into them. Warmth booms in my chest as the two embrace. They have a special bond. Something I'm grateful for since Hannah will never have that with my parents. As far as I'm concerned, Thatcher is her only grandparent, and I plan to keep it that way. I look over at Justice, my smile fading when I see a battle of emotions dominating his face. I didn't stop to think how this would affect him. He hasn't spoken to Thatcher yet, and as much as he loves his father, I know he's still hurting over the secret we both kept from him. I reach for his hand, hoping to offer comfort, but he doesn't give me the chance.
Let's go.
His words are clipped as he climbs out of the truck, leaving me no other choice but to follow. The front door flies open and out walks Braxton.
Well, what do we have here?
He strides over to his father, slinging an arm around his shoulders.
Dad, where did you find this small creature?
Hannah giggles, then bravely sticks out her hand. The name is Hannah J. Creed, and you're my Uncle Braxton. Laughter spills past my lips before I can stop it. Most little girls would be nervous and even intimidated, but not my Hannah. She's always been courageous, just like her father. I chance a look at Justice and find a small grin on his face, too.
Your uncle.
Braxton takes her from Thatcher and lifts her over his head, making her laugh and squirm as he inspects her.
I guess I can see the resemblance. You do kind of look like my brother.
She more than looks like Justice. The only thing Hannah inherited from me is my eye color. That's as far as our similarities go.
But you're way prettier,
he adds, then places her back down on her feet and extends his hand, finally accepting her handshake.
Nice to meet you, Hannah J. Creed. Welcome to the toughest and coolest family in Mississippi.
Thanks. I'm excited to be here. Guilt infiltrates my chest, knowing full well I am to blame for it taking as long as it has.
We're all happy about that, kid.
Braxton turns to me, his thoughts clearly matching my own. However, any anger he has toward me is shoved aside as he walks over to greet me.
Ryan, been a long time.
I nod. It has.
It's good to see you.
He surprises me by leaning down to kiss my cheek, his lips lingering. At least, it feels that way. I don't have much time to ponder it before he moves for his brother.
Glad to have you back, man.
While the two share a handshake, Thatcher walks over and pulls me into his loving arms.
It's good to see you, child.
You too, I whisper, his affection easing some of the worry in my heart. This man has been my saving grace, and whenever we spend time together, I always cherish it, even if it means being back in this godforsaken town. He steps back, holding onto my shoulders, and flashing me a reassuring smile before he shifts his attention over to Justice. The easiness that was in Justice's expression a moment ago is no longer there. This doesn't deter Thatcher, as he pulls his son in for a hug too.
I missed you, boy.
The gruff sound of his voice has tears stinging my eyes. Justice remains silent, but he does return his father's embrace, though it's brief and far from warm. The sound of the screen door banging open pierces the air and makes me jump. My eyes dart to the porch, and there I find Knox. He looks every bit as intimidating as I remember, in his well-worn, ripped jeans and white muscle tank that not only shows off his cut arms, but also displays his colorful skin. The most alarming part, though, is his hard eyes and the way they are glaring at me right now. The anger I was spared from Braxton is delivered with a vengeance by Knox, his hatred undeniable. It hurts more than I thought it would, which is surprising, since I know Knox has never cared for me. Maybe this time is different, because no matter what happens between Justice and me, Knox and Braxton will always be a part of my life because of Hannah. His gaze eventually strays to Justice, and the anger completely evaporates, leaving in its place an array of emotions, the most prominent one being relief. He walks toward his brother only to be intervened by Hannah, her smile oblivious to the tension. She extends her hand, greeting him the same way she did Braxton. "Hi, Uncle Knox. I'm Hannah J. Creed, and I'm your niece." Knox blinks down at her, as if he only noticed her just now. His head tilts ever so slightly, an almost look of wonderment splashed across his hard face. Eventually, he takes her outstretched hand, but keeps the contact brief.
Hey, kid.
"Boy, you sure have a lot more tattoos than my dad," she says. Knox shifts, clearly uncomfortable.
I guess. That's because he's more badass than your dad, and so am I,
Braxton says, ribbing Justice. It earns him a shove before Justice moves for Knox, pulling him in for a hug. There's a vulnerability in Knox as Justice murmurs things to him that no one else can hear. A frown forms on my face as I notice the way Knox's fingers fist the back of his shirt, almost gripping it out of fear.
Why don't we all head inside?
Thatcher suggests, wrapping an arm around my shoulders.
Dinner's almost ready.
Justice eyes the two of us, the betrayal in his gaze undeniable.
I'm going to take our things to the guest house first,
he says coldly. Thatcher nods, but is clearly hurt by his son's clipped response.
Just don't be long. I don't want the food to get cold.
"Can I come, Daddy?" Hannah asks. "I want to see where I'll be sleeping."
Yeah, baby. Come on.
Reaching down, he lifts Hannah into his arms and shoots me a parting look before walking away. Both Braxton and Knox follow him, leaving Thatcher and me alone. "I'm sorry," I whisper, my guilt bubbling to the surface. I thought he was getting over his anger. He brushes off the apology like always.
Don't worry about it. My boy and I will talk later. Right now, all I care about is having my whole family together for the first time. There is no greater gift than that.
I wish I could give him that gift forever. If here or somewhere else, I'd give it to him in a heartbeat. But this town will never be my home again. For the sake of my soul, it can't be.
Chapter 19. Justice. Seeing my father after all this time has been harder than I thought it would be. That ever-present resentment floods my veins as I'm forced to witness the bond he has with my daughter. A bond I was denied because of a secret he helped keep from me. Hannah sits on his lap at the dinner table, eating pie and ice cream. It's her favorite pie, a fact I didn't know, but he did. The two of them laugh as she feeds him and gets the dessert all over his face. All of it is a reminder of his betrayal, and it drives that stake even deeper into my chest. For the sake of my daughter and everyone else at the table, I do my damnedest to shove aside my anger, but it's proving rather difficult. Braxton picks up on my mood and slings an arm around my shoulder. "We've missed you at target practice lately, brother. You're going to have a lot of catching up to do." I grunt at his attempt for distraction. He's full of shit. We all know I can outshoot both of them any day. "What's target practice?" Hannah asks. "Shooting," my father answers before I can. "Daddy taught me how to shoot the bow and arrow you bought me," she tells him. "I'm really good at it too, aren't I, Daddy?" She smiles over at me, waiting for validation. "A natural," I reply, managing to keep the anger I'm feeling out of my tone. I had no idea he was the one who bought it for her, and the information only pisses me off more. "You like to shoot, little bit?" Braxton asks, cocking a brow. "I love it. I've only shot the plastic bow and arrow Papa Thatcher bought me, but Daddy said he's going to buy me a real one." "Is that so?" Ryan cuts in, side-glancing me her disapproval. "You bought her a plastic bow and arrow?" Braxton questions my father, disbelief thick in his voice. "Of course. She's just a child." "Exactly," Ryan nods. He leans into Hannah's ear but speaks loud enough for us all to hear. "I also didn't want your mama to have a heart attack." The two of them snicker while a smile touches Ryan's lips. Unable to witness any more of this shit, I get up from the table, making sure to drop a kiss on Hannah's dark head before walking outside for a cigarette, the screen door slamming shut behind me. Lighting up, I take that first deep inhale, letting the fiery smoke invade my lungs and ease the tightness in my chest. My shoulder rests against a large column as I overlook the charred crop, my mind drifting to a different set of problems. I didn't get much of a chance to talk to my brothers about everything that happened because I didn't want to risk Hannah overhearing. But while she checked out her room and unpacked her suitcase, they quickly filled me in on everything that was vandalized. They also told me that the barn had been spray-painted with racial slurs along with a threat. "Leave or we'll burn it all." It's no secret my father isn't well liked by some people in this town, but he's lived here his entire life. This land has been in his family for generations. It makes no sense why, after all this time, someone would try to force him out. My thoughts are cut off when someone walks out of the house behind me. I don't have to look to know it's my father. His presence has always been strong and sure, embedded into my heart despite my conflicting feelings at the moment. I take another pull of my cigarette as he comes to stand next to me. Silence hangs heavily between us before he finally speaks. "I don't blame you for being angry at me, son." My eyes remain straight ahead, the smoke slowly exhaling past my lips and billowing around us. "You helped a woman who was pregnant with my child hide from me, then helped raise what's mine. My feelings are a little more than angry, Dad." "I didn't help Ryan run from you. I helped her escape this town and the threats she faced if she stayed." "And to hell with me, right?" "No. I always wanted you to know, but I also felt that Ryan had to be the one to tell you. I encouraged her many times, but things were complicated. I didn't do what I did to hurt you, son. I did it to protect Ryan and Hannah J." "They aren't yours to protect," I bellow, finally turning to face him. "They're my goddamn family." Despite my temper, he remains calm and collective. "Yes, they are. They also have been. Nothing will change that, just like nothing will ever change the fact that you are my son." I look away from him, too angry to acknowledge the regret in his eyes. "I hated keeping this from you, Justice. You've got to believe me. I did it to protect everyone involved, including you. Trust me when I say there are people here who would have made sure Ryan never carried out her pregnancy. I would have never allowed that to happen, and you know it," I grind out. "Sometimes things are out of your control no matter how determined or how strong we are." There's an underlying pain hidden in his voice, one he has always kept buried from everyone, including his sons. It's the same one I have coiling around my chest like a venomous snake at this very moment. I believe we all have a plan, a destiny mapped out for us, he continues, steering the conversation deeper. It's why the three of you boys ended up on my land all those years ago. You were always meant to be mine, just not until that time. My eyes shift back to his. So what are you saying? I wasn't meant to know my own daughter until now? No, I'm not saying that. But I have always wondered if maybe, just maybe, things happened the way they did because your brothers needed you for a little while longer. I tense, shocked by the knowledge reflecting in his eyes. Considering the talk that had floated around town about us, I shouldn't be surprised he knows, but he never let on he knew before now. I wait for disappointment to enter his gaze, but it never comes. The only thing I see is understanding, something he has always been good at when it comes to the three of us. He's never judged us, not even when we've made mistakes. Sometimes things are meant to happen the way they do, even if we don't understand them, he continues. I'm not saying that's the case with Hannah J., but if you had known about her from the beginning, things would have changed for you all a long time ago. He's right. They would have. And it would have been hard, but not as hard as missing out on all the time I've lost with my daughter. That hurts a hell of a lot more than any other scenario that could have played out. Now is different, though, he says, stepping closer to place a hand on my shoulder. It's your time now, Justice. Time for you and your family to come first. That's why you found that picture when you did, and I'm damn glad you did because it killed me to look at you and keep that precious child a secret. The tears forming in his eyes trigger a dark emotion of my own, one that has my throat burning like a motherfucker. I let go of my anger in one hard breath, feeling too conflicted to hold it in any longer. I will never accept that I shouldn't have known about my daughter, but right now I need guidance, and there's no better person to give it to me than the man standing before me. I don't know what to do, I admit, swallowing past the guilt threatening to choke me. I don't know how to make this right for us all, especially Knox. Your brother will be all right. He's stronger than you give him credit for. He's wrong, but that's because he doesn't know about Knox's past. No one does but Braxton and me, and it's a secret we will take to our grave. I've fought alongside him for years while he battled his demons. I won't turn my back on him now. I will still be there for him. I'll just have to find another way to do it. For the sake of my family, I have to. I gaze into my father's eyes that are warm with patience and understanding, and one question surfaces, a painful question that has been weighing heavily on me these past few days. I need to ask you something, and I want you to be honest with me, no matter what. He nods. All right. Did you keep Hannah from me because you didn't think I would be a good father? The thought hurts more than the deception itself, but it's an answer I need to know before I can move forward. Never. The one word escapes him on an audible breath. He grabs onto both of my shoulders, looking me square in the eyes. Listen to me carefully. I've always known that little girl was lucky to have you as her father, just like I am lucky to have you as my son. You are strong, loyal, and honorable. I'm damn proud of the man you are. Keeping that little girl a secret had nothing to do with that. I did it because I felt it was my only option at the time to keep all of you safe. And now, I ask. He straightens, his eyes never leaving mine. Now is different. Ryan isn't as vulnerable as she was when she was pregnant. The threat of her having the baby is long over. I wish she would have told you sooner, but what's been done is done. We can't change the past. None of us can. But I can promise you I will never keep something like that from you again. The promise eases some of the burden that's been weighing on my chest. It still hurts like hell, but I refuse to stay angry with him because he has given me far more than he has ever kept from me. We good? He asks. Nodding, I take one last drag from my cigarette before dropping it and quickly rubbing it out with my boot. Yeah, Dad. We're good. He pulls me in for a hard hug. His embrace is something I've grown accustomed to over the years. Affection was an unfamiliar thing until him. I've often wondered how different my life would have been if I had been born to him instead of a woman who hated me. But whenever I get the thought, I shove it aside, knowing I wouldn't have found my brothers and life would not make sense without them. That I'm certain of. Ah, look at the love fest happening without us, Knox. Braxton's mocking voice cuts through the air as he and Knox step out onto the porch. I'm feeling a little left out. How about you? My father ignores his attempt to lighten the moment and reaches for the both of them. Come here. I want to talk to you all for a minute. He ropes them in next to me, forming a circle between us. This family is going to face a lot of obstacles over the next while, and it's important we stick together. We need to keep our heads straight and not let our anger override our senses. You hear? How are we supposed to do that when you won't tell us what's going on? Knox says heatedly, speaking what's on all of our minds. I will soon. I have a few phone calls I need to make first. The statement has me even more intrigued, and I want to question him further, but decide against it because I know he won't say shit until he's ready. If I know my father, he's gathering as much info as he can before making any kind of move. I appreciate you boys ready to battle on my behalf. I know it's your instinct to protect, but we must tread carefully. All we need to do is stick together, and we will conquer. I have no doubt, because our family possesses a trait stronger than any threat. What's that? Love, he responds. Love will always conquer hate, and no one loves like we do. No other family is as loyal as we are, and no one will fight like us. His words ring through the air, strong and true. And no one can shoot like us, Braxton adds. A grin cracks my lips and my father chuckles. You're damn right about that. Now bring it in. He gathers all of us into a group hug. I love you boys. Our family will overcome this. Together we are unbreakable. Damn right we are. And whoever is fucking with us best remember it. Our moment comes to an end when Ryan and Hannah step out of the house hand in hand. The sight of them inflates my chest with indescribable emotions. Sorry to interrupt, Ryan says nervously, her hazel eyes meeting mine. I'm going to go on and take Hannah over to the guest house for a bath and get her ready for bed. I'll come. You don't have to, she rushes to say. Stay and visit. We'll be fine. No, we're done here. As much as I want to catch up with my brothers, I don't want to miss putting Hannah to bed. It's something I refuse to live without again. We didn't want to hang out with you anyway, Braxton says. I punch him in the shoulder for being a pussy, and he delivers one back, making Hannah giggle. My father kneels down, opening his arms to her. Come here, child. She happily obliges, stepping in to give him a hug. Good night, Papa Thatcher. Good night. Get a good sleep, and you can help me milk the cows in the morning, all right? She gasps, her entire face lighting up. You really mean it? He nods. You can be my helper for the day. Sounds good to me. Just call me Farmer Hannah. My father chuckles and Ryan smiles. Hannah moves for Braxton next. Night, Uncle Brax. He reaches down and pulls her feet out from under her, flipping her upside down. Her laughter fills the night as she dangles in front of his face. Good night, little bit. I'll see you at breakfast. You sleeping here too? She asks. You bet. I figured they would. Until we figure out who is threatening my father, we all stick together. Once he places her back on her feet, she turns to Knox. Good night, Uncle Knox. Dread seizes my chest when she opens her arms and moves for him. No! Both Braxton and I reach for her but aren't quick enough. She throws herself at him, hugging his waist. My brother's entire body stiffens, his face draining of color. I push past my father to grab her, but he stops me with a hand on my chest. Give her a chance, he murmurs, quiet enough that no one else hears. Everyone is silent, our attention on Knox as he stares down at her, fear bleeding from him as his demons surface. They take hold, swallowing him right in front of us all. Ryan's questioning eyes burn into the side of my face, but I ignore them, only focusing on the embrace before me. Eventually, Knox lowers his hand to her back, awkwardly patting it. Night. His voice is strained, gruff with whatever emotions dominate inside of him, but within the tortured sound lies affection. Hannah backs away, smiling up at him before skipping over to me. Ready, Daddy? She raises her arms, having no idea the impact she just made on not only my brother but also this entire family. Bending down, I scoop her up and pull her into my chest, burying my face in the side of her hair before sparing my father and brothers a parting glance. I'll see you in the morning. At their nods, I grab Ryan's hand and start down the stairs, walking away from one family, but leaving with another, both meaning everything to me.
Chapter 20. Ryan. The evening air is warm as I sit out on the front porch of the guest house, a cold bottle of beer resting between my hands while I watch the sun sink below the horizon. It paints the sky in stunning shades of pink, red, and gold. I'm enraptured by it, so much so that it's almost easy to forget the evil that plagues this town. Almost. Despite my beautiful surroundings, nothing could make me forget what lurks only a short distance away. Every loveless moment of my childhood has emerged with a vengeance, casting a gloomy shadow upon my heart. I fear what being here will not only mean for me, but my daughter as well. Heavy boots hitting the wooden porch bring me out of my sad thoughts and has awareness prickling my skin. Turning around, I find Justice standing behind me, the light from inside the house pouring out, illuminating his commanding presence. My heart stutters and pulse skips, his effect on me stronger than ever. Even with the turmoil I find myself in. Hannah asleep? I ask. The bedtime routine has become their special time, one I've gladly stepped back from and allowed them to have.
Yeah, she went out quick tonight.
The long drive wore her out. He grunts.
And all that talking she did.
The softest chuckle leaves me. That too. His eyes drift over me like a heated caress before landing on the beer bottle.
Since when do you drink?
You should know by now, if there's anything in this world that would drive me to drink, it's this town. The words are spoken in a teasing manner, but he doesn't share in my amusement. We both know I mean every word. Our gazes hold, the truth passing back and forth between us. I break the connection first, my attention shifting back to the view before me. I have to admit, it's really beautiful here. He takes the spot next to me on the top step, his jean-clad thigh brushing my bare one, eliciting a current of heat to spark through my body. I tip the bottle to my lips, the golden liquid offering a small reprieve.
That's why my father loves it so much. It's private and peaceful, like a world all on its own.
The nostalgia in his tone has me twisting back to him. You love it too. It comes out more of a statement than a question. The answer is written all over his face.
It's home, the only one I've ever known.
My heart pinches at the pain edging his voice. I desperately want to ask about his life before Thatcher. I'm even more curious about his birth parents than I was before. Not only because Hannah shares the same DNA, but I've also always wanted to know what has made Justice Creed the way he is, closed off and afraid to trust anyone other than his brothers. Beneath the hard exterior, I've witnessed moments of vulnerability. When, for that brief second, his guard slips. I've seen it when he watches Hannah unaware. Or when we're making love and I reach for more from him, demanding more of an emotional connection that he seems so afraid to give me. Or times like tonight, when Hannah hugged Knox, and it sent Braxton and Justice both reaching for her out of fear. He was a mix of pain and apprehension when our daughter hugged his brother. In the past, I never spent much time around all three of them. It was always just Justice and me. Braxton has always been friendly enough, though. I've come to learn he's the jokester out of the three, but Knox is different from them all. Quieter, more observant, and even more on guard than his brothers. It makes me wonder what happened to him, too. What tragedies brought these three boys together and made them who they are? Why didn't you want Hannah to hug Knox? I ask, my curiosity getting the best of me. His shoulders stiffen, tension thickening the humid air.
He doesn't like to be touched.
His gruff voice is laced with an emotion I can't quite decipher. Seeming agitated now, he reaches for the cigarettes in his pocket and lights one up, taking a long drag before exhaling the tension gracefully. The scent is something I've grown accustomed to in a short amount of time. In a weird way, it's become an addiction for me, too. just like the man himself. You hugged him, I remind him, bravely pushing for more.
That's different. Brax and I don't apply to the rules.
Rules? Before I could even think about what that comment means, he swipes the beer out of my hands and tilts the bottle to his lips, taking a long pull. I should be annoyed by his audacity. Instead, I'm enamored by the way his strong throat bobs, my mouth watering to taste his skin. My tongue darts out, licking my dry lips. By the smirk he shoots my way, I have no doubt he knows exactly where my thoughts are.
Tell me, Ryan,
he starts, his deep voice sliding over every inch of my skin.
What has you so afraid to be back here?
The question douses the roaring heat surging through my body. Haven't we already been over this?
Yeah, we have. But I think there's more to it. I think there's something you aren't telling me.
His knowing eyes search mine, probing for the truth. He knows it all, except for the part about Derek, and I will never tell him about that. Never reveal what almost happened that night, because I have no doubt he would kill him without a second thought. I think the reasons I've given you are more than justified, don't you?
No, I don't.
A bitter laugh escapes my throat. Well, sorry if you don't have a problem with people wondering which one of you brothers my daughter belongs to. It's a big deal to me. There's an angry tick to his jaw, my words striking a nerve. Too damn bad. He shouldn't have asked if he didn't want to hear it.
All you have to do is look at that little girl to know she's mine.
I shrug. Maybe, but that won't stop the rumors.
Fuck the rumors,
he fires back.
We know the truth. That's all that matters.
Easy for you to say. You're not the one who is going to be questioned and judged. No one would dare question Justice Creed. They know they would never live to tell about it. But what about me? Or, God forbid, Hannah? What about when she goes to school? Will the teachers treat her differently? The kids? Will their parents tell them to stay away from her because of the lifestyle her father led? Just the thought makes me nauseous.
We can't control what is said about us, Ryan. People can think what they want. They have for a long time. All I care about is the truth. And I'll be damned if I let a few self-righteous assholes run me or my family out of this town.
These people aren't just pretentious snobs, Justice. They are powerful. I grew up with them. I know what they're capable of, and it's terrifying. I look away, my words trailing off as fear crawls up my throat. Silence descends like a heavy blanket, his questioning gaze burning into the side of my face.
Have you spoken to your parents since you left?
I shake my head. If I never see them for the rest of my life, it would still be too soon. After one last drag from his cigarette, he puts it out with his boot, then moves into my personal space, his hands planting on either side of my hips, while my head remains cast to the side.
Look at me,
he demands. Swallowing thickly, my stinging eyes meet his hard ones.
I won't let anyone hurt you, Ryan. You hear me? I will do whatever necessary to protect my family. If anyone fucks with you in any way, I'll take care of them.
The vow burrows its way deep into my fearful heart. Closing my eyes, I rest my forehead against his, my hand moving to his jaw as I seek his warmth.
Trust me, baby,
he murmurs, his mouth grazing my cheek, warm breath fanning over my skin.
Trust me to take care of you.
I nod against him, unable to speak past the emotion clogging my throat. The rest of our conversation ceases when his mouth captures mine in a searing kiss, banishing the fear and replacing it with hope. I cling to the warm feeling with everything that I am, my fingers driving through his mussed hair. His potent male taste seeps into my bones and drowns me in the dark essence. Gripping my hips, he brings me over to straddle him. A whimper purges from my throat at the feel of his hard cock between my legs. A growl escapes him, his hands cupping my bottom to bring me closer against him.
Goddamn, you're on fire, baby. I can feel the heat of your pussy through my fucking jeans.
He pulls his mouth from mine, allowing oxygen into my lungs as his greedy lips descend down my throat, branding my skin and leaving its everlasting mark. I reach for the edge of his shirt, tugging it up his body, my hands eager to feel his hot skin. He quickly helps me rid him of the material, then moves to the tie at my neck, pulling the strings of my dress loose, a sense of urgency claiming us both. My top falls away, bearing me to his stare. The cool air whispers over my naked flesh, my nipples straining beneath his hungry gaze. A noise works its way up his throat as he cups my heavy weight in his hands. My head falls back on a moan, back bowing as I arch into his heated touch.
So fucking pretty,
he growls. A branch snaps in the distance, penetrating the flames of desire and making my heart kick up. I sit up, my head twisting left and eyes scanning the darkness.
It's just us out here, Ryan.
I look back at Justice, a niggle of doubt creeping in. The main house is far from here, and there are no neighbors for miles. But what if his brothers decide to go for a walk? The thought is both mortifying and arousing. The latter absolutely terrifies me. As if reading my thoughts, our gazes lock, something dark and forbidden passing between us.
Does it turn you on to think of my brothers seeing us, Ryan?
I shake my head quickly. Too quickly. A knowing smirk claims his lips.
I think you're lying. I think it makes your pussy really wet to think of them watching us.
He grips my nipples, tugging ruthlessly on the aching points. A moan spills past my lips, an almost fearful note to it as I try to understand the forbidden feelings he's evoking within me.
Don't be ashamed, baby. It turns me on too,
he confesses.
I'd love for them to see my hands all over you, for them to see what will only ever be mine.
The dark possession in his voice eases some of my apprehension. He leans in, taking a taut nipple into his mouth, his teeth gripping with a force that has me crying out. Fire races through my blood, my head dropping back again as I give in to the fiery pleasure. A million stars hover above me, the moonlit sky more pronounced than ever. When something cold touches my skin, my head lifts again. Justice swirls the tip of the beer bottle around one aching nipple, teasing and taunting. I gasp when he pours the liquid over it, his hot mouth catching the cool stream, tongue curling around my tortured bud. A harsh whimper parts my lips as he gives the same attention to my other breast, cold and heat colliding with one another before he brings the bottle to my mouth.
Open,
he commands, his dark voice making me eagerly comply.
Now suck it.
I blink, confused.
I want you to wrap those pretty lips around the bottle, Ryan, and suck it. Do it now.
The deep command in his voice, along with the hunger dancing in his dark eyes, has me following the order. Swallowing thickly, I flick out my tongue, licking the rim. Remembering that his lips were pressed to the bottle only a short time ago, I taste the faintness of beer and him. Always him. His eyes darken, hooding with desire. I let go of all my inhibitions, allowing him to slip the bottle deeper, my gaze never wavering from his. Slowly, he thrusts the smooth brown glass in and out, my cheeks hollowing around the tip.
That's it, baby. Suck it. Suck it like Braxton is shoving his fat cock deep in your mouth.
My pussy involuntarily clenching at the erotic words.
You like that, don't you?
He asks, his voice thick with lust.
You like thinking about my brother's cock fucking this sweet mouth.
He pushes the bottle deeper, the tip hitting the back of my throat. I can't imagine ever doing something so intimate with anyone besides Justice, but I won't lie. Hearing him talk like this turns me on way more than it should.
Such a dirty girl,
he croons.
Enjoy the fantasy, Ryan. Because that's all it will ever be. The only cock that will ever feed this hungry mouth of yours is mine.
The last of his words leave his throat on a growl. Pulling the bottle from my mouth, he replaces it with his own, claiming what will only ever belong to him. His rough hands slip beneath my dress, ripping my panties from my hips and lifting me enough to work his belt. The moment his cock springs free, I grasp it in my hand, eagerly guiding it to my entrance. The same time I press down, he thrusts up. I cry out at the beautiful invasion, my fingers biting into his shoulders.
Ride me,
he demands.
Fuck my cock. Show me how bad you want it.
Moaning, I lean back and brace my hands on his knees, using my feet to push myself up and down.
Good girl. Make those tits bounce for me.
The praise encourages me further, my hips moving faster. Raising his hand, he slaps one pink nipple. A cry of pleasure purges from my throat, the sensation shooting straight to my clit.
You want more?
My response is a pleading whimper. He slaps my other breast, the resounding smack exploding through the air between us, creating a beautiful pain I've never known. It makes my pussy throb for release. Justice, please, I plead, begging to be put out of this sweet misery. His fingers move to my hips, digging into the soft flesh as he starts fucking me harder and faster. All the air leaves my lungs, my nails clawing at his chest as I fight for leverage, my body so close to destruction.
Give it to me, Ryan. Come all over my cock.
Pleasure floods my body, my cries ripping through the humid night, bouncing off the trees and echoing around us. He hooks a hand behind my neck and pulls my lips to his, swallowing my moans, then quickly follows, his cock pulsing as he fills me with his hot cum. I fall forward, my body depleted, lungs begging for air. His arms wrap around me, holding me close as his lips press against my damp shoulder. The act of tenderness brings a warm smile to my face. Moments pass before he shifts beneath me, withdrawing himself and pulling up his pants. Gathering me in his arms, he stands and heads inside. I'm thankful for it, knowing there's no way I'd be able to walk right now. He walks into the master bedroom, depositing me on the cold mattress, then finishes removing my dress from my body. I should shower, I mumble. It's the last thing I feel like doing right now, but I'm a hot, sticky mess, thanks to him.
Later.
He removes his own clothes, then crawls in next to me, pressing a deep kiss on my mouth. His lips travel lower, down between my breasts, then belly, stopping at my cesarean scar. He presses a gentle kiss to the puckered skin, then rests his head on my stomach, his fingers grazing over the jagged line. My heart warms in my chest, and I place a hand in his hair, holding him close. We've been taking a lot of risks lately, I say on a whisper, reaching a subject we should have had long before now. We need to start using protection. I know my cycle fairly well, and so far I think we're okay, but that will change soon.
That's not necessary. We'll just let nature take its course.
I tense, the comment taking me by surprise. What does that mean? He lifts his head, looking up at me.
It means, let's see what happens. If it's meant to be, it will happen.
I frown, my mind scrambling to understand the direction of this conversation. Are you saying you want to have a baby? He shrugs.
It's about time, don't you think? Hannah's going to be 6 soon.
I blink down at him, realizing he's completely serious. Justice, we are in no position to have another baby together.
Why not?
My eyes widen at the ridiculous question. Well, for starters, our lives are a mess right now, and we barely have what I would call a stable relationship.
You just came all over my cock. I'd say we have a pretty good relationship.
I'm being serious here.
So am I.
I shake my head, frustrated.
We've been fucking for the last week without any protection,
he reminds me.
Why are you making it a big deal now?
It's something we should have talked about from the beginning. We are in no place to have a baby, not when we have no idea what our future holds.
I know exactly what my future holds. You and Hannah.
His claim penetrates my frustration, hope igniting deep within my heart.
Hannah wants it too,
he adds. The information has me going still again. How do you know that?
She told me at the zoo. She wants a bigger family, and so do I. And this time, I want to be there for all of it.
Guilt infiltrates my chest as I'm reminded of something we still have yet to overcome. I want that one day too, I whisper, but our commitment isn't there yet.
Fine, then let's get married.
I rear back for the second time, my mouth dropping open. Excuse me?
Let's get married.
He doesn't even balk as he says the words. Are you drunk? I finally ask. He stares at me blankly, his expression void of any emotion. You are unbelievable. I pushed from the bed and reached for my robe, feeling the need to cover myself.
What's the problem, Ryan? You want more of a commitment, and I'm willing to give it to you.
How romantic, I mock sarcastically. It's exactly how I always imagined my future husband proposing to me.
I'm not a romantic guy. I never have been.
You got that right, I snap.
I'm practical. You want me, I want you. We want this family. Getting married seems like the perfect plan to me.
Yeah? Well, you can take your plan and shove it up your ass, because I am not marrying you.
Why the hell not?
He asks, offended. Because you're an asshole. He grunts, but I don't stick around to hear what he says next. Feeling close to tears, I turn on my heel and storm out of the room, refusing to let him see how much his insensitivity has hurt me. I walk into the bathroom and lock the door behind me before turning on the shower. Once the water gets hot enough, I step under the spray, and it's not long before my tears break free, spilling down my face and mixing with the water. Marrying Justice Creed has been a dream of mine for a very long time. But in my dream, he loves me. He wants to be with me because he couldn't imagine life without me. Not because we have a daughter together. Not because he thinks it's the right thing to do. I grew up my whole life without anyone ever loving me, and I'll be damned if I marry a man who doesn't either.
Chapter 21. Justice. It started a few months back. My father begins, his eyes moving over each of us as we sit at the kitchen table. He waited until Hannah went out back to play before starting the conversation we've all been waiting for. Ryan moves about the kitchen, clearing the breakfast dishes while continuing to ignore me like she has been since last night. I don't like it, and I especially don't like that she slept with Hannah instead of me, something that won't be happening again. I was first approached by Forrest Hamilton just weeks before he passed away. He offered me a generous amount to sell. He said he wanted the land for a development project he had in mind. Hamilton was one of the wealthiest men in Winchester until he died 2 months ago of a heart attack. He's from the older generation of the founding families, same age as my father. There's always been bad blood between them, more than any of the other families, which is why I'm surprised he would approach my father to begin with. How much was the offer? Knox asks. My father sits back in his chair and crosses his arms, his expression solemn. $4 million. Braxton's low whistle penetrates the thick silence. Obviously, I declined. It didn't matter, though. He came back twice more, and when I gave him the same answer both times, he really put the pressure on. Did he put his hands on you? The thought sends a dangerous rage pounding through my veins. If he was stupid enough to do that, I have no doubt my father handled himself just fine. Thatcher Creed will only take so much, and if you push him past his breaking point, you better fucking run. No, nothing like that, he says. It was more or less just subtle threats. That sounds like him. Ryan cuts in as she continues to collect dishes from the table. None of them like to be told no. When they don't get their way, they start throwing their money and power around. Amongst the anger in her voice lies pain. Before she can walk away, I grab her hips and pull her down on my lap, her body stiff. I press my lips to her shoulder, letting the contact linger until she eventually relaxes into me, the curve of her body fitting perfectly against mine. I figured when he died that would have been the end of it, my father continues. But it wasn't. The statement comes from me, a brief moment of silence falling over the table. No, it wasn't, he confirms. Weeks later, Archer Bishop and Mayor Lancaster came to see me. Ryan tenses against me. What did they want? There's a slight tremble in her voice, but I'm not sure if it has to do with Lancaster or Bishop. She went to school with Lancaster, and as far as I know, they got along, which used to piss me off. I've always hated the guy. I saw the way he looked at her. He wanted her, but the arrogant fucker never stood a chance. He ended up marrying Lacey Bishop, Archer's daughter. He's the district attorney and holds a lot of power within this town. He's one cutthroat son of a bitch, and his family has a lot of ties in the political world, which is no doubt how Lancaster got the position in the first place. They told me they wanted to follow through with Forrest's development project and dedicate it in his honor. They offered me even more money to sell. Once again, I declined.
I don't understand, Ryan says. Why do they need your land? Why not build it somewhere else?
That's the million-dollar question, my father says, bringing his coffee mug to his mouth for a leisurely sip.
Have they ever expressed interest in your land before now?
No, but they've never hidden the fact that they don't want me here. Maybe this is their way of finally pushing me out. It's more than that, I say, voicing the suspicion forming in my gut. You have something they want. My father runs a hand down his tired face, a weary breath escaping him. I agree. They've gone to great lengths to try and force me to sell. They've even been messing with my finances. I tense at the information. How? They froze my account so I couldn't access my money, then said it was a glitch.
No doubt it was done by my father, Ryan seethes, her voice thick with disgust.
He doesn't confirm or deny her accusation, but he doesn't need to. It's a given. August Lockwood is a wealthy investor. He funds most of the projects that are done by the founding families and has ties into all the banks around here. I never usually keep much at the bank anyway. I like to keep my money close and easily accessible. But I do have a business account, and I had just gotten a large sum of money from a sale I'd made. Some of it went missing when that glitch happened.
How much? Braxton asks.
A few thousand. Son of a bitch, Knox spews heatedly, jumping to his feet. He begins pacing, his body wound tight with the same rage I'm feeling. I moved the rest of the money out, and now have it in safekeeping. However, it seems they are now making good on their threats. I have no doubt the damage to my property was done by them. I just need evidence to prove it.
Evidence won't matter, Braxton spits. They have the fucking law deep in their pockets with Totter. He's right, Ryan intervenes. Between Sheriff Totter and Archer Bishop, if there's any evidence, it will be destroyed.
I say we eliminate them all and be done with it, Knox says, revenge dominating his expression.
I second that idea, Braxton adds. My father shakes his head.
Not yet. If there was ever a time to take action, Dad, it's now, I tell him. They've gone too fucking far this time. I know, and they won't get away with it. I'm putting a plan together.
What's that? I ask.
Last night, I spoke with Jackson Reed.
My brothers and I share a look as he talks about a SEAL he met during one of the training sessions he instructed years ago. I've never met the guy myself, but my brothers and I did a job for him a while back at the request of my father. It was a bloodbath, but a necessary one, and it made the world a hell of a lot safer.
He has a friend in the FBI who was going to be contacting me soon. He said he would be able to help us.
I don't know, Thatcher, Ryan starts quietly. For all we know, they have someone on the inside there, too.
It won't matter if they do. This agent can be trusted and is known for taking down prominent people. He's the one who brought down Senator Michaels a few years back.
It was a scandal that rocked the state of Georgia. The senator, among many other politicians, ran a sex trafficking ring with underage girls. Knowing this agent is the one who took them down gives me a little more hope.
If we can find the evidence we need, I have no doubt this agent can bring them down.
How do you suppose we do that? Knox asks. What about her? Braxton points to Ryan. She has a way in with her parents. No, I shut down the suggestion immediately, my hard voice leaving no room for debate. She's not going anywhere near them.
Why not? Knox says. It's the least she can do.
Ryan stiffens, hurt bleeding from her.
Watch it, Knox, I warn, my eyes narrowing.
It wouldn't matter anyway, Ryan whispers. My parents would never tell me anything. They know how I feel about Thatcher.
Silence fills the room as we all attempt to come up with a different alternative.
What about Gwen? Ryan suggests, talking about Hamilton's widow. She's always been kind. She's not at all like them. I'll bet she knows exactly what they want with your land. I could ask her if...
Gwen stays out of this.
My father's answer is clipped, a sudden hardness entering his expression. My eyes narrow in suspicion, wondering why he wouldn't want to involve her. She's the perfect person, considering she was married to the asshole. I understand. It was just a suggestion,
Ryan says softly. My father reaches for her hand, taking it in his. I appreciate it. I just don't want anyone getting hurt over this. Let me talk to the agent, then we can decide what our next move will be. We nod, giving him our word. Good. Now excuse me while I check on my granddaughter and go feed some cows. He pushes from the table and drops a kiss on Ryan's cheek, then claps us boys on the shoulder before walking out. Grim silence fills the kitchen before Braxton breaks it. Fuck it. Let's go hunting. I shake my head. You heard him. We do it his way for now. And if his way doesn't work? Knox asks. My eyes meet his hard ones. Then we'll take it upon ourselves, but not until then. Right now we have to trust that Dad knows what he's doing. Thatcher Creed isn't a stupid man, and he doesn't jump the gun. He's careful and calculated. If he's waiting, there's a reason. But I will only wait so long. One way or another, these fuckers are going to pay for what they've done.
They'll never stop, Ryan whispers. As long as they are alive and breathing, they will never stop ruining people's lives.
Hey, grasping her chin, I force her gaze to mine. I told you it will be okay. We got this. She nods, but doesn't seem convinced. I'm going for a smoke. Knox leaves the kitchen without sparing us a glance, the front door banging with his departure. Braxton mumbles something about checking on him, then follows out after him.
They hate me,
Ryan sighs, hurt laced in her voice. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Especially Knox. He won't even look at me.
He's like that with everyone. Don't take it personally.
Sure he is,
she grumbles. I brush her hair to the side, pressing a kiss to her neck before tilting her face to mine. You still mad at me?
Yeah.
My lips kick up in a smirk, amused by her blunt honesty. Well, make sure you get over it by tonight because you aren't sleeping with our daughter again. I tell her on a growl, my fingers squeezing her hips. Her pretty face pinches in a scowl.
Don't you bark orders at me, Justice Creed. Once you stop acting like an ass, then maybe I'll share a bed with you again.
The sass that rolls off her tongue makes my cock harden beneath my jeans. The need to bend her over this table and fuck the anger out of her burns in my blood. I consider doing exactly that, but the creak of the screen door cuts through the moment, followed by Knox's hard voice. We got company. The warning sends me to my feet, lifting Ryan in the process. Go get Hannah. I leave her with the order and head for the door. Through the screen, I see it's Sheriff Totter. My father rounds the house to greet him. My brother's not far behind. I push through the door and hop the porch railing to catch up. Sheriff? My father greets him with a nod, the three of us flanking him. What can I do for you this afternoon? Just came by to let you know that we were unable to find any evidence that could lead us to the perpetrators. Braxton's grunt portrays all of our disbelief. What about the fingerprints that were collected? My father asks. No match. His answer is as smug as his expression, my fists clenching with the need to wipe it off his face. I'm going to assume it was just a couple teenagers causing some harmless trouble, something I'm sure you can understand. He makes the comment casually as he eyes the three of us. Knox pushes forward, but my father holds him back, placing a warning hand on his shoulder. I'd hardly call it harmless trouble, Rick. The damage is quite expensive. Some of it is even irreparable. Totter hefts his belt up on his thick stomach. Well, I heard you were made a generous offer by the town. Maybe you ought to think about accepting it now. You son of a bitch. I push past my father, bringing myself toe-to-toe with him. His head tilts all the way back, eyes narrowing as he meets my hard gaze. Watch yourself, boy. If I were you, I'd take your own advice, Sheriff, and share it with all your friends before someone gets hurt. That a threat? He asks. A warning, I tell him. The law in Mississippi states we have the right to defend our property, and that's exactly what we intend to do. Any more unwanted trespassers will find themselves leaving in a body bag. He points his finger at me, his eyes bulging in fury. Don't you quote the law to me, you smug son of a bitch. I am the law. And my father steps between us, forcing him back. That's enough, Rick. I think it's time you leave. He opens his mouth, but whatever he's about to say is silenced when the front door flies open and Hannah's voice cuts through the air.
Wow, look at the cool police car.
I turn around to find Ryan running out after her, lifting her into her arms.
I told you to stay inside, she scolds softly. But look at the police car, Mama. I see it.
She positions Hannah on her cocked hip and faces the rest of us from the porch. Ryan? Totter speaks in stunned surprise, shock replacing his furious expression as his eyes shift from her to Hannah.
Rick.
Ryan's greeting is anything but friendly, her chin lifting in indignation. Do your parents know you're back in town? He asks.
I haven't had anything to do with them for a long time now, something I'm sure you're well aware of.
Admiration fills my chest as I witness that strength I remember from her all those years ago. He clears his throat, having the decency to look like the ass he is. I know they'd at least appreciate a phone call. Well, they aren't going to get it, I say, cutting back in. His gaze narrows once more on me before shifting to my father. You really should reconsider that offer, Creed. You know what this land means to me and my family, Rick. I'm not selling it for any amount of money. It's best y'all respect that, or like my boy said, someone is going to get hurt. His jaw clenches with the need to say more, but thankfully he's smart enough to know when to quit. Have it your way. He climbs back into his patrol car and drives off.
How come that policeman seems angry, Daddy?
Hannah asks, her voice timid as she and Ryan walk up to us. Because he's an asshole, Braxton answers without thinking. I send him a glare, then take Hannah into my arms. Don't worry about it, baby. He was just here asking some questions. Next time Mama tells you to stay inside, you listen. Got it? She nods.
Yes, sir.
I press a kiss to her hair, breathing in her scent and letting it ease the rage burning inside me. My father reaches for her. What do you say, Farmer Hannah? You want to move on to them pigs now?
I'm ready.
Her excitement returns full force as she leaps into his arms.
You want to come watch, Mama?
She asks, looking at Ryan.
I'd love to.
Ryan begins to follow, but before she can make it too far, I snag her wrist and swing her back to me, reeling her in for a hard kiss. My tongue parts her lips for a quick taste, inhaling everything that belongs to me, with my brother's watchful eyes on us. By the time I pull back, her breathing is heavy and eyes hooded.
What was that for?
She asks. I'm proud of you for standing your ground with Totter.
Yeah?
She quirks a brow. I nod.
Good. Remember that the next time I stand my ground with you, Justice Creed.
With a hard pat to my cheek, she walks away, tossing a sassy smile over her shoulder. Braxton breaks into muffled laughter, finding her as funny as she does herself. We'll see which one of us is wearing that smile by the time I'm done with her tonight.
Chapter 22. Ryan. The sun shines bright with promise as I walk hand in hand with Hannah through Oak Park. Nestled at the edge of town with walking trails, water fountains, and monuments, it's one of Winchester's most beautiful landmarks. Thatcher suggested it when Hannah asked if there were any parks close by. As nervous as I was about coming here, I'm glad I did. It's exactly what my heart needed. Some fresh air and time to think. Justice was wary to let us go without him, but I assured him we would be fine. He needs the time with his brothers. And if I'm being honest, I need some breathing room. Every time I turn around, that man is tempting me, tempting my body, my heart, and my dreams. We haven't spoken about our fight from the other night, but things are still strained between us, and I hate it. Thankfully, he has been smart enough not to broach the marriage and baby subject again, but it's there every time he looks at me. The vow and possession lying in his dark, unrelenting eyes is everything I've ever wanted, yet am terrified to have. Terrified to trust. I believe he cares a great deal about me. I see it in the way he looks at me and feel it in his touch, but that's not the same thing as love. I also know what kind of man he is, one who takes care of his responsibilities, and that is not grounds for marriage, not in my books. On top of all that, there are his brothers and the bond they have shared for so long. Can he really leave that behind forever? Will they hate me for it? Or worse, resent Hannah? I find the latter hard to believe. The two have been amazing with her. Even Knox in his quiet, off-putting way. He doesn't say much, but he patiently listens to her when she rambles and allows her to follow him around wherever he goes. Braxton is more hands-on, constantly teasing her and making her laugh. I have a feeling they are falling as hard for her as she is for them. Me, on the other hand, is a different story. Braxton is friendly enough and will even strike up a conversation, but the resentment is still there. Resentment that I kept his niece from him and hurt his brother. I'm not sure he will ever forgive me for that. Heck, I'm not even sure Justice has forgiven me for it. Just another reason why I am not sure this will ever work between us. It makes me completely heartsick. Mama, can I have a penny to throw in? Hannah asks, stopping next to the large fountain that sits in the center of the park. Its cream-colored marble, intricate detail, and overflowing water is a sight to behold. Sure. I reach into my purse for my wallet and pull out the only penny I have. Don't forget to make a wish. She closes the coin in her fist and brings it under her chin, her eyes squeezing shut. A smile forms on my lips at how hard she makes that wish. Curious to know what's going through that sweet little head of hers, and wondering if I can make it a reality. I'd give her the world if I could. Ryan Lockwood? I tense at the surprised female voice and nervously turn around to find a pregnant woman and her daughter walking over to us. When she removes her sunglasses, I see it's Jessica Bennett, a girl I went to high school with. Someone I would have even called a friend. Oh my gosh, it is you, she says, shock masking her expression. I paste a smile on my face and nod. How are you, Jessica? I'm great. I had no idea you were back. When did you get into town? Only a few days ago. We're just here for a short visit, I tell her, more for my benefit than hers. This is my daughter, Hannah. My hand moves to her small shoulder as I introduce her. She doesn't look all that surprised, her smile never wavering. Which leads me to believe word got out after the sheriff's visit. Hi, Hannah. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my daughter, Amelia. She brings the young girl to stand in front of her. With light brown hair and big whiskey brown eyes, she looks exactly like Jessica. Hi, Hannah waves. Hi, Amelia greets back. Want to play at the playground with me? Hannah turns her face up to mine. Can I, Mama? I hesitate for only a second, the hope in her voice making it impossible to say no. Sure, just for a few minutes though, okay? The two girls take off, racing across the grass. Stay where I can see you, I order to her retreating back. She acknowledges me with a wave over her shoulder, her speedy little legs never faltering. So, the rumors are true, Jessica says, a note of disbelief in her voice. You really did have Justice Creed's baby. There's no judgment in her eyes, only curiosity. I nod. I never did buy your parents' story that you went to California to finish out high school and attend UCLA, but up until a few days ago, I never in a million years thought this is what they were hiding. They had nothing to do with it, I tell her quietly. I haven't spoken to them in years. Sympathy flashes in her gaze. Sorry. It's fine. If people only knew how horrible my parents really are, they'd realize I'm much better off without them. What about you? I ask, changing the subject before I'm peppered with too many questions. I'm assuming you and Barry ended up getting married? Barry Anderson was one of Derek's best friends. He and Jessica dated for most of high school. God, no. I kicked that cheating bastard to the curb when I caught him fucking Brenda Faber at senior prom. I wince at the information, but can't say I'm surprised. Barry, Dustin, and Derek have always thought they were God's gift to women. I'm sorry. She waves away the apology. Don't be. I came out on top. She flashes me the diamond on her finger, her smile reaching from ear to ear. Just call me Mrs. Clemson. My eyes widen with shock. No way. You married Craig? He graduated with justice and was star quarterback of the football team. He was the very definition of golden boy. Last I heard, he's a deputy at the police department. It surprised me he would work for someone as corrupt as Sheriff Toter, because Craig has always been one of the good guys. Sure did. We got together right after I finished high school. she goes on to say, love shining bright in her eyes. It was a whirlwind of a summer. We were inseparable. Spent every night having hot, wild sex under the stars, then waking up to the sunrise. It was magical. Her trip down memory lane brings a smile to my face. It also got me knocked up, she divulges on a laugh. So he stuck a ring on my finger, said I do, and we haven't looked back since. I'm really happy for you, Jessica, I say, meaning it. Thanks. It's not as exciting as your life, but I'll take it, she teases, bumping my shoulder with hers. Trust me, I'd give anything for stability. I regret the admission as soon as it leaves my mouth. My gaze drifts away, her questioning eyes boring into the side of my face. I don't blame you for leaving, you know, she says quietly. I probably would have done the same thing. My attention moves back to hers, her words meaning a lot. Yeah? She nods. Although, if I'd gotten knocked up by a creed, I probably would have brought the three of them with me and locked us all away for an eternity. She waggles her eyebrows suggestively. The comment is made in a joking manner, but it still has my heart sinking. Despite what you've probably heard, it's only ever been Justice. Hey, you don't have to explain anything to me. It's clear as day who that girl's daddy is. Thank God for that. Hannah's resemblance to Justice may be my only saving grace in this town. She really is beautiful, Ryan, she tells me, her smile genuine. Thank you. So is Amelia. Thanks. I'm excited to see what baby number 2 has in store for us. Her hand moves to her swollen stomach, rubbing soothing circles. A pang of envy strikes my chest. There's nothing like feeling another life growing inside of you. It's something I've missed since having Hannah. Do you know what you're having? A boy, she reveals, beaming with pride. Craig is so excited, and so is Amelia. She's been dying for a sibling. I think about what Justice revealed the other night, and can't help but wonder if I had stayed here in Winchester, would I be where Jessica is now, pregnant, with baby number 2 on the way? I can't deny how much I love that thought, but I also know my and Justice's situation is much different than her and Craig's. He didn't share a lifestyle with his family that will follow them wherever they go. The sound of laughter brings our attention over to the playground. The girls hold hands, swinging side by side. Looks like our daughters have become friends, Jessica says. A smile touches my lips. It seems they have. My heart warms. Hannah loves it out of the farm, but I know she must miss her friends from school. Why don't y'all come to the dance tomorrow night? Dance? I ask. Yeah, it's been an annual thing for the past 3 years. It's at the old red barn on Boone Mills Road. There's going to be barbecue, drinks, and games for the kids. It's always a good time. I'm not so sure that's a good idea, I tell her hesitantly. Why not? I don't want to chance running into my parents. Among many other people. Are you kidding? They won't be there. None of them come. Well, except Gwen. She's on the council, so she helps plan it, but she's never been like them. You know that? Not even the good old mayor and his stuck-up wife will be there. It's for all us common folk who aren't good enough to hang out with the likes of them. I chuckle at the thick twang she uses, while painting an accurate description of what pretentious snobs they all are. She's right. My parents would never show up to something like that. I heard Derek and Lacey got married, I say casually. She snorts. If that's what you want to call it. My brows rise in question. Girl, they can't stand each other. She travels every chance she gets, and when she's not, she's fooling around on him as much as he is on her. He's just more discreet about it. I'm not surprised to hear it. Derek has always been a slimeball, and Lacey always had quite the reputation of getting around, especially back in high school. Something she used to be proud of and flaunt whenever she could. It seems some things never change. Come to the dance. It'll be fun, she presses, bringing the subject back to the matter at hand. Hannah and Amelia can hang out and get to know each other better, while you and I tear it up on the dance floor, just like old times. What do you say? I glance over the girls, watching them having so much fun together, but am still hesitant. I'll think about it, I say non-committally. I'll take it. She pulls me in for a hug, one I reciprocate, and I feel my throat tighten. "Thanks for the invite," I whisper. "I really hope you come. I'd love to catch up more." "Me too." I mean that. Running into her has been nice. It's been a really long time since I've had any kind of friend. Afterward, we exchange numbers. Then I grab Hannah and head to the drugstore for a few things. I considered going to the next town over. Unsure of whom I could possibly run into, since it's right in the center of town, but then I decided against it. Seeing Jessica opened something inside of me, penetrated some of the fear I've been holding on to. Maybe justice is right, and it's time I start facing this town and the demons that come with it. Hold my head high while I stare them all in the face, because if there is one thing in my life that I am proud of, it's my daughter. Despite the inner pep talk, I still find myself a bundle of nerves when I enter the pharmacy. Thankfully, the place is mostly quiet. Only a few customers that I don't recognize wandering the aisles. I do, however, run into Mr. Dixon, and am delighted to see he's still the pharmacist here.
"Well, I'll be, if it isn't little Ryan Lockwood."
He greets me, his smile as kind as I remember. "Nice to see you, Mr. Dixon."
"You too, darling. And who is this beautiful little girl you have with you?"
he asks, bringing his attention to Hannah. Before I can make the introduction, she steps forward and extends her hand. "Hannah J. Creed. Nice to meet you, sir." He looks up at me, impressed.
"Beautiful and well-mannered, just like her mama."
He takes her small offered hand into his and shakes it.
"Nice to meet you, Hannah J. Creed. How would you like a lollipop?"
"Yes, please." He grabs the glass jar, allowing her to choose her own color, and even sneaks her one more after dinner. Warmth invades my chest, remembering all the times he did the same for me, even though my mother was always nothing but rude to him. By the time we walk out of the pharmacy, my heart is light and filled with more hope than when I walked in. Unfortunately, my newfound peace is obliterated within seconds.
"Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in."
The arrogant male voice has my spine stiffening and stomach plummeting. Turning around, I come face to face with a man I never wanted to see again. Derek Lancaster.
"Hello, Ryan."
His greeting is smug, his sleazy eyes sweeping down my body from head to toe. I remain frozen, imprisoned by fear as I remember the night he tried to tear my clothes off, his unwanted hands touching me in places I didn't want to be touched. When he receives nothing from me but stunned silence, he brings his attention to Hannah, kneeling before her.
"Well, aren't you just a pretty little thing? What's your name, sweetheart?"
It knocks me out of my paralyzed state. Reaching down, I pick her up and open the truck door. "Come on, baby. Time to go." My hands shake as I belt her in, feeling Derek's eyes on us the entire time. "You all right, Mama?" she asks, her small voice scared and uncertain. Closing my eyes, I gather my composure and paste a reassuring smile on my face. "Everything is fine. I'll be just a minute, okay?" At her nod, I press a kiss to her cheek, then close the door and turn to face Derek. This time, I don't let my fear control me and back him away from Hannah. "You stay the hell away from me and my daughter, you son of a bitch." The warning doesn't deter him, the chilling smirk lifting his lips.
"Still as feisty as ever, I see."
I slide across the tail of my truck, my back pressing tightly to the hot metal as I try to escape him, but with every step I take, he follows.
"I have to admit, Ryan, you have more guts than I thought showing back up here."
"I mean it, Derek. Stay away from me."
"Or what?"
he asks.
"What are you going to do about it?"
"It's not me you have to worry about. It's justice."
"Is that so?"
he asks smugly. My chin lifts. "That's right. He won't think twice about killing you, especially if I tell him what you did to me that night. I wonder what the people of Winchester would think about their mayor forcing himself on women." The threat wipes the amusement off his face and replaces it with fury. Panic infiltrates my chest when he cages me against the truck.
"Do you really think anyone is going to believe a dirty slut like you?"
My eyes remain on his, refusing to cower. They have no reason not to.
"They have every reason not to."
He points to where Hannah sits.
"That child makes you no different than the others. You're just another one of their whores."
My teeth grind, tears building behind my eyes. You know nothing about me or my family.
I know more than you think I do. I always have.
That statement, along with the knowledge in his eyes, makes my blood run cold.
Everything okay over here?
My gaze snaps past Derek to find Knox, his hard eyes assessing the situation I've found myself in. Relief swamps me, and I use the opportunity to step out of the corner I've been backed into. No, it's not, I tell him, hating how shaky my voice is as I come to stand next to him. He positions his body in front of mine, and the buffer has me breathing a little easier.
Harassing innocent women, Mayor? We were just having a conversation is all.
Derek lies, straightening his jacket before turning to face Knox completely.
It's unfortunate what happened to your daddy's land. Hopefully not too much damage was done.
Knox's stance is calm, but a silent fury radiates from him, a fury only a stupid person would provoke. Derek has never been smart.
Nothing we can't handle,
he relays calmly, too calmly.
Any idea who did it?
Yep. Derek cocks a brow.
Mind sharing? You'll find out soon enough.
The threat in Knox's voice rings through the air, loud and clear. A new tension fills the air, the unforgiving truth hanging between them. A knock on the window penetrates the heavy moment as Hannah waves excitedly at Knox. I hold up a finger, indicating 1 more minute. She nods and turns back around in her seat.
She's cute, Creed,
Derek remarks.
Which one of you does she belong to? Or do you even know?
Knox lunges for him, his fingers wrapping around Derek's throat as he pins him against the back of the truck.
You have never known when to shut that fucking mouth of yours, Lancaster.
He leans in closer, his voice lowering dangerously.
Stay away from my family, Ryan included, or I will cut out your fucking heart and feed it to you.
A chill crawls down my spine at the threat. I have no doubt Knox would do exactly that. Derek struggles for breath, his eyes bulging as he claws at the ruthless hand stealing his air. I begin to think he's not going to make it out of this alive, but Knox finally releases him with a shove. Derek stumbles back, heaving for oxygen as he massages his throat.
You made a big mistake, Creed,
he wheezes out. Knox isn't the least bit fazed.
Get the fuck out of here before I change my mind and finish you off right now.
Derek is finally smart enough to listen. Once he's out of sight, I'm finally able to release the breath that's been trapped in my chest, my hand resting on my queasy stomach. I look up at Knox to find him watching me. A million words dangle in my throat, all of them evading me as our gazes become locked on one another. The moment is broken when Hannah knocks again. Walking over, I open the door for her. Hi, Uncle Knox, she greets him, completely oblivious to everything that just happened. He walks closer.
Hey, kid.
What are you doing here? She asks.
Just came to pick up some stuff for our target practice.
Excitement dances in her eyes. Y'all are going shooting?
That's the plan.
Cool. We're heading back home right now, too. His gaze shifts to mine.
I'll follow you home.
I nod, still having a hard time speaking.
See you there, kid,
he says, before walking away and heading for his truck that's parked on the other side of the lot. After closing Hannah's door, I finally find my voice. Knox, I call out to him. He turns around. Thank you. There's so much more I want to say, but it's all I can seem to manage at the moment. He doesn't acknowledge my gratitude, but I didn't expect him to. When he continues to his truck, I climb into Justice's. The entire way home, my mind reels with all the events that took place within the last hour. From my run-in with Jessica to that jerk Derek. But above all else, the way Knox came to my defense. Was he just doing the honorable thing? Or does he not hate me as much as I thought he did? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping for the latter. Justice and Braxton are both out in the yard when we pull up, Knox parking right next to me. Something Justice doesn't miss by the way his assessing eyes take in both of us as we climb out of the vehicles. Dread twists my stomach as I think about him finding out about Derek, but I know it's unavoidable. There is no way Knox won't tell him. He's going to be furious, especially when he didn't want us to go alone in the first place. Hannah runs ahead of us, barreling straight into Justice's arms.
Hey, baby, did you have a good time at the park?
He asks. The best. I even made a new friend. Her name is Amelia. We ran into Jessica Clemson, I jump in to explain. I had no idea she and Craig were married.
Yeah, they have been for a while now.
It's all he says on the subject, his knowing eyes shifting from Knox to me.
Everything okay?
Yep, I offer quickly. Knox makes no move to back me up on that. An awkward silence settles over us all like a heavy blanket until Hannah breaks it. Uncle Knox says y'all are shooting. Can I come? No, I answer before he can. A scowl adopts his face at the quick response.
Why not?
She's too young.
There's no such thing,
Braxton says, inserting himself. Yes, there is, I argue. I mean it. I don't want my 5-year-old daughter around any kind of guns. Come on, Mama. Please, Hannah pleads.
Yeah, please, Mama,
Braxton mocks, taking her from Justice's arms. He holds her out in front of him, squeezing her chubby cheeks together with one hand.
How can you say no to this face?
A smile twitches my lips. Nice try.
Let her at least come and watch, Justice says. I won't let anything happen to her.
Please, Hannah pleads again. Between all of them, I find myself unable to say no. Fine, I relent, but no shooting, only watching. Yay, Hannah cheers. Braxton situates her on his shoulders.
Come, Grasshopper. We shall start your introduction to the world of don't mess with a creed or else.
Her laughter trails through the air as he strides away. The light moment is quickly forgotten when the three of us are left alone.
Someone going to tell me what happened?
Justice asks, cutting right to the chase. It's not a big deal, I start, but get cut off by Knox.
I caught Lancaster, giving her shit outside the drugstore.
Justice's furious eyes snap to mine.
What did he do?
His dark voice has my pulse skipping nervously. Nothing I couldn't handle. Knox grunts, calling me out for the liar I am. I shoot him a narrowed look, not appreciating how much more difficult he's making this.
What did he do, Ryan?
Justice asks again, his tone even harder. He was just being an asshole, all right? I snap, having enough of his attitude.
No, it's not all right. This is why I wanted to come with you.
Look, you're the one who said I need to stop hiding. That's exactly what I did. Knox showed up, but if he hadn't, I would have dealt with it on my own like I always have. So back off. His jaw ticks in frustration, our glares locking as tense seconds pass.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and finish getting my stuff together, Knox mumbles. I'll meet up with you.
He walks to the garage, leaving the two of us in tense silence. Justice's angry eyes never waver from mine.
Did he touch you?
The rage and fear hardening that one question has my shoulders deflating. No, I whisper, knowing it's only half the truth, because years ago he did touch me in a way I never want to be touched again.
Tell me what happened.
Exactly what I told you would happen. Insults and accusations were thrown around. I swallow thickly, tears clouding my vision.
I'll deal with him.
It's not necessary.
I said I'll take care of it,
he snaps. You can't fight all my battles for me, Justice.
Watch me.
His protectiveness does all sorts of things to my sad heart. I've never had that. Never had anyone care enough about me to fight for me. I've always done it on my own. Always been alone.
Until things cool down, you don't go anywhere without me. Understand?
His bossy tone grates on my nerves, but after what happened, I know he's right. I nod my agreement. He leans down, his arresting eyes holding mine, until the very second our mouths align and become one. The heated touch is powerful like always, penetrating every one of my wounds and righting all the wrongs between us. Moaning, I wrap my arms around his neck, my heart trying to climb out of my chest and be one with his. His strong arms come around me, lifting me off my feet as we become lost in the world only he and I can create. It's a perfect world. By the time he severs the connection and places me back on my feet, I'm gasping, my lungs reaching for air. He swipes his thumb over my swollen lip, a ravishing hunger raging in his eyes, along with something else, something I can't name, but it has my heart dancing in my chest. Before I have too much time to think about it, he flashes me a cocky smirk that does all sorts of things to my insides and walks away, leaving me standing alone like a lovesick fool. The man is beautifully infuriating.
Chapter 23. Justice. Country music fills the barn while the families of Winchester gather for a night of fun and socializing. Usually I wouldn't be caught dead at something like this, but Hannah wanted to see Amelia again, and I wanted to get Ryan out, get people used to seeing us together. There's no denying the shock on some of the faces when we walked in, but they were smart enough to mask it, and not only welcome Ryan back, but Hannah as well. That was a good move on their part. Not long after we arrived, Jessica pulled Ryan onto the dance floor, and they've been there ever since. My father eventually joined them, leaving my brothers and me at the table we're sitting at now. He's been going back and forth between dancing with Hannah and Amelia to spinning Ryan around. He's completely in his element and looks happier than I've seen him in a long time, maybe ever. I still can't fucking believe you talked me into this. Knox grumbles, not as enthusiastic to be here as the others. He hates crowds. Neither he nor Braxton were eager to come, but I was able to entice them with a plan. Another reason I chose to come. It's an ample opportunity for us to talk to Craig Clemson. Despite the fact he works for Totter, he's a good guy, and the three of us have always gotten along with him. I figure if there's a chance to get any kind of information about the damage done to my father's property, it will be from him. Agent Jameson called my father yesterday and gathered all the information. He said he would try to dig up anything he can find on his end, but encouraged us to do the same. He assured us that if we could get any kind of evidence, he would bring them down. It's not so bad, Braxton says, relaxing back into his chair. The view is nice. Look at all the hot women shaking their asses, especially his, he adds, punching my shoulder with a cocky smirk. I shoot him a glare, the same one I've been sending to all the other fuckers I've caught checking out my woman. It's that fucking black dress she's wearing, the way it clings to her body and teases the tops of her thighs. It would tempt any red-blooded man. The need to claim and possess burns within my blood. I want to mark her mine forever and make sure every motherfucker knows it. Her wearing my ring would solidify that. So would her walking around stomach swollen with my child. The thought has me growing hard on the spot. She wants it as much as I do. I know she does. She's just being stubborn to prove a point. The tension around the farm hasn't been helping matters either. Look, I need to talk to you both about something, I say, but make eye contact more with Knox than Braxton. I need you to make more of an effort with Ryan. She thinks you hate her. Knox avoids my gaze, lifting his drink to his lips. Why would she think that? Geez, I wonder, Mr. Personality. Braxton chuckles. You barely acknowledge her, I tell him. He shrugs. I'm like that with most people. Not her, I say, tone firmer. I need you to do this, Knox. The more comfortable she feels, the more of a chance I have at convincing her to stay. I want us all together. I want this to work. He nods, but says nothing else. I know it's hard for him, not only because of the change of our relationship that we have yet to talk about, but he already has issues with women. He doesn't trust any of them. I'll make more of an effort too. Braxton cuts back in. I'll start kissing her to make her feel more welcome. I nail him in the shoulder, making the fucker laugh. Our exchange comes to an end when Craig approaches our table. Well, look who it is, he bellows with a grin. The infamous Creed brothers joining the families of Winchester for an annual dance. How times have changed. His tone is filled with amusement as he takes his seat at the table, clinking his bottle against each one of ours in greeting. Well, Justice here is a family man now, Braxton mocks. So that makes him like the rest of you sorry bastards. Craig grunts, but it's good-natured. Congrats, by the way, he says, tipping his beer in my direction. Jessica enjoyed catching up with Ryan yesterday. It seems our daughters did, too. That's what I hear. How long are you guys in town for?
Depends on who you ask, Braxton says before I can, earning himself another glare from me.
Ain't too keen on being back, is she? Craig chuckles. I shrug. Not really. But hopefully I'll be able to change her mind. Either way, I'm not leaving until I know my father is safe. The bottle pauses at his mouth, regret flashing in his eyes. I heard about Thatcher's land. I'm sorry. It shouldn't have happened. You're right. It shouldn't have. And we're going to make sure it never happens again. All easiness fades from him. He knows exactly where this is going. What can you tell us about it, Craig? Nothing, man. You have to know something. He shakes his head. Totter didn't let us in on any of it. He closed the case and made it clear we move on. I'm not surprised to hear it, but the information still has my blood heating. He's a shady fucker. You guys know that. His reach is far. Maybe, but ours is farther, I tell him. Silence descends, the unspoken truth falling over the table. What do you mean by that? We know people, Knox says. People who can bring them all down if we get the evidence we need. Doubt flashes in his gaze, but there is also no denying the hope there, too. He wants them taken down as much as we do. We're trying to do this by the law, Craig, but in order to do that, we need your help. I push. We know who did it, and we know he's covering for them like he always does. All we need is one piece of evidence, anything to bring them down, and we need your help to get it. His gaze shifts around the room, doing a quick scan of our surroundings before leaning forward, bracing his arms on the table. Look, it's not much, but Hodges said the night of the fire, Totter came in reeking like a fucking gas station, he says, talking about another deputy he works with. His shift had long ended, but apparently he came back to the station saying he forgot something. Shortly after he arrived is when the call came in. The son of a bitch was there. He had a hand in torching it. The knowledge fuels the fury barreling through me. For the past few years, I've been trying to find something on all of them, including Totter. He goes on to say, taking me by surprise. I'm sick of the power they hold over this goddamn town, as much as everyone else. So far, though, every lead I've followed has led me to an empty road. I have no doubt they keep their secrets locked up somewhere, but it isn't anywhere I've found yet. And I've even searched the fucker's house before. Frustration is thick in his voice, the same one coiling inside of me right now. I'd say any evidence that was collected from your father's property has already been destroyed. We figured as much, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up. Every single person who had a hand in this will pay. I'll help you guys with anything I can. You know I will. But finding concrete proof isn't going to be easy. For their sake, they better hope we do, Knox says. Otherwise, we will resort to our own method of justice. Don't say that shit to me, Craig stresses. I mean it. You fuckers keep that shit to yourself. I'm a by-the-book kind of dude. I took an oath. Don't make me break it. Calm down, Cinderella, Braxton says. If we take care of it, you won't even find their bodies. Jesus Christ. The three of us chuckle as he tosses his beer back. The conversation ceases when the others come back to join us. My father leads Hannah and Amelia to the other end of the table as they carefully carry their plastic cups, red juice sloshing over the top and onto their hands. Hi, Daddy. Hannah greets me loudly to be heard over the music, while Amelia gives Craig a kiss on his cheek as she passes by him. Hey, baby. Having a good time? I ask. The best. Did you see me dancing with Papa Thatcher? I nod. You're a natural. That's because she has the best teacher, my father boasts with a proud grin. Mama said she'd show me how to line dance later. Is that so? My attention moves to Ryan as she and Jessica come stumbling over in laughter. Our gazes lock, her laugh softening into a smile, one that would knock me on my ass if I weren't already sitting down. Jessica whispers something in her ear that has her blushing. I know exactly how far that pink stain spreads, my fingers itching to reveal all that creamy skin. As they reach the table, Jessica drops down on Craig's lap, her arms winding around his neck as she plants a hard kiss on his mouth. Hey, handsome. Hey, yourself. Staying out of trouble? Trying to, he mutters incoherently. Ryan moves for the end of the table where Hannah sits, but I snag her wrist and bring her down on my lap instead. Her subtle intake of breath penetrates the air when she feels how hard I am. She shifts, wiggling her ass on my raging cock. My hands drop to her bare thighs in warning, fingers trailing to slip just beneath the edge of her dress as I fight to restrain myself. Knox's gaze drops to where my hands are, his jaw and body tightening before looking away. The guilt that plagues me cuts deep.
"You should come dance with us, Daddy,"
Hannah says, breaking me out of my turbulent emotion.
"It's so much fun."
I'm not much of the dancing type, I tell her regretfully, hating to let her down.
"Why not? Papa Thatcher dances."
"Because Papa's romantic charm didn't rub off on his sons," Ryan says, side-glancing me. "You don't need charm when you look like us," Braxton tosses back with a cocky smirk. She shakes her head, but she can't hide her smile. I notice my father is distracted by something across the room. Glancing in the same direction, I find Gwen Hamilton at the buffet table. Her eyes meet my father's before quickly darting away. I frown, wondering what I'm missing. "Everything all right, Dad?" "Huh? Oh, yeah, sure," he says quickly before standing and lifting Hannah into his arms. "How about some grub? I'm famished."
"Do they have ice cream here?"
she asks. He chuckles. "I'm sure they will for dessert, but let's get some dinner first, shall we?" Ryan stands with them, turning to face me.
"You want something?"
My eyes sweep down her body, letting her know exactly what I want. "I'll eat later." Pink invades her cheeks, the smallest hint of a smile tugging at her lips.
"Suit yourself."
She walks away, hips swinging, taunting my barely restrained control. The moment I get her alone tonight, I'm going to remind her just what happens when you tempt the beast.
Chapter 24. Ryan. The way that man of yours eye fucks you for the world to see has me all sorts of hot. Jessica whispers over at me, fanning her flushed face as we stand at the buffet table, dishing the girls' plates. I don't have to look over my shoulder to know Justice is watching me. I can feel his gaze searing my skin. He's been doing it all night, making me as hot as Jessica. "Well, I've caught your husband checking you out quite a few times, too, especially while on the dance floor," I say, shifting the topic from me to her. "Right? Even after all these years, the man still can't get enough." Her response has us both breaking into laughter. "I'm really glad you came," she says softly, her kind smile warming my heart. Me too. I've had a great time with her. It's been a long time since I had fun like this. I was so nervous to come, but the night has gone better than I expected. People have been friendly with welcoming me back, but there's also no denying the questions in their eyes. Unavoidable, I suppose, considering the circumstance. I think coming here has been good for us all. Amelia and Hannah have been inseparable, and I don't think I've ever seen Thatcher this happy. He's been the life of the party, and my dancing partner whenever I've needed one, because heaven forbid his son have a romantic bone in his body. Thatcher is as talented on the dance floor as he is with his harmonica. Amongst his joy, though, I've witnessed something else, a distraction he's had every now and again with Gwen Hamilton. I've caught him watching her in a way I've never seen him watch another before. At one point, it was so obvious I even called him on it, asking him if he knew her well. He laughed off the question and chalked it up to being nothing more than noticing a beautiful woman. I could tell he was lying. I have no doubt Thatcher has some secrets, ones that none of us know about, and I'm starting to wonder if some of those secrets have something to do with Gwen. My suspicion only grows when we reach the end of the table where Gwen is dishing out her broccoli casserole. She has a hard time making eye contact, her smile nervous as she greets him.
"Hello, Thatcher."
"Gwen?" He nods.
"You look as lovely as always."
"Oh, thank you." She lifts a hand to her hair, looking more than a little flustered before her gaze drifts to Hannah.
"Who is this sweet little girl you have with you?"
"This is my granddaughter, Hannah J."
He introduces her with so much pride it makes my heart swell.
"Isn't she beautiful?"
"Very," she agrees.
"Hi, Hannah J. Nice to meet you. I'm Gwen."
"Nice to meet you too, Miss Gwen." Gwen brings her attention to me next, gracing me with that same kind smile she gave Hannah.
"Ryan, It's been a long time.
It has. It's nice to see you again. She was always good to me growing up, especially when I was forced to go to her house for whatever dinner event she and Forrest had for the founding families. I think she felt bad for me. She knows what vile people my parents are, especially my mother. I'm sorry about Forrest, I tell her, even though it's only half the truth. I am sorry for her loss, but Forrest Hamilton was as evil as the rest of them. How someone as sweet as Gwen ever ended up with him is beyond me.
Thank you.
She glances at Thatcher, pain etched deeply on her face, along with something else, something more. There is definitely something going on here, and my nosy self is dying to know what it is. By the look Jessica shoots me, she's curious too.
Well, I think it's time we go back and eat,
Thatcher says, ending the awkward silence.
Have a nice night.
You too, she whispers, her voice as sad as her expression. Without another word, he takes Hannah back to the table, Gwen's eyes following his every move. I offer her a parting smile before making my own exit, Jessica falling in step behind me. What the heck was that about? She whispers. I have no idea. I want to question Thatcher further, but decide it's best to broach it another time, when we are alone. Once we arrive back at the table, Jessica slides in next to Craig while I take the only seat left that's between Braxton and Justice. Braxton slings his arm around my shoulders and steals a pickle off my plate. Hey, get your own, I chide, elbowing him in the ribs.
But yours is better.
How's that?
Because I didn't have to get up and get it.
He steals another one, tossing it into his mouth before giving me a cocky wink. I shake my head, but it's with a smile. In all honesty, the banter between us lately has been good for my heart and has made being at the farm easier. Knox, on the other hand, mostly pretends I don't exist.
Don't you know it's a cardinal rule when it comes to women?
Craig chuckles, bringing me out of my thoughts.
Never mess with their food.
That's right, Jessica says, taking a heaping bite of casserole.
She's family now, Braxton says. She has to share with me.
I tense, my mind going to only one place, evoking forbidden images. Sensing my discomfort, he leans down to whisper in my ear.
Easy, Spitfire. It was a joke.
Maybe to him, but I find it no joking matter. Justice rests his hand high on my upper thigh, his touch scorching me from the inside out. I take a hefty sip of my drink, needing the cool relief. Between the two of them, they're liable to burn me alive. The tension eases as conversation picks up and flows throughout dinner. We share a lot of laughs together, especially at the expense of Craig and Braxton. It's easy, comfortable even. In a weird way, it feels like we've been friends our whole lives. When Hannah and Amelia head over to play horseshoes in the corner, I catch Thatcher looking across the way at Gwen again. You should ask her to dance, I say quietly, but the entire table hears me. His eyes snap to mine, realizing he's been busted. He shakes his head.
Nah, I don't think so.
Why not? I ask. I'll bet she'd love to have someone to dance with since she's alone, especially with a man as good on his feet as you. The compliment has him sitting up a little straighter.
You think?
I know, I say with a smile. Go on, Thatcher, Jessica encourages, giving him the extra push he needs. Show her what you're made of.
Oh, all right.
He stands with determination, starting his walk to the other end of the barn where she sits with a few other women.
Thatch going after the snatch,
Braxton chuckles. Horrified, I slap his arm. Stop it. You're terrible, I scold, while everyone else at the table laughs.
He's crazy for associating with her,
Knox says, anger lacing his words. Gwen is sweet, I tell him. She's not like the rest of them. It's true, Jess says, backing me up. He doesn't buy it.
Right. That's why she was married to the biggest prick of them all.
I really have no argument for that because she did stay with him all these years, something I will never understand. It's not like he treated her well. Forrest treated her the way he treated everyone, like she was beneath him, like she was lucky to be in his presence. I can't imagine how miserable it would have been to stay with a man like him. All of our gazes become riveted as Thatcher reaches her. I hold my breath. waiting on pins and needles for her reply, praying she doesn't reject him. My fears are put to rest when she nods, a shy smile taking over her face. Hand in hand, they walk onto the dance floor, Thatcher pulling her close and gazing down at her in a way that is breathtakingly beautiful. It's then I realize he's been looking at her with longing this entire night. One so deep, I feel it all the way to my soul. "They're adorable," Jessica gushes, speaking my thoughts.
Adorable my ass, Braxton grunts. He's a creed. We aren't adorable, we're badass.
I roll my eyes. Speak for yourself. All you boys could learn a thing or two from your father. I'd love for someone to dance with me like that. I shoot Justice a look, letting him know exactly who I wish that someone was. "I'm sure there are quite a few men here tonight that would love to dance with you like that," Jessica says, cutting a teasing smile at Justice.
Ryan knows better.
His voice is low, a warning hidden within his tone. I quirk a brow, taking it just one step further to get under his skin. Since when is it a crime to dance with someone just as Creed? His dark eyes dominate mine as he leans in close, his face only a mere inch away.
We both know no one touches what's mine.
The possessive words send a shiver down my spine and goosebumps breaking out across my skin. My gaze is held captive by his, just as strongly as my traitorous heart. It isn't until his attention is stolen by Teddy Roper that I'm finally able to take in a breath. Jessica shoots me a look like she's about to die along with me. Needing a break from all the testosterone, I grab her hand and head to the dance floor when a more upbeat song comes on. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I'm about to combust from all that hotness," she says, sounding breathless. "Those Creed brothers are something else." That's putting it mildly. Their intense presence can be suffocating at times, and my morbid curiosity is no help either. I'd be lying if I said I didn't often wonder what really happens when the three of them have taken a woman to bed in the past. But no sooner than the thought emerges, it's quickly snuffed out by the jealousy. Thinking of Justice with anyone else has me feeling nauseous. I glance over my shoulder to find his watchful eyes on me, that predatory instinct masking his expression. Holding his unrelenting gaze, my hips start their rhythm, feet stomping and body twisting to Sam Hunt's Body Like a Back Road. His eyes darken further, never straying from mine as he brings the beer to his lips. Heat sweeps through me when I remember what he did to me the other night with a similar bottle, the forbidden images he brought forth by his erotic words. Our connection is broken when Braxton leans over and murmurs something to him that has the three brothers standing and heading for the front entrance. Braxton stops to hug Hannah, and Knox gives her a high five before walking out the doors. Minutes pass as I wait for Justice to come back. Eventually, a slow song comes on, and Jessica is whisked away by her husband, falling into a sensual dance. I look around awkwardly for Thatcher, but see he and Gwen are intimately talking in a corner. Turning around, I'm about to head back to the table, but come to a quick stop when I find Justice standing only a few feet away. My breath locks at the sight of him, strong and confident, always so powerful. Even now, here on this dance floor, he is out of his element, yet he doesn't look one bit out of place. "What are you doing?" I ask him.
Waiting for you.
My heart tumbles in my chest, the smile stealing my lips. It's amazing what 3 words can evoke, what warmth and hope they can instill. I collect a few steps, coming to a stop just in front of him. "Why? You gonna dance with me, Justice Creed?" He pulls me against his hard body, his arms banding around me.
Yeah. And I'm going to grope you while doing it.
My head falls back on a laugh. Rising up on my tiptoes, I wrap my arms around his neck. I'll take whatever I can get. He lifts me off my feet, bringing my mouth level with his for a toe-curling kiss. Everything and everyone falls away but the two of us, this moment in time coming to a standstill. I hold on to it long after the kiss is over, my forehead resting on his, fingers fanning his strong jaw. "Where did you go earlier?"
I walked my brothers out and said goodbye, he explains. Why?
"I was worried you left me." The admission is out before I can stop it, a note of insecurity in my voice.
I'm not the one running, Ryan.
I'm not either.
I whisper. Then marry me.
I didn't think those words could pack as powerful of a punch as they did the first time, but I was wrong. They suck all the air from my lungs. If he only knew how much I want that, how much I want him forever. But not until I know I hold his heart as much as he does mine. Not yet, I reply, the two words causing a deep ache in my chest and tears to prick my eyes. Frustration burns in his dark irises, but he keeps it at bay and doesn't push.
Fine. Then kiss me again.
I smile at the demand, the heavy moment evaporating. Now that I can do. My lips press to his, soft and gentle, and for the first time he doesn't take over. He lets me set the pace. He lets me love him. Is there room for me too? Hannah's voice breaks us apart as she looks up at us hopefully.
There's always room for you, baby.
Justice places me on my feet to pick her up, his arm then curling back around my waist, pulling me in close as we begin swaying back and forth to John Michael Montgomery's I Swear. My heart dances to the same beat, wishing I could capture this moment in a bottle and keep it forever. Because this right here is everything I've ever wanted, and more. The song eventually ends, but not this newfound place Justice and I have found ourselves in. The tension between us continues to rise, every look, every touch, stoking the fire that always burns between us. About the time the crowd begins thinning out, we start gathering up our own things and saying our goodbyes. When Justice mentions he has to stop at the apartment on the way home, Thatcher offers to take Hannah with him. She jumps at the chance. Please, Mama. You sure it's all right? I ask, looking up at him.
Of course. You two go on and do what you need to do. Farmer, Hannah and I have some hot cocoa waiting for us back home. Just come to the main house for breakfast whenever you're up.
Okay. I lean down, giving Hannah a kiss on the cheek, then stand and do the same to Thatcher, thanking him for everything. Afterward, Justice takes my hand and leads me out to the truck, the small touch dancing its way up my arm and into my heart. By the time we make it to his apartment, entering inside, the combustible heat between us explodes like wildfire, consuming us both in a blaze of fury. He pins me against the door, our hands and mouths colliding, trying to dominate the other. I fist his shirt, dragging it up his hard stomach, nails clawing and marking his skin. He helps me clear it over his head, his mouth only leaving mine for a second before he claims it once more, hard, rough, and demanding.
I need to fuck you, he growls. Right now.
Yes, I always need him, his touch, his commanding ability to evoke things in me I've never felt, to deliver a mind-numbing pleasure only he can. His large hands cut my bottom, lifting me off my feet while my fingers dive into his hair. Our mouths never miss a frantic beat as he takes us to the couch. I'm pulled down on top of him, my knees straddling his hips as his hard cock nudges the aching spot between my thighs. He slips his fingers beneath the straps of my dress, slipping them down my arms and exposing my black lace bra. His mouth closes over my nipple, poking through the thin fabric, teeth gripping so hard, the sensation shoots straight to my core. My head falls back on a cry of pleasure, fingers biting into his broad shoulders as I grind down on his cock, all but practically begging for it.
Fuck, you want it bad.
So bad, I whimper. Please, I need you. A primal growl rumbles in his chest as he shoves his hands beneath my dress, shredding my panties from my hips and dipping his fingers into my wet folds. Oh, God, I whimper, pressing down on his seeking touch.
You're going to take my cock hard and deep, Ryan. Then you're going to fucking scream for more.
I already feel like screaming for more, screaming for him to never stop, screaming until my throat is raw.
Think we should tell them we're here, or just enjoy the show?
The amused voice penetrates our heated moment, slamming into me like a freight train. Gasping, I press myself against Justice, my head twisting to look over my shoulder. Knox and Braxton are standing just outside the kitchen entry, their eyes locked on us. They've been here the whole time. Mortification sets in, my cheeks flaming as hot as the rest of my body.
What the hell are you guys doing here?
Justice asks, sounding surprised and a little annoyed.
I was about to ask you the same question.
Braxton crosses his arms over his chest, his eyes brazenly sliding down my half-naked body.
Looking for an audience?
There is no amusement in those words. He's completely serious. My fingers bite into Justice's shoulders, a sudden tension settling amongst us. Something dark that skates the line between forbidden and perverse. It's both terrifying and thrilling. The latter is very hard for me to admit. I look back at Justice, my heart banging inside my chest like a steel drum. His hooded eyes search mine, a certain knowledge burning within.
What do you want, Ryan? They can stay and watch, or they can leave. It's your call.
What do you want? I ask, shocked the question even leaves my mouth. He reaches up, his hand smoothing over my cheek in an intimate gesture.
I want you. Only ever you.
Those words have a mountain of meaning. They seep into my heart and reach the depths of my soul.
Would I like this chance to say goodbye? To show them what they will never have or touch? Yeah, I would. But only if I know you want that too. It's a one-time deal, though. Whether you say yes or no, we never revisit this again after tonight.
I glance back at Knox and Braxton, where they stand patiently, and I can't help but feel both nervous and emboldened by the desire in their eyes. This could be the moment, the one to put an end to the resentment between us. Otherwise, I'm not sure we will ever overcome it. It constantly hangs over our heads like a dark cloud, following the guilt I harbor in my heart for coming between them. The raw emotions on Knox's face, displaying the need for this time with his brother, this one last time, only solidifies my decision. No touching, I tell them, voice trembling.
I'd never allow that.
Justice gently cups my chin with his fingers, bringing my gaze back to his.
You sure about this?
I nod. I want to do this. For them. For us. It's a moment I think we all knew would come. Deep down, I did. It scares me because my heart only beats for one man, always and forever. But I also know all three of theirs are strongly connected. I'm praying that once this is over, we can move on with our lives. That Justice and I can have what we've always wanted, and his brothers can finally let him go. At least from this part of their lives. My eyes remain on Justice as Knox and Braxton enter further into the room. My pulse ramps up, throat dry and palms clammy. Justice sweeps a piece of hair out of my face, soothing my nerves.
Don't be nervous, baby.
I don't know what to do, I confess shakily, my voice barely above a whisper.
Kiss me.
The demand is low and rough, the sound prickling my skin. I press my lips to his, but that's where my control ends. He ravages my mouth, hand fisting in my hair, awakening the desire in me once more, an all-consuming blazing desire that only he can evoke. In the distance, I hear the others moving around behind me, the sound of a lighter flicking open before the scent of cigarette smoke fills the room. Just knowing they're behind me has me growing wetter. My hips move as I grind against his hard cock again, seeking relief.
Good girl. Show them how much you want me.
His fingers move to the back of my bra, unhooking the latch and slowly dragging it down my arms before tossing it aside. My nipples harden to painful peaks, his hot breath whispering over the tight points as his hands mold, feeling their weight.
Such pretty tits, and they're all mine.
He feasts on them like a starved animal, his fiery tongue lashing, igniting the blood in my veins and obliterating any and all inhibitions. I curl an arm around his neck, arching to offer him more and forget about everything but us. His hands slide up my thighs, lifting my dress over my hips and exposing my naked flesh to the eyes behind me. I'm too lost to think about it, his mouth inflicting exquisite torture. He cups the bare, round globes, wet finger teasing my puckered entrance. My gasp screams through the room, mixing with the dark and forbidden. A growl penetrates the air, one that doesn't come from Justice. His eyes move over my shoulder to his brother's, the possession silent but powerful before they come back to mine. If I'm not mistaken, I'd swear this is harder on him than he's letting on. Mine, he says, his possessive eyes penetrating my heart. Yours, I whisper. He hooks a hand behind my neck, bringing me in for one more kiss. I deepen it, pouring everything I feel into it and more, letting him know that no matter what happens from here on out, he is all I want. Resting my forehead on his, I take a moment to catch my breath, because I know once we go further, there's no turning back.
You ready?
He asks. At my nod, he pulls the bunched-up material at my waist over my head, leaving nothing else to be unveiled. Then he turns me around, bringing my back to his naked chest. I suck in a sharp breath at the scene before me. Braxton sits in one of the adjoining chairs, his shirt off, revealing a powerful body like his brother's. The most beautiful dragon tattoo marks his warm skin tone, from the left side of his ribs to his hip, disappearing behind him. His jeans are undone, exposing his very stiff and very big cock. He strokes the hard flesh up and down, lust wild in his eyes. Knox sits next to him, still fully clothed, a cigarette resting between his fingers. The smoke dances around his face, his expression a mask of pure stone, but there's no denying the hard-on bulging through his jeans. Amongst the carnality that bleeds from him lies something else, something darker, something painful. Justice's hands rest on top of my clenched thighs, but he makes no move to open them, his mouth pressing to my neck, kissing, suckling, coaxing.
It's your move, baby.
My tummy quivers, anticipation thickening the air as I hesitate, though I'm not sure why.
Don't be shy, Ryan, Braxton coaxes. Show me that sweetness my brother gets to sink into every night.
His words are like an accelerant, fueling the flames roaring through my body. But it's Knox's pained expression that gives me the courage to slowly spread my legs. As I do, Justice drapes each one over his strong thighs.
Fuck.
The curse flees from Knox, his jaw tightening, gaze riveted.
I can see how wet she is from here,
Braxton groans.
Fucking soaked.
Justice murmurs in my ear, eliciting shivers. I turn my head toward him, needing to feel the roughness of his cheek, the heat of his breath on my skin, and the reassurance in his eyes.
They'll never know how soft you feel.
His right hand massages my left breast, while his other coasts down my quivering stomach.
Never know how tight you are, or taste your sweet moans.
His fingers delve, spreading my arousal before he pushes two of them deep inside me. I gasp and squirm.
Because this pussy only comes for me. Isn't that right, Ryan?
Yes, I whimper, my voice practically unrecognizable.
Tell them who you belong to.
I look them both in the face and don't hold back. Him, I whisper. He's all I've ever wanted. He's all I've ever had. The admission has emotion building in my throat, because in this moment, in my most vulnerable form, I need them to understand how badly I need him too. Without him, I am not whole. I turn back to Justice, mouth seeking. His tongue delves in while his fingers work in and out of me, pulling those moans he was talking about straight from my chest. My arms lift, hands anchoring on his neck as I match each thrust of his fingers.
That's my girl. Fuck my fingers, Ryan. Show them how pretty you look when I make you come.
The orgasm sweeps through me like a desert storm, spinning into a pleasure of destruction. I cry out his name as he pulls every single pulsing sensation from my body. He brings his wet fingers to my parted lips, swiping them gently before he sucks them into his mouth. Braxton's nostrils flare, his tongue darting out to wet his lips, as if seeking to taste my arousal.
Lean forward, baby.
I do as Justice says, noticing Knox's gaze dropping to my swaying breasts, but he continues to rein in his need, and I have no idea why. Braxton doesn't deny himself one bit. I hear the clink of Justice's belt as he frees himself. His strong hands lift my hips, bringing me to sink down onto his thick cock in one smooth motion. I cry out at the fullness of him, my hands planting on either side of me. Justice lets go of a guttural groan, the rough sound trickling down my spine. Braxton's fist works himself harder and faster, his face savage.
Do you like it, Ryan? Like it when my brother fucks you hard and deep?
I nod, my teeth sinking into my bottom lip as I take every slow thrust Justice delivers.
You have no idea what I would do to you right now if I were allowed,
he continues.
Unfortunately, my brother has always been so fucking greedy with you. Always.
Justice growls, his rough voice whispering in my ear. His hand fists in my hair, yanking my head back.
They will never touch what's mine, and after tonight, they will never see it again.
My short breaths come out hard and fast as his cock thrusts deeper. I chance another look at Knox, witnessing a heartbreaking pain I can't even begin to understand. The demons in his eyes rock me all the way to my core, literally making my heart bleed. This isn't about sex for him, not even close.
Fuck her harder,
he finally speaks, his voice as tortured as his eyes.
Please, man.
The plea is as heartbreaking as his expression. Justice unleashes, jackhammering into me hard and fast. My screams of pleasure tear through the room, mixing with the sound of slapping skin. All three of their groans fill me, unleashing a desire that's too much to bear. Unable to take any more, I come again, crying out Justice's name as he slams into me over and over again. He finds his release too, and amongst the groan, one word echoes above all else.
Mine.
After it's done, I fall against his sweaty chest, turning so I can bury my face into his neck. He pulls the blanket from behind him and covers me with it, his arms holding me close as his lips press a kiss to my damp skin. My mind and body reel from what we just did, and I pray it's something we can all come back from.
Chapter 25. Justice. I hold Ryan close, chest heaving and heart pounding, feeling spent, both emotionally and physically. The three of us make eye contact. My brother's looking as fucked up as I feel, especially Knox. I want to say something to ease the turmoil I know he's going through, but I'm unable to sort through my own thoughts or feelings right now, let alone voice them. This was different, so different than the other times. Usually there are no emotions involved, just straight fucking, but this time all of our emotions ran high. This was our goodbye. Pushing to his feet, Knox leaves the room first, walking into his bedroom and closing the door behind him. Go, Brax says, doing up his pants. Take her home. I got him. Getting myself together, I keep Ryan wrapped in the blanket, not bothering to worry about finding her discarded clothes, and carry her out to my truck. She remains silent through it all, her expression unreadable, and I hate it. Usually I can always tell what she's thinking, just like I knew what she was thinking the moment my brothers announced themselves. I've always seen the curiosity lurking in her eyes, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. We've all thought about it, my brothers included, and if I'm being honest, letting them do something as small as watching was harder for me than I thought it would be. I'm glad we had this one last time together, but never again will I let them see the beautiful parts of her, parts that are meant for my hands and eyes only. The drive to the farm seems to take forever, Ryan's soft gaze staring out the window. At one point, I reach for her hand, needing to feel her warmth, needing reassurance she's okay. She squeezes it back, but doesn't look at me. It doesn't ease the worry coiling in my gut. Despite her willingness to give us tonight, I'm terrified it was too much for her. Once arriving at the guest house, I carry her inside and take her to bed, stripping myself down before gathering her in my arms, feeling her skin on mine. Just her and I. She curls into my body, her head resting on my chest, heart beating against my ribs and breathing life into me like never before. With my gaze trained up on the dark ceiling, I'm unable to bear this silence any longer. Tell me what you're thinking.
Honestly, I'm not sure, she admits quietly. I'm feeling so many things right now.
Regret? I hold my breath, feeling fucking sick at the thought.
No, not at all.
The air I'd been holding in my lungs releases on a heavy exhale, relief flooding my veins. I feel her look up at me.
I'd have never gone through with it, Justice, if I wasn't 100% certain.
That doesn't mean she couldn't regret it later, and that was my biggest fear. I'm glad she doesn't, though, because I'm not sure I could live with myself if she did.
It's for Knox, isn't it?
She says, continuing to peer up at me.
You guys do it for him.
It's so much more than that, more than anyone understands. He's what started it, but we all battled our demons together in those moments, not just Knox's.
What happened to him?
She asks on a whisper. The question evokes a burn to start in my chest that spreads up my throat. I can't tell you that. I'm sorry. I hate having to withhold anything from her, especially after what she just did for us. But it's something I promised to take to my grave, and I never break a promise. She doesn't need to hear it anyway. It will only haunt her the same way it does me.
Then what about yours, Justice? Will you tell me yours?
I tense, my eyes meeting hers in the quiet dark.
You know all my secrets, she whispers, the good and bad. Yet I don't know a single thing about yours.
What do you want to know? My voice is gruff, restricted in fear because I know exactly what she's asking.
Where did you come from before you found your brothers in Thatcher?
The coldness takes over my body, freezing the ice in my veins as the dark memories I've always kept locked away emerge with a vengeance. You don't want to know? I finally managed to choke out.
Yes, I do. I want to know everything about you.
Not this. She has no idea who I am without my brothers and Dad, who I really belong to, and what I come from. She touches my face, her fingers soft and grazing.
Nothing you tell me will change how I feel about you,
she says, sensing my greatest fear.
Please let me in.
The soft plea has me unable to deny her. Swallowing thickly, I somehow find words to explain one of the darkest moments of my life, the moment that shaped me from a child. I was born to a woman who never wanted me. I start, a sudden calmness slipping over me. Actually, she hated me. My voice becomes nothing more than an echo, my body cold and numb as I'm forced to relive that fateful night. The distant sound of sobs pulls me from my bed, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I grab my tattered bear, the only stuffed animal I've ever owned, and slowly open my door. I look back and forth down the dimly lit hallway of our small house, then tentatively step out. My small feet press into the carpet as I follow the tortured sound, every step making my heart beat in fear for what she will do to me if she finds me out of bed. Peeking around the corner, I see her in the living room, surrounded by darkness. An empty bottle sits in front of her, a shiny metal gun resting in her hand as she cries uncontrollably. Her lips move, whispering things I can't understand as she rocks back and forth. A creak beneath my foot alerts her of my presence. Her head snaps up, sad expression turning to one of hatred. Silence beats between us, fear crawling up my throat that she's going to lash out and hurt me.
I tried,
she cries.
I tried so hard to love you, but I can't.
Even though I already knew this, her words still hurt. All I've ever wanted is for her to love me. That's what mothers are supposed to do. When other kids get dropped off at school, their moms always leave them with a hug or a kiss. I've never had that from her. I don't even know what a hug feels like.
You look so much like him,
she screams.
You are just like him.
My eyes go wide as she lifts the barrel to her temple.
Now I will never be forced to have to see him again.
The shot goes off, the loud noise making me flinch as something warm and wet hits my face. She slumps over, the color red pooling beneath her lifeless body. I find myself unable to move, my body violently trembling as I stare into my mother's dead eyes. A mother who hated me too much to love me.
Justice?
Ryan's whisper pulls me back to the present, sympathy burning in her gaze.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, I say, managing to speak through the tormented emotions suffocating me. She didn't have to look at me again, and I was freed from her hatred, only to end up in the system to endure more abuse before finding my brothers. but I keep that part to myself. One revelation is enough for tonight.
Why did she harbor so much resentment? I don't understand.
Because I look just like her rapist. My stomach hollows out, bile inching up my throat as I speak the shameful words. She stills at the revelation. I'm a product of rape, Ryan. That's who I am. That's where I came from. It took a long time for me to come to terms with it, and if I'm honest, at times I still haven't. Knowing that man's blood flows in my veins makes me sick. I have no idea who he is or where. All I can hope is he's burning in hell where he belongs.
That's why you always ask me,
she whispers, realization dawning in her eyes.
That's why every time before we ever make love, you make sure I want it. That I want you.
My silence is all the confirmation she needs. She reaches out, touching my jaw.
I always want you, Justice. Never doubt that. You are not him, and you aren't her either.
I'm both of them. That's whose blood I have running in my veins.
That means nothing. You know that better than anyone. You're a creed.
She leans down, brushing her lips across mine.
A good man and father. I just hope.
What? I ask when she trails off.
Can you really leave it behind? The lifestyle with your brothers? If that's what suppresses your demons, how can I compete with that?
Her voice cracks, the fear in her words shredding my insides. You don't get it. I don't need it when I have you. I reach up, cupping her soft cheek. It's always been you, Ryan. If I had been given the chance 6 years ago, I would have walked away from it then. I will always choose you and Hannah. Her eyes close, a sob tumbling from her as she drops down on top of me.
I'm sorry. So sorry for running and keeping her from you.
She cries, apologizing once again.
I was scared of so many things, but you were always with us, Justice, always in our hearts.
My teeth grind as the ache in my chest intensifies, hating the pain and regret that bleeds from her. It has me speaking the words that I do. I forgive you. The moment I say them, I know they're true. Her cries stop and she pushes up on her elbow, sad eyes appearing before me.
What?
I forgive you, I say again, wiping her tears with the pads of my fingers. I haven't told you this because I was too angry before, but you've done good with her, Ryan. You're everything a mother should be, and I'm glad you're Hannah's. The confession has her crying harder. Unable to bear the painful sound any longer, I flip her over and come over top of her, my fingers curling around hers. Tell me you want me, I murmur, needing to hear it. Her hands frame my face, soft eyes peering up into mine.
Always.
I slide into her, her warmth spreading throughout my entire body. She gasps, accepting all of me, her arms circling my neck.
I love you.
The 3 words leave her on a whisper, making me still deep inside of her.
I've always loved you. Years apart never changed that. I'll love you until my last breath, Justice Creed.
I'm unable to speak, unable to mutter the same words I feel, too afraid to say them out loud. Instead, I show her. For the first time in my life, I make love to someone and know it will always be her. The woman who has undeniably claimed every part of me forever. A woman I will never let go of again.
Chapter 26. Ryan. The next morning, I slip out the front door, leaving Justice asleep, and head for the main house, anxious to see Hannah. I feel like a completely different person after everything that happened last night, and though I am still trying to come to grips with it all, I don't regret a single moment of it. In a way, I feel like I've been set free. Free from the fear I felt when it came to Justice and the bond he shared with his brothers. Free from the regret and guilt I harbored for running all those years ago. But most of all, free to express my love. Justice didn't say the words back to me, but he showed me with every touch and kiss. He made love to me like never before, cherished me in ways I only ever imagined. It meant so much more than words ever could. He also opened up and shared a part of himself, which I know was incredibly hard. The revelation of his birth mother shattered me, but it also made me realize we have more in common than I thought. Both born to parents who hate us, though his was definitely more violent and tragic. It terrifies me to think what else he may have suffered before finding his brothers and Thatcher. In the living room, amongst the throes of passion, I witnessed all three of their demons, and it was a very dark place. My heart breaks for them all, but it also makes me understand them a little more, why their hearts are as interconnected as they are. They all share one common denominator: pain. Braxton is sitting out on the front steps when I reach the main house, drinking a cup of coffee. Heat creeps up my neck, invading my cheeks as erotic images from last night surface. I may not regret it, but I do feel a little embarrassed, knowing he saw me in my most intimate and vulnerable moments. His gaze is warmer than usual as he greets me.
Hey.
Hey, I reply back quietly. Hannah awake yet?
Yeah, she and Dad are cooking breakfast.
Nodding, I start up the stairs, only to have him snag my wrist, stopping me mid-step.
Sit with me for a minute.
I look down at his hand before nervously taking the spot next to him, my eyes training ahead as I stare out at the rising sun.
You doing okay?
He asks, sounding genuinely concerned. Yeah, still just trying to take it all in, I guess. He grunts.
You and me both.
I look over at him, surprised by the admission. I figured this would be the norm for them, but I'm finally realizing this is hard for him too.
Look, I just want to say thank you for giving us one last time together.
His heartfelt words have warmth invading my chest. I didn't just do it for you guys, I confess quietly. I did it for me too. I feel like I needed to in order to really understand the relationship you have with one another. As much as I hate to admit it, I always felt threatened by it. I knew I could never compete with it.
Trust me, we've never been a threat to you. Not where my brother is concerned.
There's so much truth in those words that it erases any remaining insecurities I had. It also brings forth the memory of that first night with Justice, the night I saw the figure standing just outside the door of his bedroom, watching us during our most intimate moment. Were you the one watching us that night? I ask bravely, feeling almost embarrassed for asking, but I can't help myself. I've thought about it often over the years, wondering which one of them it was, though I think I have a pretty good idea. The confused scowl that transforms his expression confirms what I already suspected.
What night?
When Justice and I were together, all those years ago, someone watched by the door. Surprise registers on his face before he chuckles.
Knox, that fucker.
I always figured it was him, but had to ask.
He didn't like the circle being broken, even back then.
I understand it more now than I did before, which is one of the reasons why I went through with it last night. I don't want to take him away from you guys, I say, feeling the need to tell him that. I just want to love him too. I need him as much as you guys do. So does Hannah. The same emotions gripping my heart are prominent on his face.
Yeah, I know.
The three of you are lucky to have each other, I continue, voice soft. I don't have siblings. I never had anyone love me until Hannah. Well, and Thatcher.
That man really loves taking in the strays, doesn't he?
I chuckle, thinking how true it is. Thatcher is one of a kind. He definitely makes the world a better place. Without him, all of our lives would not be what they are today.
But now, you have two badass brothers, not to mention how hot we are.
He slings an arm around my shoulders, pressing a kiss to the side of my head. There's nothing sexual about it, just friendly, brotherly. I roll my eyes at his not-so-subtle modesty, but can't deny the warmth flowing through me. Well, I appreciate you saying that, but let's not count Knox in just yet.
Don't worry about him. Beneath all that hostility, he's just bursting with love.
The ridiculous statement has a bout of laughter escaping me. I'm pretty sure Knox doesn't burst with anything. He's too closed off, too sad. The reminder of what I saw last night has my heart growing heavy again. How's he doing? I ask. He shrugs.
He'll be all right. We all knew this day would come eventually, but that doesn't make it easier, you know?
I nod, completely understanding that. Approaching footsteps pull our attention forward. There, I find Justice walking toward us, looking sinfully sexy in all his morning glory. His dark hair is rumpled with sleep. Jeans from the night before hang enticingly off his lean hips. He carries his shirt in his hand, leaving his very powerful and sculpted body on display.
Show off,
Braxton grumbles. Smiling, I slip out from under his arm and walk down a few steps to greet Justice, my arms locking around his neck as he pulls me in close, our bodies fitting together in the most perfect way. Good morning, I greet him.
Morning,
he mutters, his deep voice still thick with sleep.
Everything okay?
His gaze shifts to Braxton with a question.
Yeah, she just wanted to come and hang out with me, he says. Said she missed me and couldn't stop thinking about me.
It takes everything in me not to burst out laughing, especially at the glare Justice gives him. Actually, I came to see Hannah. I missed her.
Me too,
he shares.
And you.
The admission has a silly smile stealing my lips.
All right, this is making me nauseous,
Braxton says, pushing to his feet.
I'm going inside. I'll see you guys in there.
Brax, I call over my shoulder. He turns back to face me. Thanks for the talk.
Anytime. Sis.
The one word means so much more than he can ever know. After he walks inside, I turn back to Justice and find him watching me closely.
Sis?
He lifts a brow. Uh-huh. I lean in, brushing my lips across his. How do you feel about that? His hands drop to my bottom, pulling me flush against him.
I say let's make it legal by you marrying me.
I shake my head, lips quirking. Nice try, Creed. Grabbing his hand, I pull him up the steps. Come on, let's go see our little girl. He grunts.
Nice evasion.
It's all I have for now. I don't want to lose this new place we have found ourselves in, a place that very well could lead to what we both want. Music greets our ears the moment we enter. Marvin Gaye's Ain't No Mountain High Enough blaring from the kitchen. Thatcher's and Hannah's voices singing the words. We walk in to find Thatcher standing at the stove, flipping pancakes in the air, while she catches each one with a plate. Braxton almost gets a pancake in the head as he grabs himself a glass, managing to dodge it just in the nick of time. The entire scene before me has warmth flooding my heart. Mama, Daddy! Hannah puts the plate down when she spots us and runs straight into Justice's waiting arms.
Morning, baby.
He kisses her cheek before shifting her to the side so I can hug her too. How was your night? I ask. It was amazing. Papa Thatcher and I had so much fun. We drank hot cocoa, had popcorn, and watched Brave. Now, why am I not surprised to hear that's the movie you chose? I look over at Thatcher to see his smile is as bright as Hannah's.
We had a great time,
he says.
We'll have to do it again.
Uncle Knox said he would take me on the tractor with him later today and even let me drive. For the first time since entering the kitchen, my eyes move to Knox, nerves twisting in my belly as I try to gauge where we stand. His usual hard expression is a little softer today, and for the first time ever, I'm greeted with a nod. It's more than I've ever gotten from him before, so I take it as a starting point and smile in return.
Have a seat,
Thatcher says.
Hannah J. and I made chocolate chip pancakes for everyone.
Chairs scrape across the floor as we all take what have become our usual seats at the table. Justice sits next to Knox, putting Hannah between us. As I help dish her plate, I notice him pull his brother in close, murmuring things that the rest of us can't hear. Witnessing their love and bond makes my chest swell and ache at the same time. Whatever he says has Knox nodding before he releases him.
Did everyone have a good time at the dance?
Thatcher asks, the grin resting on his face a good indicator that he hasn't stopped thinking about it, and I have a pretty good feeling as to why. I did, Hannah says. I loved playing with Amelia. How about you, Thatcher? I ask, not bothering to hide my knowing smile. It sure looked like you and Gwen had a good time.
Well, you know,
he chuckles, and if I didn't know any better, I'd swear the man was blushing.
Dancing with a beautiful woman all night is no hard feat.
I'm about to press for more information. My curiosity still piqued about the two of them, but Hannah ends up cutting in with a question of her own. Papa, what kind are you? I look over at her, a frown forming on my face. What do you mean by that, Hannah? At the dance, someone said Papa Thatcher should dance with his own kind. What kind do they mean? My fork clatters to my plate as despair and anger quickly fill my heart. Who? Justice asks, his voice thick with rage. I don't know his name. He was wearing a red hat and white t-shirt.
Billy Ray, Knox spits. He's always been a racist piece of shit.
Hannah looks around the table, her face falling. It's not nice what he said, is it? I shake my head. No, honey, it's not. Why would he say that about Papa? I think of a way to explain it to her, in a way she can understand. But how can anyone understand that kind of hate, especially a child?
Come here, Hannah J.
Thatcher calls her over, not looking nearly as upset as the rest of us. He brings her up on his lap, her arm curling around his neck as she peers up at him.
Some people can be ugly in this world, but you know what?
What?
They don't matter,
he says, tapping her chest.
Miss Gwen and I had a great time last night. So did my family, and we're all that matters.
I don't understand why he was upset about it, though. Why does he care if you dance with Miss Gwen?
Because our skin color is different,
he explains, being completely blunt.
And well, he don't like mine.
Hannah frowns, confusion masking her sweet face. Why not? What does it matter? It doesn't, I say firmly. That's what we're trying to tell you. What that man said last night was mean and it was wrong. She looks back up at Thatcher, her bottom lip quivering with emotion. I'm sorry someone said something mean about you.
Don't be sorry for me, child. It's his problem, not mine. I got all the love I need right here. Just look at my boys.
He points to Justice and his brothers.
They don't have my skin color, but they are still my sons.
His voice is strong and sure, filled with so much love.
Just like you are my granddaughter.
Hannah rests her small hand on the side of his face. I think your skin is beautiful, and I'm glad you're my papa. Her sweet words have me close to breaking out into a blubbering mess.
Oh, Hannah.
Hey, friend, you've been listening for a bit now. Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
Jay.
Thatcher says, emotion strong in his voice, but his smile big.
That's because your heart is beautiful, and you want to know what is stronger than hate?
What? She asks, sniffling.
Love. Love is blind and knows no color,
he says, his wisdom filling all of our hearts.
We are family, and nothing will ever change that.
Hannah wraps her arms around his neck, turning her face into his shoulder. I love you, Papa.
And I love you, Hannah J.
Despite the tears rolling down my face, I smile, proud of my daughter for turning something so hateful into something so beautiful. Hours later, we all sit out on the porch, enjoying the beautiful summer afternoon. Justice and his brothers sit amongst each other disassembling guns and rebuilding for better performance, or so they explained. Thatcher plays his harmonica, his eyes shielded with black sunglasses, foot tapping and body rocking to the soulful melody that pours from him. Hannah wears matching sunglasses, a wooden spoon raised to her mouth as she sings to his tune. I got the blues.
That's right. Sing it, girl,
Thatcher tells her.
Tell us how blue you are.
I got the very sad blues. Braxton and I chuckle, while Knox and Justice wear a smirk. Even though she struggles with the lyrics, she doesn't let that stop her and follows Thatcher's lead. I look around at the group of us, a warm feeling weaving into my heart that I've never felt before, a sense of rightness. I now realize why Justice wants us all here together, because there is no greater feeling than this, than being surrounded by people you love and who love you in return, something I never had until now. Papa, how come you're missing fingers? Hannah asks when there is a break between songs. We all pause, our attention shifting to Thatcher. I've often wondered the same thing, along with the various scars I've witnessed from time to time, whether it's a subtle shift of his shirt or his mangled hand. One weekend when he stayed with the two of us, I walked by his room as he was getting dressed, and it was then that I saw the rest of them. The scars on his hand and arms are nothing compared to the ones that mar his torso. Thatcher tackles the question with a flippant answer.
Oh, you know, just an unfortunate circumstance.
What happened? She questions further. When he remains silent, Braxton cuts in.
Good luck, kid. We've been asking that same question for years.
I frown, surprised to find out that not even the boys know.
Some things are better left unknown,
he says, leaving the conversation at that. Any more talk comes to an end when an expensive black car drives down the long gravel road, approaching the house. The vehicle has Justice pushing to his feet.
Dad, take Hannah inside.
Thatcher does so, and quickly, scooping Hannah into his arms and walking into the house before I can even speak a word. Justice, who is it? I ask, wondering who has him so on edge.
You should go inside, too.
The look he gives me has my pulse skipping nervously. I remain exactly where I am, my eyes darting back to the car as it comes to a stop. When the blonde woman steps out, my heart plummets straight to my stomach. My mother. By her upturned nose and pinched expression, I can tell nothing has changed, not that I expected it to. Although I've been waiting for this visit, I still find myself unprepared, my nerves pinning me to the swing where I sit. Justice darts down the stairs, his brothers following as they block her view of me.
You're not welcome here, he says. Leave now.
Not until I speak with her.
Not going to happen.
Today is not the day to mess with me, Mr. Creed. Braxton snorts at the threat. I finally snap into myself and stand, saving them from her wrath. It's fine, Justice. My feet start forward, forcing me down the steps.
You don't have to see her, Ryan.
I place my hand on his shoulder, sliding in between him and Knox. It's okay, I assure him before turning to face her. What do you want, Mother? She whips her designer sunglasses off, her eyes filled with fury.
How dare you?
She sneers.
How dare you show your face here after all these years?
I have every right to be here.
The hell you do.
This is my family, I tell her, feeling confident as I make that statement with the men I have surrounding me. She flicks a disgusted glance at them all.
Family. Is that what you call it nowadays? Do you even know which one the father is? Watch it, lady.
Justice steps forward, but I place my hand on his chest, refusing to let him fight this for me. This is my battle, and I'm going to end it, once and for all. I know exactly whose it is, and so do you. I'm sure you and Father have always known. I have no doubt they know exactly where I've been this whole time, too. There is no way they wouldn't with their resources. They just didn't care, because I was far enough away not to taint their precious reputation. Hannah and I are back, and you're just going to have to deal with it, I say, proud of myself for how steady my voice is. Winchester is a big town. We'll stay out of your way, and you stay out of ours. Her expression twists with anger as she points a finger in my face. You listen to me, you little bitch. It's one thing for you to run off, but I will not let you come back here to hide out on this piece of trash's land with that bastard child. I flinch, the insult fueling rage to spark within me. Justice reaches for her, but I'm quicker. With a closed fist, I strike out, connecting with the side of her face. Her head snaps to the side, the loud pop echoing through the air as shock registers on her face. Don't you ever speak about my daughter or Thatcher that way. Tears form in my eyes, the comment hurting me as much as it enrages me. You are never to come near me or my family again, I scream, the words trailing off into a choked sob. Justice turns me around, pulling me against him.
Get her out of here, now.
Braxton's already moving for her, grabbing her arm. What do you think you're doing? My mother sputters furiously.
Get your hands off me right this instant.
He makes no move to oblige, continuing to drag her to her car, where Knox stands holding the door open for him.
Leave, Ryan,
she yells, struggling against Braxton's hold.
Do you hear me? You leave now or else.
Whatever she says next is cut off when Braxton pushes her into her car and slams the door in her face, leaving her with no other choice but to drive away. God, I hate her, I whisper, watching the tail end of her car disappear. I hate her so much. Justice tilts my face up to his, anger prominent in his dark eyes.
Forget her. She doesn't matter. She never has. You, me, and Hannah. We're all that matters.
He's right, and I know it. But for some reason, even after all these years, she still gets to me, hurts me so deeply.
That was a nice right hook,
Braxton comments, walking back over to us with Knox in tow. Thanks for getting rid of her, I say with a sniffle.
I would have done it sooner, but I was praying you were going to hit her since we can't.
A sad smile cracks my lips. I'm sorry for what she said, I whisper to them all.
You don't have to apologize,
Justice says, his expression soft as his fingers brush my cheek. I lean into his touch, grateful he was here with me, that they all were. The way they had my back means more than they could possibly know. A vibration penetrates the air. Justice reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He looks at the screen before placing it up to his ear.
Clemson, what's up?
When his gaze moves to his brothers, they circle in closer.
We'll be there.
He hangs up and slips the phone back into his pocket.
That was Craig. He found something. He wants us to meet him at the abandoned warehouse on Old Miller Road. That's 40 minutes away, Braxton says. Why so far? I don't know, but it sounds like whatever he has for us is big. Let's go,
Knox says, pushing forward.
I'll drive.
Braxton follows while Justice hesitates, looking down at me. Go, I tell him. I'll be fine.
You sure?
Yes. He leans down, giving me a kiss, filling my sad heart with something more beautiful. Afterward, his forehead rests on mine, breath tickling my lips.
We'll talk about this more when I get back.
I nod. He moves for the truck just as Knox starts it, the loud roar of the engine slicing through the air before it peels away. Composing myself, I wipe away any remainder tears and head inside to find Thatcher in the kitchen.
Everything all right?
He asks, concerned. It is now. The guys just got a call from Craig, though. They said they'll be back soon. He nods. Where's Hannah? I ask.
Coloring in the living room. Go on and see her. I'll make you some tea.
Thank you. I walk into the other room and find her kneeling on the floor, pencil crayons scattered about. She looks up at me, her smile diminishing at my expression. You okay, Mama? Yeah, baby, I'm okay. I sit next to her and pull her against me, needing to hold her. I love you, Hannah, so much. Do you know that? Now more than ever, I feel the need to remind her of that. She hugs me back, her small arms squeezing me tight. I love you too. Swallowing back my emotion, I find my smile once more and look down at the picture she's drawing. What do you have here? A picture of our family. That's you and Daddy, she explains, pointing to the left side of the page. This is Papa Thatcher. He stands next to a tractor, holding something in his hand. What's that? I ask, pointing to the object. His harmonica. Perfect. She directs my attention to the other side of the paper. Over here is Uncle Knox and Uncle Braxton. The both of them holding guns brings a smile to my face. Who are these two? I prompt, pointing at two small stick people. That's me and my little brother or sister. My gaze swings to hers, every muscle in my body growing stiff. Remember that day I threw a coin in the wishing well? She says. I nod. That's what I wished for. That you and Daddy will get married and I'll have a little brother or sister. My heart flutters with the same hopes and dreams. I want that too, I admit on a whisper. They are so close to becoming a reality. They are within my grasp. I can feel it. And I will fight to make that happen for us all. Never give up wishing, Hannah. That's how dreams come true. I won't, Mama. Pressing a kiss to her head, I leave her to finish the picture, then head back into the kitchen with Thatcher.
Have a seat, darling,
he says gently, bringing me a steaming cup of tea. He sits in the chair beside mine, then takes my hand in his.
Talk to me.
I look down at his missing fingers, the same mangled hand that comforted me 6 years ago when I sat in this very same spot, having no one else to turn to. This man has been more of a parent to me than my own ever have. You know, one of my biggest fears when I was pregnant with Hannah was that I wouldn't be a good mother. Not only because of how young and inexperienced I was, but also because I never had a good one. I never had someone who loved me, so how was I supposed to love my own? I look up at him, tears building in my eyes once again. But the moment she was born, I knew there was no way I wouldn't love her with every single breath I took. She became my entire world, and it made me question how my own mother never found that love for me. Why does she hate me so much, Thatcher? I don't understand what I did wrong. His hand squeezes mine, the sadness taking over his expression reflecting the one in my heart.
It's nothing you did, child.
I try to tell myself that. But now, knowing what it's like to be a mother, I feel like there has to be a reason. A reason she harbors so much anger and resentment toward me. A look passes across his face, one I can't decipher.
I feel like there's something I should tell you.
He starts, shifting in his seat.
I'd heard the rumors years ago, but never paid them much mind, since this town has always been famous for talk. However, the more time that passes, and after knowing how awful that woman has been to you, I think it's worth mentioning.
What is it? I ask. Curious about what could have him acting this way.
Back in the day, it was said your father often enjoyed female company on the side.
He divulges.
One of those said women ended up pregnant, and it got real messy. So messy that she ended up leaving town.
I peer back at him, shock rocking me over what he reveals.
Your mother was pregnant at the same time, or so she said, but some people didn't believe she was ever pregnant.
Well, obviously she was, because here I am. His expression turns more solemn.
There was a short time when your mother left town. It was during her pregnancy, and she never came back until after she had you.
I sit up straight, my heart beginning to beat wildly in my chest. What are you saying? Are you trying to tell me my mother isn't my real mother?
I know it sounds crazy. It was to me too, but haven't you ever noticed you don't look a thing like her? Not one single trait.
I open my mouth, then close it, thinking it over. I've always resembled my father over my mother, but even then I don't look much like him either. We share some similarities, but not many. The more I think about this insane possibility, the more it would make sense of why she would hate me so much. But if I'm not hers, then whose am I? And where is she now? I look back at Thatcher, the need for answers burning in my heart.
I have no idea how you could even find out the truth, he says. But I'm sure...
Gwen. I speak up, her name popping into my head instantly. She would know. She has to. The possibility has me pushing to my feet. I have to go see her.
Now?
Yes, it can't wait. He stands, reaching for my arm.
I understand how you must be feeling, but wait for my son to come home. I don't want you driving upset like this.
I'll be fine, I promise. I grab my purse and search for Justice's truck keys, finding them on the counter. Will you watch Hannah for me?
Of course, but please, Ryan.
I cut him off with a kiss to the cheek. I'll be back before dark. Without another word, I run out of the house, a sense of urgency filling me, the need for the truth. A truth I'm beginning to feel all the way down to my bones.
Chapter 27. Justice. It takes almost an hour with all the traffic by the time we arrive at the warehouse. Craig's truck is parked outside with him standing next to it, his shoulders rigid with tension. My eyes scan our surroundings, all of us on alert. I trust Craig more than I do a lot of other people, but I still don't put all my trust in anyone. None of us do, which is why we're all packing. He's not stupid enough to fuck us around, right? Braxton asks. Knox shakes his head. I don't think so. I agree. He wouldn't have us meet him this far away, and he's driving his personal truck, not squad, which makes me feel a little better. Climbing out, the three of us head his way. Clemson, I greet him with a nod. What's going on? You guys aren't going to believe what I found. The three of us share a look as he opens his truck door and leans inside to pull out a brown folder. Opening it, he slides out a piece of paper and hands it to us. Stepping forward, I take it and feel my brothers crowd my back. It's a photocopy of an old document. It looks like some sort of deed, but most of it is handwritten. What are we looking at? I finally ask. A mineral deed to your father's land. My brow cocks. Mineral? He nods. Your father is sitting on millions of dollars worth of oil. That's why they want his land. I look back down at the document, shock rocking me where I stand. Holy shit, Braxton mutters. Excitement spins through me, knowing we now have motive. Where did you get this? I ask. From Todder's office. After we spoke last night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Especially with what Hodges said about him smelling like gasoline. It was 3 a.m. when it hit me. There's a gleam in his eyes as he speaks. Todder only drives his squad car. Always has. In every police vehicle in this country, there's a dash camera. It became mandatory 3 years ago. Usually surveillance footage is kept in a separate office for obvious reasons. Todder keeps it in his. Nice and close. A spark of adrenaline pumps through my body. Are you telling me we have the crime on surveillance? Not quite, he shut it off. But I have the blackout of the camera's time, and it lines up with the timeline of when the fire was started. Shutting off that camera is a violation on its own. Between that and this deed, surely your source can do something with it. I'm sure he can. Thanks, Craig. I really appreciate this. He nods, his expression turning somber. Act soon, Justice. It won't be long before he realizes I was in there. I photocopied this because I didn't want to tip him off, but to get the original, your guy is going to have to get a warrant. Don't worry, we're on it. Vengeance is just in reach, and it will be ours.
Chapter 28. Ryan. I pull up to Gwen's minutes later, parking in front of the extravagant home owned by her in Forrest, located in one of the most prominent areas of Winchester. It brings back memories of the life I've tried hard to forget, a life that may very well should never have been mine. My mind and heart still reel with the possibility. In the small amount of time that has passed, I feel like it's something I should have questioned all along. There were so many signs. Now that I will not stop until I get the truth. Pulling myself together, I steal a breath and lift my hand to knock on the door. It opens moments later, revealing a surprised Gwen.
Ryan.
Hi, Gwen. I'm sorry to bother you, but I was wondering if I could come in and talk to you for a minute. Despite her warm smile, she hesitates, looking up and down the quiet street. No one's here but me, I assure her. Her eyes come back to mine, a nervous laugh escaping her as she shakes her head.
Of course. Forgive me. Come in.
She steps aside, allowing me to enter. I look around from the large foyer and see that not much has changed since the last time I was here.
Please, have a seat.
She gestures to the living room where I sit on the large floral sofa.
Can I get you some sweet tea?
I'm fine, thank you. She sits across from me in one of the rocking chairs, folding her hands on her lap.
Now, to what do I owe this pleasure?
I decide there's no other way to go about this but to be blunt and lay it all out. I need to ask you something. It's about my parents. Her smile slips, her entire demeanor changing in an instant. Reaching for the dainty gold chain around her neck, she begins fidgeting with it.
I'm not sure what I can tell you.
Is my mother my real mother? The rocking chair suddenly comes to a stop, her body going rigid with tension, as something akin to fear takes hold of her expression.
This is really something you should speak with your parents about, she whispers.
We both know I'd never get the truth from them. You're the only one I can go to about this. You know them better than anyone.
Yes, I do. Which means I also know what they are capable of. Leave this alone, dear. It's safer for you.
I can't. I need to know. For years, I've been the brunt of her cruelty, never knowing what I did to make her hate me so much. Emotion bubbles up my throat. The painful memories of my past surfacing. Please, Gwen, I plead. Her expression softens, the truth burning in her pale blue eyes, one I already knew in my heart. She's not, is she? She shakes her head.
No, she's not.
Even though I expected it, the revelation still hits me like a ton of bricks, turning my world upside down and leaving me to question everything about my life, including who I am.
Many years ago, your father had a woman who worked for him, she starts. Her name was Abigail Devereaux. She was a beautiful, kind woman, very compassionate. Nothing at all like Vivian,
she says, not bothering to hide her dislike of the woman who raised me.
Rumors sparked that their relationship went beyond professional, which was further speculated when she ended up pregnant. Of course, your father denied the affair and said the child wasn't his, but most knew the truth. It wasn't long after that she disappeared.
Disappeared? I ask, fearing what that means.
Your father moved her to another state. I know because I heard him and Forrest talking about it one night, over drinks in his office. Shortly after she was out of the picture, Vivian announced she was pregnant.
My eyes close briefly, betrayal coursing through me. God, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
I never believed it, she says. For months, she never showed any signs of pregnancy. Into her second trimester, she left town with little explanation and didn't return until after she had the baby.
Me? She nods. What about Abigail? Where is she now? Regret flashes in her eyes, sending my heart sinking into the pit of my stomach. No, I whisper.
Wait here.
Standing, she leaves the room, only to return moments later with a newspaper clipping that she passes to me. My hand shakes violently as I take it from her, pulse pounding as I stare down at a face that looks so much like my own. The resemblance is so striking that it takes my breath away. The headline of the article reads, "Hiker discovers missing Idaho woman's body in mountains." The tears I've been holding in begin slipping down my cheeks, my heart aching for a woman I never knew, but no doubt gave me life.
When I saw this months later, it confirmed what I already suspected.
Gwen says.
They took you from her, and then they killed her.
How? I choke out. How did they get away with this?
They always do. This is just a long list of things they are all capable of. They will stop at nothing to get what they want.
The anger and bitterness in her voice has me looking back up at her. How did you end up here? You're nothing like them. Shame resonates on her face before she looks away.
I had no choice. Believe me, if I had.
She trails off, unable to finish. Does it have to do with Thatcher? I ask, my suspicion from last night rearing its head. Her eyes come back to mine, pain prevalent. I saw the way you were both looking at each other. I continue. What happened between you two? Sitting back in her chair, a sense of calmness washes over her, a faraway look entering her eyes.
Thatcher and I grew up here together, but never in the same social circle. I'm sure you can guess why.
I nod, knowing how different things were back then. Sadly, after the conversation with Hannah at the breakfast table this morning, it seems some things in this town never change.
In the summer of 1967, that changed, and the farm boy who always caught my attention stormed into my life and swept me off my feet. Of course, it was done in private, because even though times were changing, color still didn't mix, but we didn't let that stop us. We would sneak down by the river at night, and he would always bring me flowers from his mama's garden. We danced under the moonlit sky, and boy was he a good dancer. And kisser, too, she tells me, a wistful smile on her face that triggers one of my own. He loved me like I was the only woman who walked this earth, cherished me like no one ever had before. My heavy heart warms at the adoration in her voice, a love that obviously still burns so bright, a love that I know isn't one-sided. Then, I ended up pregnant,
she reveals on a whisper. My eyes widen, mouth popping open. A million questions emerge, but I can't seem to form a single one.
Despite the predicament I found myself in, I was happy. Scared as all holy, but happy. Thatcher was too, and promised he would take care of us. He said we would get married and have the life we always wanted. But we were robbed of our happily ever after.
Regret and sorrow swirl through her soft tone. My stomach bottoms out, fearing for the tragic ending to this story.
My parents had other plans for whom I should marry.
Forrest. She nods.
I didn't love him. He was a bully, always hurting others, but my parents never cared. All that mattered back then was sticking with your own class. I told them I would not marry anyone other than Thatcher. When they found out I was pregnant, they were so angry.
A slight tremble enters her voice, and it has my own hands beginning to shake.
I stormed out of the house that night to meet Thatcher at our usual place. We were going to run away together. But everything went so terribly wrong.
She chokes out, tears beginning to slide down her weathered cheeks. Slipping off the couch, I move to kneel in front of her, taking her cold hand in mine.
There were so many of them,
she says, her breath hitching.
Forrest, Toter, Bishop, your father. Thatcher never stood a chance.
Her lips pressed together, sheer agony twisting her face. What did they do, Gwen? I ask, doing everything I can to swallow back my own grief.
They beat him so badly, she sobs, held him down, burned him with torches before they cut into his body with a rusty saw, severing his fingers.
Horror grips me, my heart shattering into 1,000 pieces as I finally hear the truth behind his horrendous scars.
I was so sure he was dead, she cries, but somehow, by the grace of God, he survived. I knew then I had no choice. I had to obey my parents' wishes, or next time he wouldn't be so lucky. So I married a man I loathed to protect the one I love.
It doesn't escape me that her use of love is in the present tense, confirming what I already suspected. Hot tears track down my face, the vicious tale so vile it's practically incomprehensible. I always knew something happened between Thatcher and the founding families, something big, but never in a million years did I fathom it could be this cruel and violent.
Thatcher begged me not to marry Forrest. He swore he could protect us, but I couldn't risk it.
She whispers painfully.
I couldn't risk his life again.
What about the baby? I ask, remembering the earlier revelation. Devastation rocks her body on a vicious sob, her distress and sorrow striking me to my soul.
They killed our baby.
A horrified cry escapes me before I cover my mouth.
I was tied down to a table and forced to have an abortion I did not want,
she explains, almost numbly.
It was done so poorly that I can never have children again.
What kind of doctor would perform something so heinous without a patient's permission?
Dr. Myers,
she says, practically spitting his name.
He was a physician who worked for them. A monster.
Anyone who could do that would be.
He ended up dead weeks later.
Her chin lifts, a sense of triumph appearing on her grief-stricken face.
He was found murdered in his building. A single gunshot wound to the head. The shot so precise, it hit him before he even knew someone was there.
It didn't take long for realization to strike. Thatcher, I whisper. She nods.
We've never spoken about it, but I have no doubt it was him. As horrible as it is for me to say, I was glad when I heard the news. I felt like, in some small way, justice had been served for our baby.
I'm sorry, Gwen. So sorry, I tell her, knowing those words mean nothing, not when she has lost so much.
I know you are, dear. I'm just thankful Thatcher was there to help you leave all those years ago. Otherwise, I have no doubt they would have done to you what they did to me.
I finally realized that while I feared the unknown of what my parents would do, Thatcher knew exactly what would have happened if I had stayed. Thank God for that man. He was my angel that night, my saving grace. Why are you still here? I ask her. Forrest is gone now. You're free. You and Thatcher could still have your happy ending. He still loves her just as much as she does him. I know it. She shakes her head.
Even if Thatcher were to forgive me for marrying Forrest, the others would never allow it. I know all their secrets. I will never be free of them.
She's still in so much danger, still imprisoned in this life she never wanted. If everything falls into place and the guys can get what they need, we can bring them down, and she will be free to live the life she's always wanted. Now, more than ever, I'm determined to help make that happen. They need to be stopped, and my mother, my real mother, deserves justice. Thank you for trusting me with the truth, I say, looking down at the picture. Can I keep this?
Of course. I'm sorry that's all I have of her.
I'm thankful you kept it all these years, I whisper.
Trust me, there's a lot I've kept over the years.
The cryptic response has my eyes lifting back up to hers. What do you mean?
They may be ruthless, but they aren't as smart as they'd like to believe. I've acquired quite the collection over the years, locked them away for safekeeping, because you never know when an opportunity could arise.
The information has hope igniting. I sit up to my knees, moving in closer. Gwen, are you telling me you have evidence of the things they've done? Physical evidence?
Some, yes. Unfortunately, it does little good when they have every aspect of the law in their pockets.
Not everyone. Thatcher has a trusted person in the FBI, someone who is trying to help us bring them down. She shakes her head.
That's not solid enough. Anyone can be bribed. I've seen it.
Not him. He's come highly recommended, and Thatcher is no fool. he'd never trust just anyone. If we know for sure he could bring them down, would you help us? She hesitates for only a moment before nodding.
If we knew for sure, then yes, of course. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be that easy.
Nothing ever is, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. I stand, this newfound hope fueling me. Come back to the farm with me. Panic flashes in her eyes.
No, I couldn't. You go ahead. I'll be here if y'all need me.
I want to press her, but decide she's done enough. I'll have Thatcher come see her. Thank you again, I whisper, for everything.
Be careful, dear,
she says with worry.
Remember, they will stop at nothing to cover their tracks.
With one final nod, I release her hand, then run out to the truck, needing to get back to the farm, to Justice. As I pull away, I grab my cell phone and call Thatcher. He picks up on the second ring.
Ryan, you all right?
Guilt pricks my heart at the concern in his voice. Yes, I'm fine. Are Justice and the others back yet?
No, not yet. What happened with Gwen?
Beneath the worry in his tone, I can still hear the affection he has just speaking her name. Everything, I say, my mind still trying to process all I just learned. Look, I'm on my way home. I have so much to tell you all. Thatcher, I think we might have what we need to take them down. All of them. The line goes quiet, but I have no doubt he's as anxious as me, especially after knowing his past and all those bastards have done to him. A few silent seconds tick by until he clears his throat.
Just drive safe, child. I'll see you soon and we can talk then.
I will. Love you. After hitting end, I toss the phone on the seat beside me, right next to the picture of my mother. Her black and white face smiles back at me, taunting my aching heart. They will pay for what they did to her. I'll make sure of it, if it's the last thing I do. The moment I turn down the back road leading to the farm, sirens pierce the air, a police car speeding up behind me. When it doesn't pass, I look down at my speedometer and see I'm barely pushing past the speed limit. Frustrated, I pull off to the side. When the officer steps out, I see it's none other than Sheriff Toder. Shit. I quickly shove the newspaper clipping of my mother in my purse, then slide on my sunglasses, shielding my red-rimmed eyes. As he comes up to my window, I lower it, and it takes everything in me to keep myself composed, the sight of him making me sick after all I've learned. Sheriff, is there a problem? I ask.
I'm afraid there is. Step out of the truck, Ryan.
My back stiffens at the command. Excuse me?
I said step out of the vehicle.
Why? I haven't done anything wrong.
Don't ask questions and do as you're told.
Alarm bells bang around inside of me, dread sinking into my stomach. Many scenarios play out in my mind, none of them good. It has me wanting to punch the gas, but I know that would make things worse. Without having any other choice, I open the door and carefully step down. Are you going to tell me what this is about? He stares back at me, a look of regret washing over his face.
You should have never come back.
Before I can even process that, the passenger door to his squad car opens, and out steps Derek. Panic grips me, temporarily imprisoning me before I snap out of it and leap to jump back inside the truck. Not fast enough. A scream rips from my throat as I'm grabbed from behind, Derek's beefy hand slamming over my mouth before I'm pushed against the truck face first.
You've been a very bad girl, Ryan.
His putrid scent invades my senses as he whispers in my ear. The erection pressing at my bottom has terror thrashing through my veins.
We need to have a very important talk, but first, it's time I collect what's long overdue, don't you think?
His hand drops to the top of my thigh, sliding up my leg to push under my dress. I scream into his hand, struggling against his heavy body.
Shh. You should be used to this by now. After all, you love to be shared.
When he touches the center of my panties, bile surges up my throat, a helpless cry shattering my chest. In a desperate attempt at escape, I open my mouth and sink my teeth into the flesh of his hand. He howls out in pain, "Bitch!" With a fistful of my hair, he pulls my head back and smashes my face into the truck. Black spots dance in my vision, the metallic taste of blood touching my tongue and running down my chin. The blow dazes me long enough for him to get what he wants. I cry helplessly, the unwanted touch tarnishing my soul.
"Damn it, Lancaster, hurry up. This wasn't part of the plan,"
Rick says, but continues to do nothing to help me.
"Just a little taste."
Derek removes his hand from beneath my panties and brings it to his mouth, licking his fingers. The groan that leaves him has my stomach rolling and despair washing over me.
So fucking good.
He flips me around to face him, hand wrapping around my throat as he forces my head back, his malicious eyes staring into my devastated ones.
"Now you need to listen, and listen carefully. You leave town by morning and take them all with you, or next time it will be your daughter, and I will sell her to the highest bidder."
The threat has a sob exploding from me, fear unlike anything I've ever known sinking into every fiber of my being, because I know he's capable of it. He'd do it. He crushes his mouth against mine, hard and quick, before leaving me with a shove against the truck.
"Let's go,"
he barks at Toter. My legs quake beneath me, threatening to give out as I try to remain standing. Rick barely spares me a glance.
"Do yourself a favor and leave, Ryan, before things get worse for you all."
Once he climbs into the car and drives away, I fall to my knees, a desolate scream shredding my throat. It pierces the air around me and sends my heart crumbling into a pit of despair.
Chapter 29. Justice. Dusk has started to set amongst the gray sky by the time we arrive back at the farm. Worry tightens my gut when I find my truck gone, anger quickly following. Son of a bitch. My suspicion is confirmed when my father steps out of the house and onto the front porch. "Where is she?" I ask on a growl. "She left to see Gwen, but she's on her way home," he rushes to explain. "I just got off the phone with her not long ago. Damn it, I told her not to go anywhere without me. I know, I tried to get her to wait, but she was adamant." Of course she was, because she's fucking stubborn. "Where's Hannah?" I ask. "Upstairs. She fell asleep after dinner while watching a movie, so I took her to bed. What did you boys get from Craig?" "You might want to sit down for this," Braxton says. My father's weary eyes shift between the three of us. "Why?" I step forward, handing him the photocopied deed. He takes it from me, looking it over and understanding it more quickly than we did. "Whoa." He lets out a breath, dropping to sit in his rocking chair, his hand gripping the back of his neck. "Did you know?" Knox asks. He shakes his head. "If I did, I'd have had a better understanding of why they wanted the land so damn bad." "Well, look at it this way. You're rich and didn't even know it," Braxton says, filling the thick silence that has descended with his signature humor. "Where did he get this?" "Totter's office," I tell him. He also has evidence of his dash cam being turned off the same time the fire took place. "We need to get Jameson here, Dad. It's enough for them to at least get warrants." My father nods. "I'll call him." Before either of us can say more, the roar of my truck penetrates the night as it comes speeding down the gravel road. I turn to look behind me, my forgotten anger resurfacing. Instead of pulling up to the main house, she parks at the guest house, the truck screeching to a halt before she jumps out and runs inside. I don't think so, baby. I waste no time crossing the lawn, refusing to let her escape. She'll be lucky if I don't spank her ass red for this. Storming into the house, I find her moving for the bedroom. "What the hell did I tell you about leaving this place without me?" She spins around, and the devastation on her marked-up face stops me cold. "Jesus, what the fuck happened to you?"
"We all have to leave, right now," she cries, fear rippling through her words as she moves about frantically. "You, me, Hannah, your father and brothers, all of us." Her desperation has me pushing forward, aiming to comfort and protect. "Easy, baby. Calm down." I gently grasp her shoulders. "No, you don't understand. We have to leave right now." She fights against me, trying to rip out of my hold. "God damn it, Ryan, stop."
I give her a small shake, desperate to find out what's going on. She falls against my chest on a sob.
Please, Justice, I'm begging you, get me out of here.
I pull her against me, her anguish tearing me apart. You're scaring the shit out of me, Ryan. Tell me what happened so I can help you. She lifts her face to mine, her pale color and split lip ramping up my concern even more. My trigger finger twitches with the urge to kill whoever put it there.
After I left Gwen's, Totter pulled me over, she says, fear thick in her voice. Derek was with him.
Her body trembles at the admission, sending a dangerous rage to pump through my blood. What did he do? My voice is barely above a controlled whisper, fury igniting in every cell of my body. When all she does is cry, I grip her arms harder to pull her away, forcing her to look at me, even though my body is screaming to pull her closer and never let go. What did he fucking do to you?
He touched me.
Her breath hitches, despair bleeding through every quietly spoken word.
He touched me again, and I didn't want it.
It takes a second for her words to penetrate the violence thundering through my body. Again? I ask, praying I didn't hear her right. A look of defeat passes over her face, a secret she's kept from me releasing with it.
That night, 6 years ago, he was outside your apartment when I came to you, she says, fighting to get the words past her grief. He grabbed me before I could even make it inside.
She trails off, unable to finish, but she doesn't have to. The memory of her face that night breaks through the dark recesses of my mind, looking similar to how it does now. My blood pumps violently, roaring in my ears and whispering words of rage. Motherfucker! The room spins, fury slipping over me dark and rich. I'm going to fucking kill him. I flip the couch over, destroying what's around me.
Justice, please!
Ryan covers her ears, crying for me to stop, but the rage fueling me is unstoppable, uncontrollable. I charge for the front door, kicking it open as I head for my truck, only one thought in mind: retribution.
Thatcher, stop him!
She yells, grabbing for my arm as she follows me outside, tears rolling down her red cheeks and dripping from her busted lip. Thinking of what he did, seeing the aftermath, hearing her agony, a red haze covers every step I take. My brothers run for me, but Knox is the only one who makes it into my truck before I punch the gas. What the hell is going on? He asks, grabbing onto the roof as we skid along the gravel, leaving Ryan, my father, and Brax in my rearview mirror. He's going to fucking die, I seethe, my jaw clenched so tight it's close to snapping. Who? Lancaster. His name drips with venom, tasting like acid on my tongue. He hurt her. He fucking touched her. I glance over at my brother, seeing the same violence I'm feeling on his hard face. He knows better than anyone what I'm saying. He's gone too far, Knox. It's time to put a stop to it once and for all. No more waiting. He nods. Revenge settles deep into my bones, bringing a sudden calmness with it. It's usually what happens just before I pull the trigger, but this time no trigger will be pulled. That bastard will bleed out his death by my bare hands, and I am going to fucking bathe in it. Seated on the outskirts of town, his home is nestled away in privacy, the property scanning a few acres of land. I park a good distance away, hidden out of sight, then reach for my rifle in the back seat. Knox follows me out of the truck and across the dark yard, his booted steps keeping up to my furious ones. There's no plan, no time to act or think about anything besides retaliation. I kick the door open without delay and enter inside to find him in the living room, a bottle of scotch sitting on the coffee table before him. The calmness that claimed me disappears at the sight of him. He doesn't seem surprised by our entrance, reaching for the gun that lies next to him. He knew I would come. I shoot first, grazing his shoulder. Son of a bitch! He drops the gun, howling in pain as he grabs the wound and falls to his knees. I toss Knox the rifle so he can secure the house for anyone else. Then I move for the fucker, my boots pounding the hardwood, matching the furious rhythm of my heartbeat before I deliver a powerful kick to his face. His head snaps back, blood spraying as he crashes into the glass coffee table. How do you like it, motherfucker? I send another blow to his ribs, hard enough that it flips him to his back, his mouth opening as he gasps for air. My chest heaves as I drop down to his level. You are going to die for touching her. She wanted it, he wheezes. She fucking begged for it. The taunt sends my fists in a rain of fury, shattering every bone in his face. I relish in the feel of his warm blood spattering across me. It seeps into my dark soul, filling it with vengeance. A gunshot rings out, breaking through the red haze. My head snaps to the side to find Totter rushing in. "Step away from him nice and slow," he orders, gun trained. My eyes stray to the pistol that lies just a few feet away. "Don't even think about it. On your feet now." I follow the order, rising slowly. "'Bout fucking time," Derek spits, blood spewing as he tries to sit up, but he's too weak and ends up falling back down on a groan. "All of this could have been avoided," Totter says, his narrowed eyes never leaving mine. "Ryan would have never gotten hurt if Thatcher had accepted the offer in the first place. That son of a bitch still hasn't learned his lesson, not even after the last time we torched his ass." A new rage grips me at the revelation, my fists clenching at my sides. "He never did tell you boys about that, did he?" He taunts, a gleeful smirk taking over his smug face. "Those scars he bears is because he's never known where his fucking place is." Hate boils in my blood, merging with the fury clawing to the surface. I'm going to enjoy watching you die too. "I don't think so, asshole. Thatcher is about to learn another lesson the hard way. Now where's that brother of yours?" "Right here." Knox steps out of the shadows, his shot ringing out at the same time and nailing Totter directly between the eyes. He slumps to the floor, blood pouring out beneath his lifeless body. "Fuck!" Lancaster moves, scrambling for his gun. I kick it out of reach before dropping back down and wrapping my hand around his throat, fingers shaking with the urge to crush his windpipe right here and now. He stares up at me through swollen, dazed eyes, his battered face practically unrecognizable. "I should have waited until your daddy was home to light that fire," he sputters, confirming what I always suspected. "Watched him burn like the trash he is." "The only one who's going to burn is you, in hell where you belong." I reach for the bottle of scotch lying amidst the shattered glass and douse him in it. He howls in pain as the alcohol soaks his wounds. I walk over to the bar in the corner and grab a few more bottles, tossing a couple to Knox. He pours it around the room while I lead a trail right over to the bastard and finish soaking him with what's left. Afterward, I pull a cigarette out of my back pocket and slip it between my lips before lighting up. The deadly smoke drifts into my lungs, soothing the raging beast as I stare into the face of the enemy, witnessing the fear in his eyes before his final seconds on this earth. "You wouldn't," he chokes, realization dawning. "Eye for eye, motherfucker." I flick the cigarette on him, watching his flames engulf his body, his screams of agony piercing the air. It isn't long before the entire room ignites in a sea of orange. That's when Knox and I walk out, feeling the roaring heat at our backs. Just as we make it to my truck, Craig comes speeding up, screeching to a halt next to us before climbing out. "Ryan called. She—" He trails off, his eyes taking in my bloody clothes and the smoking house behind us. "Jesus, what the fuck did you guys do?" I stare back at him, not feeling an ounce of remorse. "He hurt her. What would you do?" Understanding grips his face, remorse lying within. The distant sound of sirens penetrates the air, bringing a cold reality with them. Craig lets go of a heavy breath, driving a hand through his hair. "Go," he says, surprising me. "Get out of here. I'll take care of it." Knox and I hesitate for only a second before climbing into my truck and driving away, knowing justice has been served.
Chapter 30. Ryan. Despair continues to grip me an hour later as I sit on the couch next to Braxton, pressed against his side with his arm wrapped around me. After I filled him and Thatcher in on what happened, they brought me to the house, and Braxton hasn't left my side since. He's been caring and attentive, acting as a true brother would. Despite the warmth of his body and the blanket draped around my shoulders, I continued to tremble violently, fearing for the destruction Justice is causing in his wrath this very moment. Thatcher fled the house earlier to go get Gwen and brought her back here to be with us, not trusting what the others would do to her. While he did that, I called Craig and begged him to find Justice before he could do anything he couldn't take back. Now here we all sit, waiting for any word, and every second that passes has my hope dwindling.
I should have come with you,
Gwen whispers in remorse, wiping the tears from her worn cheeks as she holds a cup of warm tea.
I'm so sorry, dear.
It's not your fault, I tell her, hating to think how much worse it could have been if she had been with me, or even Hannah for that matter. My eyes close, bile crawling up my throat as I think back on Derek's heinous threat to my daughter.
She's right,
Thatcher says, walking into the room and placing his hand on Gwen's slender shoulder.
It's no one's fault.
He says that, but I saw the guilt on his face earlier. I wish now I would have listened when he cautioned me not to go alone. I just never thought for a second that I'd be noticed. It's obvious that they were watching, waiting to make their move.
I just got off the phone with Agent Jameson,
he continues.
He's taking the next flight out. Should be here by morning.
Everything has spiraled so dangerously out of control. I fear if Craig doesn't find Justice soon, there won't be much left for Agent Jameson to take care of. What's taking him so long? I whisper, not needing to clarify whom I'm talking about.
Hopefully he's making the bastards suffer.
Braxton grits, rage hardening his usual playful expression. His shoulders have been tense, body wound tight since finding out what Derek did. It vibrates much the same way mine does, only mine is from fear. His is fury. A fury much like the one I witnessed from his brother only a short time ago. My chest tightens at the memory of Justice, tearing apart the place in his wrath. I've seen him angry before, but never anything like that. There was no stopping him. I just pray we are all able to come back from it, because I can't lose him. Hannah and I need him now more than ever. The thought has me close to tears again. I need some air. Standing, I head out onto the front porch, pulling the blanket tighter around me and resting my head on the large white column, staring out at the dark night. It's not long before the door opens behind me. I don't have to look to know it's Thatcher. His strong presence is unmistakable. He comes to stand next to me, placing a worn hand on my shoulder.
I'm sorry, child. I shouldn't have let you leave.
My heart pinches in my chest, hating the regret in his voice. It's not your fault either, Thatcher. It's no one's fault but theirs.
I know, but it could have been avoided if I hadn't let you go. Or we could have had Gwen come here. Then I could have protected you both.
At the mention of Gwen, I turn toward him, the dim light of the porch offering a small glow. She told me everything, I whisper, unable to hold back. Sadness grips his face, transforming his expression to one of shame, and it shatters my broken heart even more. Why didn't you tell us what they did to you?
What good would have come of it? What's done is done. None of us can go back and change it. It'd only hurt y'all, especially my boys, and they've had enough pain to last them a lifetime.
His tone is so strong and protective, the love he has for his sons radiating through every word. Why didn't you ever retaliate? My curiosity gets the better of me, and I have to ask, have to know why he would let them get away with hurting him so badly. You're stronger than them. You could have taken them on if you really wanted to.
If I had killed Forrest, then where would that have left Gwen? She made her decision, despite my objections.
She didn't love him. She did it to protect you.
And I didn't do it to protect her,
he says, an almost sad smile spreading across his lips.
Our relationship wouldn't have been approved by anyone, and we would have just faced more obstacles. I was more than willing to fight for that, but she was too afraid. I didn't like it, but I understood it.
She still loves you so deeply, I tell him, hating the way things ended so tragically for them. He doesn't seem all that surprised by my admission.
Some love never dies, no matter how much time has passed. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
I nod, thinking about how 6 years between Justice and I never changed my feelings for him.
As hard as it was all these years, I wouldn't trade them for anything. Otherwise, I may never have gotten my boys, and they are everything to me. My whole life. So are you and Hannah.
His sweet words have me blubbering all over again. I step into him, wrapping my arms around his waist. I'm sorry, Thatcher. So sorry for what they did to you. You're the father I never had, and I wish you could have been mine from the beginning.
Oh, child,
he says, his voice gruff as he hugs me tight.
You and Hannah will always be in my family, just like my boys. We're going to get justice for that mama of yours, too. All right?
I nod, my beaten heart a mangled mess, thinking about the woman I will never get to meet, due to the evil of my father and Vivian. I refuse to call her my mother anymore, because she's not. She never has been, and she never will be. The sound of Justice's truck driving up the gravel road has us breaking apart and relief swamping me. He parks halfway between the guest house and the main one before climbing out. Thank God! Dropping the blanket from around my shoulders, I flee down the porch stairs and run toward him. But my quick steps falter when I see the amount of blood covering him. Oh my God! Fear takes me forward, my hands frantically searching him. Where are you hurt?
It's not my blood.
His voice is rough, weighted with burden. My eyes snap up to his, an icy chill slithering over every inch of my skin. Oh no, I whisper, choking back my despair. What did you do? He peers back at me, eyes haunted. Without a word, he drops to his knees before me, his arms wrapping around my waist as he buries his face in my stomach. I hold him close, sobbing out my fear and worry. Knox takes Thatcher into the house, leaving the two of us alone.
I failed you,
he mutters, defeat heavy in his voice.
I'm so sorry I failed you.
Seeing this powerful man on his knees before me, blaming himself for whatever thoughts he's letting run through his head, absolutely guts me. You didn't, I tell him, forcing his tortured eyes up to mine. My hand touches the side of his face, fingers grazing his strong, stubble jaw. I never should have left. I should have waited for you. He shakes his head, insistent on shouldering the blame, but I refuse to let him. Come on, let's get you inside for a shower. Taking his hand, I lead him into the guest house, where we have to step over the destruction of furniture that he left in the wake of his fury. Once in the bathroom, I start the shower, then begin peeling off his clothes before removing mine, needing to wash off the filth that Derek left on my body. We step under the hot spray together, our arms instinctively wrapping around one another, skin to skin, heart to heart. Heat and steam envelop us, the dirty water swirling down the drain. I breathe him in, soaking in his arms that I have desperately needed.
He's dead,
he reveals quietly.
He'll never hurt you again, Ryan.
I should be horrified, but I'm not. Deep down, I knew. I've always known exactly what Justice would do when he found out. They've hurt so many, ruined so many lives, that I can't find an ounce of remorse.
I'm going to get you out of here, too.
He continues, his deep voice rumbling from his chest and vibrating against my cheek. I look up at him, drops of water slipping onto my face from his.
I won't make you stay here anymore. We'll go back to Gold Creek, or wherever you want.
His hand cups my cheek.
I love you, Ryan,
he says, making my heart stall.
I promise to take care of you forever, and never let anyone hurt you again.
A sob rattles my body as he finally says the words I've longed to hear, words I feel all the way to my soul. I love you too, so much, I cry, hugging him close. I can't lose you.
You won't.
But when the police find out,
Craig is handling it.
It's on the tip of my tongue to question him further about that. But when his arms pull me in close again, I decide none of it matters. Not in this moment. The only thing that matters is us, loving each other with this embrace until the water runs cold, each drop washing away the pain of our past and leaving a promise for our future.
Chapter 31. Justice.
I sure am gonna miss you, Papa,
Hannah says, her face pinched with sadness as she sits on my father's lap in the living room. Ah, Anna J., I'll miss you too, but we'll still see each other. I'll come visit real soon, I promise. Despite his assurance, you can tell this is killing him. I know the feeling. It's killing me too, but I also know it's for the best. The last 5 days have been hard on everyone, especially Ryan. I want to get her out of here and away from it all. She's been hurt enough, and I refuse to add to it by making her stay in a town where there is nothing but bad memories for her. At least I will be able to leave with the peace of mind that justice has been served. Thanks to Gwen, the evidence Agent Jameson was able to collect has exposed the founding families for the ruthless bastards they are. Not that it came as a surprise to the citizens of Winchester. There was even enough circumstantial evidence for the arrest of August and Vivian Lockwood for the death of Ryan's real mother, Abigail. We have every intention of giving her the proper burial she deserves. Hopefully that will also give Ryan some closure, and she can put the bad memories of her upbringing behind her so she can start focusing on the much happier future I intend to give her. The town blew up over the news of Totter's and Derek's deaths. In the end, Craig came through for us and chalked it up to one of Derek's shady dealings gone bad with Totter showing up at the wrong time. I assume most know it's bullshit and probably even know who did it. A good reminder why to never fuck with our family. Jameson was among the skeptics but never pressed the matter. By the time he saw the amount of shit those corrupt assholes had done, he knew the world was better off without them. He ended up being a good guy and someone we can trust if we ever need the help again. Craig has been appointed sheriff temporarily until the next election. I have no doubt he will come out on top and remain where he is now. He deserves it, and Winchester will be a hell of a lot better off with him in charge. Leaving the kitchen, I give my father and Hannah some time alone and head out onto the front porch where Knox sits alone, smoking a cigarette, looking like he's about to come out of his skin. Guilt slams into me knowing I'm the cause of it. I light up a cigarette of my own and take the spot next to him, close enough that our shoulders touch, a small sense of comfort washing over me. Brax and I always try to make it a point since we know it's the only form of contact he gets. All packed up? He asks, his gaze remaining on the flat land before us. Yeah. The one word is all I can manage at the moment, the tightness in my chest restricting my throat. I get it, you know. He takes a long drag of his cigarette, his eyes continuing to avoid mine. I didn't before, but I do now. I saw it in the way you were with her that night. Ryan is good for you, and your family has to come first. You're my family, too, I tell him. Nothing will ever change that. He finally looks at me, revealing just how hard this is for him. The demons he fights daily exposed and punching me in the gut. I hook a hand behind his neck, reeling him in close. I'm here for you, man. You hear me? We might not be fighting those demons the same way anymore, but it doesn't change the fact that I love you, and I'm here for you, always, Knox. Brothers forever. Got it? He nods, expression solemn. Yeah, I got it. Braxton steps out the front door just then, wearing nothing but his boxers, stretching and yawning. What are you pansies up to out here? Where the fuck are your clothes? I ask. My kid is inside. He smirks, lifting a brow. Scared she's gonna find out I have more muscles than you? I grunt, unamused by his smart ass, but have to admit I'll miss him, the both of them, a lot. He takes the spot beside me. So you're really leaving us, huh? I'm not leaving you. I'll be back to visit, and you guys can come see us. I think you'll like it there, I say, though I'm not sure whom I'm trying to convince more, them or myself. Maybe. But it's not home. The word hangs between us, a reminder of just how much everything has changed. My brothers will always be my family, and this my first home. But I have another family now, and my home is wherever they are. I've never been more certain about that, but it doesn't make it any easier to say goodbye. I wanted it to work here, I tell them. I really did. But I can't put Ryan through anymore. Everything changed after that fucker. My words trail off as I find myself unable to say it, unable to think about it. If I could kill the bastard all over again, I would. Hey, man, we understand, Brax says. It sucks, but we get it, and we want her to be happy too. I'm just glad that fucker is burning in hell somewhere, along with Totter, Knox grits. I wish I could have made him suffer before driving that bullet into his skull. He and I both. If we had any idea those bastards were the ones responsible for the scars my father bears, bullets would have flown long ago, which is probably why he never told us. Over the years we asked, especially the first time we saw him without his shirt on, and realized just how deep those scars ran. He was always tight-lipped about it. In the end, we figured they came from the short time he was in the military, something he rarely spoke about. Now that we know the truth, we're left wondering why he never killed them from the start. It's a conversation we will eventually broach with him. But for now, the last week has been enough on us all, including my father. The front door swings open and out runs Hannah. Both Knox and I hurry to put out our cigarettes as she jumps on Braxton's back, arms wrapping around his neck.
Uncle Brax, why are you naked?
He flips her over his shoulder, making her cry out in laughter as he lays her across his lap.
Why are you so pretty?
It's just the way I was born, she says, making us all chuckle before turning her face my way.
Daddy, can I go with Papa to say goodbye to all the animals before we leave?
Yeah, baby, go ahead.
Thanks.
She sits up and lays a loud smacking kiss on my cheek, then kisses her hand and places it on the side of Knox's face before climbing off Braxton.
See you later, alligators.
The words float behind her as she runs over to my dad, taking his hand and heading for the cows. Man, I'm really going to miss her, Braxton says, his mouth set in a grim line. I look over at Knox to see him touching the spot where Hannah's hand just was. The emotions on his face as powerful as if she wrapped her arms around him, something she hasn't done since that first night. It's as if she senses his boundaries on her own, ones she's been testing daily. It's been good for him, but then again, she's good for everyone. Unable to sit here and wallow any longer, I clap Brax on the shoulder and stand. I'll be back. I'm going to check on Ryan. I leave them in silence, my feet taking me across the yard. As much as I would love to prolong the inevitable, it will only make it harder. Entering the house, I call out for her.
I'm in the bathroom,
she answers, her voice muffled behind the door. When she opens it, revealing herself, the heaviness that's been weighing on me vanishes, everything riding in my world. She's all I need, her and Hannah, and everything else will fall into place. You ready? I ask. She shakes her head, and it's then I notice her troubled expression. Concern has me pushing forward. What is it? What's wrong? I cup the side of her face, careful of the bruise that mars her cheek. Her split lip is almost healed, but the fading wound still has rage coursing through me every time I see it. We haven't spoken a lot about what that bastard did to her. She hasn't wanted to talk about it, and I've respected that. Instead, we've been focusing on ourselves and getting things back to the way they were.
I don't want to leave,
she reveals, gazing up at me softly.
I want to stay and make this work, and I know you do too.
If I knew her quietly spoken words weren't for my sake, I'd be happy right now, but I know better. I know exactly why she's doing this. We talked about this, and the decision has been made. I'm not going to force you to stay here any longer.
You're not. I mean it, Justice. I really want to stay. I've been thinking a lot about it the last few days, she says. Hannah is happy here. She's already made a friend in Amelia, and I have one in Jessica. Something I haven't had in years. And your family? Our family, she corrects herself. I don't want to leave them behind.
I search her face, her honesty staring back at me. Where's this coming from? What changed your mind? Biting her lip nervously, she grabs something off the counter and hands it to me. A white stick with 2 pink lines appearing in a small window. What's this? I ask, staring down at it in confusion.
A pregnancy test.
My eyes snap to hers, every muscle in my body stilling with hope. What did you say? Unsure if I heard her right. A small smile claims her lips, the most genuine one I've seen on her in days.
I'm pregnant.
It takes a moment for what she says to register, but once it does, I sink to my knees before her, my hand slipping under her tank top and smoothing over her flat stomach. My baby is in here? The question barely makes it past my throat. She nods, tears forming in her eyes. I lean in, pressing my lips to her soft skin. I've never wanted to worship and cherish a part of her body more than I do in this moment.
This is why I want to stay,
she says, fingers sifting through my hair.
I want to raise our family here. I want our children growing up with their uncles and grandfather close by. I want to erase the bad memories of this town and create beautiful ones. With you.
Every word conveys exactly what I want too. It's all I've ever wanted. For my family to be in one place. There is only one more thing that would make this perfect. Marry me, I say, without hesitation, quickly pushing on before she can deny me again. Marry me because I love you, and I want to spend my life with you. I want you to walk around this town with my last name, wearing my ring and carrying my babies. I want every person to look at you and know you're mine. Tears fall down her cheeks as she rests her hand on the side of my face.
I've always been yours,
she whispers, eyes sincere. Then say it. My fingers grip her hips. Tell me you'll marry me. I wait for an imprisoned breath, praying she finally says what I've been wanting to hear, what I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for her to say.
Yes,
she rushes out quietly, another smile spreading across her lips.
Yes, I will marry you.
The air releases from my chest in one swift motion, relief flooding me. It's about fucking time. Her laughter drifts through the air, but it's effectively cut off when I climb to my feet and claim her mouth, the taste of her seeping into my heated blood and rushing through my system like the sweetest drug.
I love you so much,
she cries as I lift her off her feet. I love you too, baby. She wraps her legs around my waist, her hot center coming in direct contact with my growing cock. Groaning, I slip my hands under her skirt, cupping her ass to bring her closer. I want you so fucking bad right now. It makes me hard to know my baby is growing inside this beautiful body of yours.
Then take me,
she breathes, granting me permission.
Right here.
A growl works its way up my throat as I walk a few steps into the bathroom, kicking the door shut behind us before setting her down on the counter. Her sharp breath fans across my face, her need fueling the potent one I have roaring in my veins. Her hands are eager and frantic, removing my shirt before mine slip up her skirt to tear her satin panties from her hips. My fingers delve through her wet heat, testing her readiness and finding her fucking soaked. Her head drops back on a fiery moan, my greedy lips consuming the exposed skin on her neck, tasting, biting, marking, all while she fumbles with my belt. The moment my cock is released, I waste no time lining up to her entrance, but like always, I pause, waiting for permission. Now, more than ever before. Her soft gaze holds mine, hands framing my face.
I want you, Justice. I always want you.
It was all I needed to hear before sliding right into fucking heaven. Slow, deep, mine. My head swims with pleasure, warmth exploding through every cell of my body.
I love feeling you inside me,
she moans, wrapping her arms around my neck, bringing us skin to skin, the scent of her shampoo filling my senses.
It's always so good, so right.
Yeah, baby. We're fucking perfect together. Every drive of my hips is slow and precise, just like they have been the last few nights I've taken her. She's with me every second, our bodies moving together, creating a raging inferno, our heated breaths fogging up the mirror. It's always like this between us. The need, the urgency, it's always there, consuming us both. It could set this whole fucking place up in flames. I will never get enough of it, never have enough of her. Even more so now that I know she's going to give me another baby. We're going to have lots of kids, Ryan, I tell her, the words coming out on a growl. I want you constantly pregnant. The thought drives me fucking wild, pushing my cock deeper.
I want that too, she admits breathlessly. I want a big family.
Grasping her hair, I pull her head back gently, needing to look into her pretty face, my lips hovering only an inch from hers. Forever.
Forever,
she repeats back. I pick up speed, my fingers gripping her hips while hers bite into my shoulders. It sends a trickle of heat to lick down my spine.
Justice,
my name floating past her lips like warm silk is the only warning I get before she's coming apart, her face soft and sweet as pleasure takes over. I claim her mouth once more, inhaling her cries and let them take me with her, my cock driving in one last time before I empty myself in her warm body. She drops her forehead on my shoulder, our damp skin colliding, hearts pounding against the other as we fight to catch our breaths. My head turns, lips pressing to her temple. I promise to make you happy, Ryan. I'll take good care of our family. She leans back, bringing her warm eyes before mine, and frames my face between her slender hands.
You already do.
Leaning in, she presses her smiling lips to mine in the briefest contact.
Come on, let's clean up and tell the others.
Within minutes, we're walking across the yard hand in hand. Hannah's laughter greets us, drifting through the air as Braxton tosses her above his head and catches her. Thankfully, the fucker finally went and put some clothes on. The sound of her laughter carries a promise for the future, a future I will never take for granted as long as I live. All eyes swing to us at our approach, their smiles fading.
Time to go?
Hannah asks sadly, clinging to my brother. Actually, there's been a change of plans. I look at each one of them as they all remain silent. Ryan and I have decided to stay. Their excitement explodes through the air, Hannah's being the loudest of all as she hugs Braxton's neck. Well now, that's great news, son. Really great news, my dad says, coming over to pull me in for a hard hug before doing the same with Ryan. What changed your minds? Braxton asks. We wanted to stay close to you guys. I look down at Ryan, unsure of how much she wants to announce just yet. At her smile and nod, I relay the rest. Ryan is pregnant and has agreed to marry me. Another round of cheers sound throughout, my father growing emotional as he pulls Ryan in for another hug. Braxton places Hannah down on the ground, he and Knox following behind as she races into my arms.
I'm really going to be a big sister?
Yeah. What do you think about that? I ask, even though I already have a pretty good idea.
I think it's amazing. I promise to be the best big sister ever.
I have no doubt, baby. She reaches for Ryan next, who accepts her eagerly.
Our wish came true, Mama.
Her voice is a gentle whisper in Ryan's ear.
I told you, never stop wishing.
Braxton congratulates me, his fist knocking with mine. You leave for 10 minutes and manage to knock her up and get her to marry you? Now that's some skill, brother. We share a laugh while Ryan rolls her eyes. He moves to her next, curling an arm around her shoulders since my father now has Hannah. If it's a boy, you're going to name him after me, right? She gives him a playful elbow.
Not likely. The last thing we need is any more rumors in this town, Braxton Creed.
She's got that right. Though rumors are nothing my brothers and I aren't accustomed to. Knox extends his hand to me next, approval on his face. I'm happy for you, man. Taking his offered hand, I pull him in for a hard hug. I'm glad you're staying, he murmurs for my ears only. Me too. He directs his attention to Ryan after, congratulating her as well.
Thanks,
she whispers, her smile indicating how much his words mean to her. This calls for a celebration, my father says. Why don't we head inside for a big breakfast? Hannah J and I can make our famous chocolate chip pancakes.
With whipped cream and strawberries,
Hannah adds. We all agree, and are about to head inside when the sound of a car coming down the long gravel driveway stops us short. The vehicle rolls to a stop, and a moment later Gwen steps out holding a plate of cookies. Gwen, my father greets her, looking as surprised as the rest of us. Apart from the other night, I am pretty sure she has never been here before. Definitely never for any social calls.
Hello.
She greets us, looking more than a little nervous. My father hands Hannah off to me and walks over to her.
I didn't mean to interrupt, she says quietly. But I made these for you and wanted to bring them by.
Ginger snaps, he says, taking the plate from her. You remembered my favorite.
Of course. I've never forgotten any of your favorites.
She blushes at the admission, awkward silence filling the space between them. My father shuffles his feet, sharing a smile with her. Jesus, Braxton mutters, leaning in close. This is fucking brutal to watch. We need to teach Dad some moves. I grunt, having no desire to do that. I'm not used to seeing my father like this, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. I respect Gwen, even more now that she helped bring down the founding families. But when it comes to my father, we are as protective over him as he is us, and the last thing I want is him getting hurt.
Well, Gwen says, I'll let y'all get back to your day now.
She turns to leave, but my father stops her with a hand to her slender shoulder. Would you like to stay and celebrate with us?
Celebrate?
She asks. My father gestures over to the group of us. Ryan and Justice are getting married and giving me another grandbaby.
Oh, how wonderful.
She gushes, genuine happiness radiating from her.
Congratulations to you both. Thank you, Ryan says with a smile.
Come and eat with us, my father insists. We were just about to make some brunch.
My and Papa's famous pancakes,
Hannah interjects proudly.
That sounds lovely, but I wouldn't want to intrude.
Nonsense. My father wraps an arm around her shoulders, giving her no choice but to follow. We'll sit out on the porch after, and you can hear how good my granddaughter is at singing the blues.
Well, I'd like that very much.
The rest of us follow, all gathering in the kitchen. It doesn't take long before the meal is prepared and we're taking our seats around the table, laughter filling the room while my father's favorite music plays from the radio. Hannah sits on his lap with Gwen next to them, hanging on every word they say. I glance over at my brothers, all three of us sharing a look, a silent exchange in this one moment, and something my father said long ago emerges. Family is what we make it, and whom we make it with. They aren't always blood, or the people who brought us into the world, but they are always loyal, true, and love without fault. I'm pulled from the thought when Ryan reaches for my hand beneath the table, giving it a gentle squeeze before gifting me with her radiant smile. A feeling of contentment settles over me, stronger and deeper than ever before. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to have this. I thought I'd be alone forever, until Knox and Braxton came into my life. Then we figured it would always just be the three of us, fighting to survive in a world that gave up on us, until Thatcher Creed changed it all, taking in what no one else wanted and making us a family. I didn't think it could get any better, but then the woman next to me changed it in ways far greater than I could have ever imagined. She broke through my defenses, turning my world upside down, and made me a father to a little girl I love in ways I never thought I was capable. A love and devotion I will continue to give them for as long as I live. This concludes Justice by K.C. Lynn, narrated by Teddy Hamilton and Callie Dalton. Copyright 2018 by K.C. Lynn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with K.C. Lynn and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.